north of downtown Centerville. So if you're in downtown Centerville or just to the north in between Parkville and the Mendon area, you do need to take shelter from this dangerous storm that does have a history of producing a tornado with extensive damage. Again, we've seen that damage report of a house that was partially destroyed in Niles, Edwardsburg area, and we're getting reports in right now of damage from the fire department in Three Rivers, Michigan. Jack, I believe you've got some storm reports here. If you can go ahead and touch on that briefly.
Yeah, I would love to, Andrew. Now, I want to make it obviously clear that these storm reports have already happened. They happened right around a half hour, 45 minutes ago, just to kind of keep that up to date. So these reports that I'm about to throw up here have already happened, and the storm threat still going to be over in St. Joe County, Michigan. The first one is going to be in Edwardsburg, where we did see of that house actually that we had earlier today and that we actually showed here on 16 News Now, our special coverage of this tornado warning of that house that was destroyed. And obviously that is going to be the type of hazard. Obviously a tornado came through there right around 3:11 earlier on today. Now our second report that was issued was just upstream, the same storm that is still currently tornado warned, this time in Juneau Lake, and this time a tree was down and toppled in center pivot in this location, obviously just over by Juneau Lake, and that happened at 3:18. So both of these reports happening within 10 minutes of each other, showing that strong storm coming through, Andrew.
And just getting some reports here from our social media pages, WNDU, my fan page as well. Just got a report from Lori coming in here. She says the tornado hit, this is up in Three Rivers, the tornado hit in Three Rivers between the Menards and Myers. So really the commercial district, if you will, of Three Rivers. So it likely just missed downtown Three Rivers and hit just to the south of downtown Three Rivers, with the Menards and Myers in Three Rivers, including the hospital in Three Rivers, being reported to have damage from that tornado that did touch down. So that is something our First Alert weather team will continue to investigate, and our 16 News Now team. We want to continue that. We are first alerting ahead. This tornado warning has just been expanded and has just been moved up until 4:30 p.m. now. So another 25 minutes to go with this warning. They've extended it now to include Mendon and Leandis here, the northeast portion here of St. Joseph County. So again, if you're in Mendes right now or Leandis around M66 and M60, you do need to take shelter from this dangerous storm. I'm going to kind of circle the area that we're watching for the rotation right now, and I'm also going to circle some places along M60, Mendon and Leandis. So if you're in between those two towns or in those two towns, even Colon, Michigan, Nottawa as well, it's time to get to your safety location, an interior room without windows or a basement. And you can stream us live right now on the 16 News Now app, on the free WNDU First Alert weather app. Turn your TV volume all the way up as you take shelter. Again, if you're in Leandis and in Mendon right now, anywhere between M60 and M66, you do need to take shelter from this very dangerous storm. It does have history of producing a tornado. And you see this new tag here, source observed, meaning that there is likely a tornado that is still on the ground right now that is causing significant damage. So if you're in Mendon and Leandis, Michigan, you need to head to your safety location now. We're likely are just minutes away from this getting into around the Mendon area, likely another 10 minutes or so from this approaching the Leandis area. So again, if you're on M60, M66, and northeastern portions of St. Joseph County, you do need to take shelter from this dangerous storm that does have history of producing a tornado. Again, this brand new tornado warning is now out until 4:30 p.m., out for another 25 minutes. And there has been history of this storm producing damage with it. Jack, what are you seeing here with this new tornado warning report that was just issued from the National Weather Service?
Yeah, Andrew, the main takeaway obviously is that new tag. So every time the National Weather Service actually issues a warning, they kind of rank it in terms of severity. And anytime we're talking about tornado warnings, they usually start out as radar indicated, meaning the folks over there at the National Weather Service are seeing some rotation in the atmosphere, and they go ahead and put that tornado warning out just in case to alert folks of the hazard that there could be a tornado heading their way. And unfortunately, that has now been upped to observed, meaning there is an actual tornado that has been on the ground and unfortunately has already had a history of producing damage. We saw those pictures coming out of Niles, Edwardsburg area of that tornado coming down, tearing apart that house, causing extensive damage to that house. And it's looking like this storm is still chugging along and still building in strength as it looks to exit St. Joe County, Michigan, maybe around 4:30. That's when the National Weather Service thinks the strongest portion of the storm is actually going to exit the county line. If you are in Mendon, this is going to be one of your opportunities to get into your safe place. Make sure we're not seeing any windows where you are. Best case scenario, you're going to go downstairs into a basement where there is a solid foundation around you. You just want to protect yourself from the outside. You want to get to the most interior portion, if you will, of that basement warning. Hail size right around an inch, and check this out, almost even maxing out our first alert radar. You see all the white showing up here? We do have a spot here and a large spot here. What that is going to show is going to be the hail core with this storm and with this exact cell that is moving through. Hail size with this storm going to be estimated right around an inch. We did have that hail report that did come in earlier from one of our old employees, Caleb, in Cassopolis, showing right around half an inch size hail coming down. This has already been up to inch size hail coming down, of course, even overwhelming our own first alert radar here. So we're talking about a powerful and unfortunately a destructive storm that is moving through Michigan, moving through at a good clip. I would like to point out right around 40 miles an hour this storm is moving at. Again, Mendon, you're going to be next, unfortunately, under the gun of this potentially dangerous and very life-threatening storm. We've already seen some of the reports of the damage, and that looks to continue as we go throughout the afternoon. This new warning is expected to last all the way up until 4:30, and notice how it's only trimming off here at the portion of St. Joe County and of course just to the north. That's because the National Weather Service actually up in Grand Rapids is going to take over the storm as soon as it crosses over the border. Mendon needs to be in their safe place right now. Let's go ahead and see the spin that is on the storm and actually the rotation that has already been observed and is kind of the main driver, if you will, for this tornado warning. We're going to go ahead and readjust my radar just because that shows you how quick the storm actually moved, that I had to already shift the camera a number of miles, maybe 20, 30 miles. But anytime we're looking at red and green meeting on the radar, that does mean that there is some spin on the radar and in the storm. Andrew, what do you have for us?
Just checking in here with the National Weather Service here. They are reporting right now there is a spotter on this right now. There is a funnel right now, and that is approaching Mendon. They're saying it's a narrow cone shaped right now, again approaching Mendon. So it's likely, if you take with this with radar right now, there's a funnel cloud likely going to drop back down again and produce another tornado right around downtown Mendon. So if you're watching us from Mendon right now, please take shelter from this dangerous storm as it continues to move through. Again, storm spotters are currently on this right now. The National Weather Service is saying that there is a funnel cloud that is capable of producing another destructive tornado. So if you're in Mendon, now's the time again to please take shelter, and likely your time is passing right now. If you're in Leandis right now, you're the next one in this path. It's kind of riding right along M60 right now, where we are seeing the damage reports coming in. So if you're in Leandis right now, now is your chance to take shelter. If you know anyone between Leandis and Colon, Michigan, the northeast corner of St. Joseph County, this is the dangerous storm that our First Alert Weather Team has been alerting you to for nearly an hour. We were on the air the moment, literally a second or two, that the warning was issued. Our First Alert Weather Team was on for you, keeping our communities in southwestern Michigan safe of this dangerous storm. Likely a tornado or a funnel cloud currently on in Mendon. Right now passing right at the crosshairs between M60 and M66. This is moving north and east right now towards Leandis, Michigan. So in Leandis, Michigan right now, you need to take shelter from this dangerous storm, likely on your doorstep here in a matter of minutes. Kind of got a circle of what we are looking at here in the rotation department with the strongest rotation, again, right over Mendon, now moving east of downtown Mendon right now, moving towards the north and east. Again, a lot of farm area up here, a lot of rural communities live in this portion of St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan. So if you're in these circle shaded areas, these are the areas in the path right now, and then we are likely seeing to some degree, unfortunately, of some damage right now in Mendon, Michigan, from either a tornado that is on the ground or a tornado that could likely be on the ground. So again, if you're along M60 right now, this is around Mendon and Leandis, Michigan here, you do need to take shelter from this storm. Now, what's likely going to happen within the next 20 minutes, if that, this storm will eventually move out of the WNDU viewing area. But we're going to stay on the air until this storm moves out of St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan. We are also first alerting ahead that we've got additional chances for some storms later tonight and into Saturday morning. And once we are done with this special live First Alert Weather Day coverage, we're going to break that down when 16 News Now at 4 kicks in once this dangerous storm moves out of the WNDU viewing area. But please, right now, if you know any family or friends between Mendon and Leandis, Michigan, they need to take shelter from this dangerous storm. It has had reports, 2 reports that we know of so far, that have had damage from a dangerous tornado on the ground, and our team is learning of extensive damage right now in the town of Three Rivers. So that is something that our team is going to continue to investigate on. We've got several reporters right now that are out in the field right now trying to get all the latest that we can for you to help keep you, your friends, and your family safe. Jack, what are you seeing right now?
Right now, we're just watching this storm come through the city, of Mendon is going to be seeing the brunt of the tornado warning currently, where that rotation is currently happening, where we are seeing the spin in the atmosphere. Once again, National Weather Service did send into the chat room that there is a report of a wall cloud, and what a wall cloud is the lowering of the storm. That's where the storm is starting to spin and actually starting to create a funnel cloud coming down to the ground that has been touching down throughout the past hour. Now, Leandis needs to take shelter. This storm is expected to be moving through that town within the next 7 minutes. That's showing you how quickly this storm is moving through the area. Now, in anticipation for the storm to move out of St. Joseph County, we can't see just to the north. Check out this yellow box. That's actually going to be a severe thunderstorm warning on the north side of this system and of this cell and of the north side of that hail core. So those folks are expected to see the continuation of this severe thunderstorm and, of course, this unfortunate tornado warning. Right now, Mendon, you are going to be under the gun. I hope everybody over there is heeding the warning, is taking shelter and being very, very safe with this very dangerous situation. Leandis, you guys are up next. 6 minutes. We keep ticking down when it's coming in. The city of Leandis is probably already seeing some light hail coming down. We're talking hail in the range of ½ an inch, maybe even an inch. Extreme wind gusts and also very heavy rainfall. And unfortunately, the wind is looking like it is going to be ticking up and up and up within the next 6 minutes when the strongest portion of the storm is expected to make its way through the city of Leandis. Something we're still keeping an eye on. National Weather Service still has this warning out all the way until 4:30 this afternoon. That's when the strongest portion of the storm is actually expected to move out of St. Joe County, Michigan, and it's something that we are keeping a rather close eye on, Andrew.
All right, Jack, coming back to me here. Time now in First Alert Weather is 4:15 Eastern Time. We're in special live First Alert Weather Day coverage as we have had extensive damage from a tornado on the ground in southwestern Michigan between Cass County and St. Joseph County in southwestern Michigan. Our First Alert Weather team has been on this for now over an hour. We were on the air the moment the tornado warning was issued around Edwardsburg, Niles area. We, within a second, were on the air alerting you to this dangerous storm. If you're in Leandis right now, Your time is running out to take shelter from this dangerous storm. Notice these brighter colors right here just to the west of downtown Leandis. This tornado is going to be on top of you within the moment. So if you have any family or friends that live in Leandis right now, they need to be in shelter. The basement storm cellar is best. If you do not have a basement or storm shelter, the interior room or closet without windows is your best option. This is across the northern portion of St. Joseph County here for this tornado warned storm that is going to again continue on. Now, we just got an update from the National Weather Service. If you're in Leandis, Michigan right now, you still need to take shelter from this storm. What the Weather Service is going to do, though, they're going to go ahead and cancel most of this tornado warning as it starts to move out of the WNDU viewing area. So we're going to stay with you until this storm passes through Leandis, Michigan, and then our first alert weather team is going to kind of re-rack and get you set up for another round of active storms that could continue on tonight and into tomorrow morning in first alert weather. We also have our 16 News Now team. They are out right now working for you, covering the extensive damage up into southwestern Michigan, where we have 3 reporters right now into the field. But right now, the most dangerous part of this storm right now is moving right over Leandis, Michigan. And the moment it passes through Leandis, Michigan, this will begin to work its way out of the WNDU viewing area. This tornado warning goes out until 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. The National Weather Service at the end of 4:30 p.m. is going to allow this to expire, and this will continue over into Branch County in southwestern Michigan, over towards places just to the north of Coldwater, over towards the Battle Creek area as this continues to move its way towards the north and east. So right now, the most dangerous portion of this storm right over Leandis, Michigan right now, right along M60, and that's really where this has been tracking. It's been kind of following M60 since this began around just to the east of Edwardsburg, and this will continue to work its way maybe up even as far north as Athens. So even though it's not in the WNDU viewing area, if you have any family or friends that are around the Athens area, maybe up and around the Battle Creek area, let them know that there's been this dangerous storm in southwestern Michigan, and it has produced a tornado. We have several reports of damage, even people unfortunately getting hurt right now. Seeing some brand new scans coming in here, still looking at these bright colors. What these bright colors mean is still some very tight rotation still ongoing in the town of Leandis, Michigan right now. So it's Leandis, Michigan right now really getting the brunt here of this tornado warned storm. Jack, are you seeing anything new right now from the National Weather Service?
From the National Weather Service, I haven't picked up on anything, Andrew, except the fact that they are going to allow this current tornado warning to expire at 4:30. Oh, and there we go. We are actually going to continue the warning in. There you go. There's your new update coming into first alert weather. Let me read over right now. It's just saying dangerous storm still moving in, located near Cologne, 14 miles east of Three Rivers. And I'm looking at a couple different sources of radar here. It's looking like the storm has already passed over the city of Mendon and Leandis. That is going to be on deck next. Within the next 4 minutes, the most dangerous portion of the storm is going to be moving into downtown and then upstream out of the WNDU viewing area, but still still our neighbors here in Michiana. Up in Athens, you got right around 15 minutes, 14 minutes to be exact, until this dangerous storm looks to track over into your neighborhood. So something we're keeping obviously a rather close eye on. This storm has a history, unfortunately, of producing damage and actually inflicting a little bit of bodily injury to some folks. We did get that report earlier. We showed you that picture out in Niles and in Edwardsburg of that house that has a decent amount of damage on it. And unfortunately, the report came out and said that somebody was trapped in that house. We'll have additional updates on the state of that entrapment and any other damage reports that we are starting to see filtered in to First Alert Weather coming up. Andrew, you have something?
Yeah, so again, this tornado warning right now over Leandis, Michigan. This is now going to continue to move its way out of Michiana. We're just going to give this a few extra minutes here until it just passes downtown Leandis, Michigan for our special live First Alert Weather Day coverage. I just want to widen out the map real quick for you. I know we have a lot of other folks watching from other parts of Michiana. I want to widen this out here, this map here, and what we're going to do is turn on the radar here. We are first alerting that we are watching no other severe thunderstorm or tornado warned storm in Michiana. All the action right now is across that northeast sliver of St. Joseph County, Michigan right now. Everyone else in Michiana staying quiet. There is another downpour that we'll continue to keep an eye on right now. Shows no signs of becoming severe around North Liberty, Walkerton area. That's just the normal, your traditional garden variety thunderstorm. Where all the action has been is across the northeastern portion here of St. Joseph County. That's where there is currently an active tornado warning that is out until 4:30 p.m. Again, right now, right over the town of Leandus, Michigan. This is now moving out of our main WNDU viewing area, but this has had signs of having extensive damage in the Niles Edwardsburg area, and also getting reports of several damage reports in the town of Three Rivers, right near their main commercial district, around the Menards, the Home Depot, Myers, Walmart area, the Three Rivers Hospital area. That is where the damage has been reported the most, and that's in Three Rivers, Michigan, and St. Joseph County. This tornado warning goes until 4:30 p.m. First alert weather time at 4:22. We are starting to move this out of the main Michiana area. So with that being said here, our 16 News Now team is going to continue with this extensive coverage, not only in first alert weather, but we have several news folks that are around as well, continuing on with this. Jack, real quick before we end our special first alert weather day coverage with this dangerous storm, are you seeing anything else right now that is critical?
As of now, Andrew, thankfully, nothing else that is too critical on our screens right now and actually coming into first alert weather. Still watching for this storm to exit out of the northeast corner of St. Joe County, Michigan. It's looking like the city of Leandus, that storm threat is slowly but surely starting to pass right over, especially down to the southern portion of the city. So that is good news that this system and this exact storm is starting to trek out of the city of Leandus and actually head towards the new city of Athens, which is just outside of our WNDU viewing area. But of course, they're still going to be our neighbors here in Michiana. So hopefully, if they are watching up here, if you're in the city of Athens, make sure you are starting to get into your safe place as this destructive tornado warned thunderstorm is moving through. As of now, for rotation, we can see there's a little bit of contrast still showing up on first alert radar. We just got a new scan there, and you can see the continuation and the storm movement of this system. We have the green, which is showing that winds are heading towards the radar, and you got to remember the radar is going to be in North Webster and Kosciuszko County. So winds heading south, and where you're seeing this magenta color, well, that's going to be winds heading away from the radar, so heading to the north and heading to the west. Anytime you see those opposing winds come together, that's where we are going to be seeing rotation. Unfortunately, that has been the trend with this exact thunderstorm and with this tornado warned thunderstorm, I should say, that we've been watching for the rest of the day. You can't see this black line here that's cutting M60 in half just to the east of Leandus. That is going to be the border of St. Joe County, Michigan, and moving out of our WNDU viewing area, and it's looking like slowly but surely, just a little ahead of schedule at 4:24, that rotation is moving out of our viewing area, Andrew.
All right, so with that said, Jack, here again, this is still a dangerous storm. If you know anyone between Athens and Sherwood, I know that's kind of out of the Michiana viewing area, let them know that this is where this dangerous storm is heading now. We're getting reports and images in to our 16 News Now team, again, of extensive damage around the Niles Edwardsburg area and up into Three Rivers, where it appears like parts of the Menards in Three Rivers has collapsed. So with that being said now, we're going to go ahead and end our first alert weather day live coverage right now. We've got Josh and Lauren at the desk. We've got a lot to follow up on with this tornado warning that did produce with it a lot of damage in southwestern Michigan. With that being said, now let's send things over to Josh and Lauren for an update on that damage.
to put it into motion so you can see how quickly it's moving off to the northeast. Now, the history with this storm system is it developed quickly into a tornadic storm and had several touchdowns of a large tornado in this town of Three Rivers, where there's extensive damage on the southwest side of the town. Hail with this storm system has been large enough to do damage to cars, and that is one of the threats with this storm. Still some large hail and heavy rains. Rainfall's been over 2 inches in some of these excessive downpours. Again, it's moving east at 40 miles an hour, and there's also been damage near Juneau Lake, which is also in far southwest Michigan. The tornado warning that was 4 parts of Branch County has expired as this storm system continues to move off to the northeast. There has been a lot of frequent lightning with a thunderstorm, and whenever there's strong winds inside the storm, that's usually what you get. We're going to zoom in just a little bit more on this storm before we get you back to regular programming. Obviously, if you're in Burlington, those areas, I would seek shelter. Even though there's officially not a tornado warning, they easily can redevelop, and we're going to go inside this storm for you to see where those stronger winds are. And there it is, where you see that green meeting up with the red. Radar can indicate which direction those raindrops are moving and tell you if it's coming towards the radar site or away, and that determines shear and eventually circulation. So obviously there's still some circulation inside the storm as it heads into far southern part of Calhoun County, headed towards Burlington. Now, the computer models, high resolution, is showing some of these storms holding together and eventually getting themselves closer to the Jackson and Lansing areas by 5 o'clock, and we have more storms later this evening that will redevelop. They all have the same threat, and that is large hail, and that could be up to 1 inch in diameter. Heavy rains, anywhere from 1 to 3 inches for those who get under the heaviest part of the storm. Obviously, we've had spin-up tornadoes with excessive wind gusts as well. That could be near 60 miles an hour. We're going to keep an eye on this storm system. Again, it is starting to move into southern parts of Battle Creek and then to the southern part of Calhoun County, and it's moving off to the east at around 40 miles an hour. Still a significant storm. Will weaken as it goes further east, but there's more that we'll be talking about throughout the evening. Now we'll get you back to Jeopardy. storm, which we started tracking way back when we had our Studio 10 show on at 3 o'clock. This storm has survived the entire time frame and has strengthened again after weakening. The circulation is still there, so a tornado warning has now been issued for southern parts of Calhoun County. Take a look. There is the circulation. I know it's not your normal radar because what we're actually looking at is which way the raindrops are moving, and when you see that bright green alongside that red, you're getting intense circulation with this storm system, and that is moving off to the northeast at about 40 to 45 miles an hour, kind of an east-northeast. So it's expected to be headed towards Homer by 5:10, maybe a little sooner as you get into Burlington. All of that with a very strong storm system that has had a history of tornadoes coming in and out of this storm. In fact, we just learned that the roof of Menards at Three Rivers has been blown off that building and its side building as well. Heavy damage in southwest Three Rivers and along the course of that path of this storm system, all moving in a general east to northeast direction. So these warnings that keep popping up, you can see they keep getting extended. The tornado warning now for southern Calhoun County, I can update, is going to 5:30, and that may get put into Jackson County. Our high-tech models are showing that storms may be into Jackson County by 5 o'clock, so we're keeping an eye on that as well. Here's how this system looks right now on regular radar, and you see the tornado warnings then going from far northern parts of Branch County off to the southern part of Calhoun County and moving off to the east. This storm system is not as big as far as the aerial coverage, but still quite intense as it moves to the northeast. So here's your main threats. Obviously, we're getting a lot of intense lightning. That is very common when you have strong winds aloft inside a thunderstorm, kind of a giveaway that there's going to be some bad winds. As far as hail, we've had up to 1.75-inch diameter with these storms, so it easily could be an inch, and that obviously will do damage. We're reporting quarter-size hail in some of those areas. If you have a parked car outside in that area, if you have a chance to move it in, that would be a great thing to do. We also have rainfall that has gone up anywhere from 1 to 3 inches when these storms repeat over the same area. So flooding might be an issue briefly as that comes down. And obviously, we've got the pop-up tornadoes across the northeast or southwest part of mid-Michigan headed northeast. It's just general light rain. What's causing this? It's a warm front. Temperatures south of all that rain are in the mid, even upper 60s now near the state line, and it's that warm, moist air coming northward. Jackson has been socked in with fog all day and 50 degrees. That will change as this storm heads to the northeast. I'm going to put it in motion for you, and that will show you how these warnings have popped up and where they're headed. This storm system is now at about 40 to 45 miles an hour and kind of holding its own when that circulation continues in that direction. So if you're in south and southeast parts of Calhoun County, you should be seeking shelter downstairs or interior room if you got to get away from those outside walls and windows. And obviously in Jackson, we're watching it. And western side of the county, this may be something that'll be on your doorstep within the next 20 minutes or so. All the other rain you see far north is just rain. There was a batch of storms that went north of Lansing around lunchtime. They were not severe, but now we're getting into an area where there's more and more severe weather potential, and we'll start to see that as well. So this is the high-resolution model that shows how the storms will be on top of the Jackson-Lansing area and then continuing with further development right through the evening hours. And again, all have the same potential. Spin-up tornadoes, have gusty winds, have large hail that could be up to an inch in diameter. This will move on towards midnight, but then we get another band of showers and storms, still potentially severe, and that'll be our wake-up call on Saturday morning. You can see how they come across the lake. Now they're going to be losing their punch. The main concern of the storms that come in right at dawn will be gusty winds. Radar again showing how this one lone storm in that warm air mass has continued to blossom and grow and will continue to be a concern. I'm going to take the lightning off for you so you can see a better look of it. We're going to zoom in, and if you are in parts of southern sections of Calhoun County, you should be seeking shelter for this storm as it looks to be approaching I-69 and headed over that way. And again, the history, tornado touchdown at Juneau Lake, a roof off of Menards and their side buildings in Three Rivers. Southwest side damage, according to emergency management, has been extreme in Three Rivers, which is in far southwest Michigan. And that storm never really lost its punch as it headed northeast. We've had a lot of tornado touchdowns coming and going with this storm. So if you're in southern Calhoun County, be aware of that. Do we have this video ready to show right now? Or
Yes.
Yes? Okay, it's going to take a second here, but I want to show you the video out of Edwardsburg of this tornado damage that this one lone storm is doing. And again, the reports have been just so numerous coming out of southwest Michigan. It literally developed right over Cass County and then blossomed up, and within 15 minutes there was circulation in that storm system. At one time, tornado might have been maybe a quarter to a half mile wide, not staying on the ground continuously, but going up and down. And that's what we have over southern parts of Calhoun County at this hour. So if you're in those areas, be alert. Also be alert in Jackson County. We would anticipate a little weakening as it comes further and further north. But remember, this is pushing all that warm, moist air our way, and that really supports these storms very, very well. Okay, you and I are both going to see this video for the first time. We've been trying to search it down. Newsroom did a great job of getting some damages and video coming out of southwest Michigan. It says Edwardsburg on here. Here's some of the damage reports, and they have gone back to sunshine, and they also have temperatures now well into the 60s, which could eventually just bring on more potentially strong storms. And we'll be seeing that all across mid-Michigan here in the next, well, through at least 9 to 10 o'clock. So 5 more hours of these storms come, they go, and more redevelop. And this, when you see that insulation way up in the high part of the trees, that wasn't just a gust front that did that. That was not just straight line winds. There has been circulation and lift. We're still waiting. The Weather Service down in Indiana, who controls some of those southwest counties, has video of the roof being pulled off of the Menards. We have yet to see it yet, but we're going to get it for you and try to stream that in as fast as we can. So that's why there's so much concern about this one storm. It has such a history, and it's still kind of holding its own there in southern parts of Calhoun County. Take a look at where it is right now on radar, and you see it's now crossing I-69, eventually headed east towards Albion at a pretty fast rate of about 45 miles an hour. The tornado warning is going to go till 5:30, and again, maybe added to more of time frames as this system, if it doesn't die down, it certainly will have to be looked at to add more time to the warnings. So the warning right now, if I remove the radar completely, you'll see it goes right up to Albion in the southern part of Calhoun County as it races off to the east. So we'll put that radar back up again and take a little closer look. We're going to go in here real fast and show you this area is broadening. That's a good sign. Maybe there's a little shear taking off the top of these storms. But if we go inside the rain and show you where the raindrops are moving in opposite directions. We call it wind shear. So the green shade is the raindrops moving towards the radar right away. And when you get that, you know you've got them in opposite directions. And with height, that means they're rotating. And that's would be the center of the tornado. That if it does come down, obviously circulation inside will still prompt a tornado warning. So when we see storms that have this, they get warned right away. It may never produce a tornado, but in this case it has. That's a good sweep right there that just went through, showing it's starting to break up a little bit, and that is good news. Still a very strong storm. There's still a lot of wind inside that storm, and when you get the heavy rains, it brings it down to the surface. So we're going to get some damage in southern parts of Calhoun County. So the damage reports are just coming in southwest Michigan, and it looks like it was a fairly large storm that went into the area. And we're not done, because we're not alone when it comes to these storms. We're watching development that's to our west, Chicago, all the way down to the southwest. And there's still some strong storms there that have to come into the area. And so we got several hours of this to take place. We're going to get more information. We'll get it all put together for you. And coming up in just about 10 minutes at 5 o'clock, we'll have the latest. history of doing damage and touching down. This will also be in Albion. And I guess if you're even into western Jackson County, keep your eyes on it. We will be back in just a few short minutes to update you on where it is.
All right, Andy, thank you.
Charleston at about 4:56. And again, some of these communities here, as we go a little bit beyond the actual tornado warning, but you need to be with a heads up here, even over northern portions here of Okmulgee County. So here are your approximate times right here with that circulation that has prompted a tornado warning. We don't have anything confirmed yet, but the circulation has tightened up enough that it was enough to warrant a tornado warning. Let's go just a little bit closer here in on this circulation. Let's get down here right on Interstate 40 because this is a very dangerous circulation here right near Faro and just off to the north and west here of Bryant. That is where circulation currently is, and again, it is going to cross over here I-40 right near the Okmulgee and Okfuskee County line, and then from there it's going to continue to track off to the north and northeast. So we're looking at Wilson here. You're potentially in the path of this potential tornado. You need to be taking your tornado precautions right now in Wilson. Also for Shelter and Colton, even though it does look like if it continues with this north-northeast track, it might miss you here just off to the west in Shelter and Colton, but sometimes these can take a right turn and you just have to allow for that possibility. So I'd go ahead and take your tornado precautions here as well. So there's the circulation. I'm going to switch this over to storm relative velocity here. You can see, again, outbounds being in red, green are inbounds. So right there is the circulation, well-pronounced circulation here. I can draw it on here for you. There's your red outbounds in this direction, and here are your green inbounds in this direction right here. So right there it is, and that is the area of concern that has prompted the first tornado warning of the day, and I would not be surprised if we have a few more as we go through the evening and into tonight. We do have a tornado watch that has been issued for all of eastern Oklahoma until 10 o'clock this evening and may be extended beyond that because the severe threat will continue into very late tonight and into early tomorrow morning. But here is the immediate concern. The circulation now has just come across I-40 here. Is going to continue to push off here to the north and to the east. I'm going to zoom back out. I do want to get a look and see if we have any. We have numerous storms going up, and that will be the case throughout the day, as we'll have a lot of storms out there that we'll have to keep a close eye on. We'll get back into that tornado warning here in just a second, but you can see numerous severe thunderstorm warnings out here, Lincoln County, back down here into areas near Shawnee. As you head back to around Pauls Valley, you can see all the severe thunderstorm warnings there. And so we'll have to watch these storms. Now, with that north to northeast movement, these storms could potentially work up here toward Creek County, Pawnee County, Osage, possibly even the Tulsa Metro if they were to turn a little bit more to the right. So we got to watch these storms that are currently just severe thunderstorm warned right now, just off to our west and to our southwest. But the immediate concern right now is with this particular storm. It's actually a fairly small supercell. It's not a very large supercell, but it is certainly spinning and spinning enough here to prompt a tornado warning. So let's get back here in tight. Let's go back over to the velocity data. And there again is where you can see that circulation here right on. There it is right there. Right here's the circulation, basically right on the Okfuskee and Okmulgee County line. Right here is I-40. So it's come across I-40. We're now approximately about 1.5 miles here north of I-40. Here is Henrietta. Right now for Henrietta, that circulation is off to your west by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 5.5, 6 miles. So again, we're looking at that northeast track, so that should keep this circulation to the west and northwest of Henrietta. So right now I think we're going to be good in Henrietta, but let's pan a little farther here to the north, and then we'll get another storm track on this and update some of those times and potential impacts. Wilson, again, need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. If you live anywhere here near the Okfuskee County and Okmulgee County line where the circulation is just north of I-40 up to around Wilson, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. If it continues that northeast track, again, we're going to be looking at areas here possibly near the Shelter area or perhaps even a little farther north than there up to around Brundage and potentially even up to around Okmulgee and Morris. Need to be taking those tornado precautions here as well. We don't have anything confirmed right now, at least at the moment, but we are seeing at least circulation tight enough that it is certainly warranting a tornado warning right here, right now, with this circulation crossing over here into Okmulgee County. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit more, and we're going to do another storm track on this and track that off to the north and to the east at about 40 miles per hour here. So let's go ahead and get that storm track on here so you can get an idea when this potential tornado could impact your area. May have to zoom out just a little bit more here to get that on there. Let me just drop this down a little bit. That should give me enough room to get that track on there. Here we go, again, taking this from southwestern portions here of Okmulgee County off to the north and northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So it's moving at a pretty decent clip. 40 miles per hour is certainly not slow. And again, we're looking at Wilson here in the next few minutes, 4:34. Brundage at about 4:49. Okmulgee 4:48. Morris 4:52. Preston about 4:56. Again, Preston technically just outside of the tornado warning, but if the circulation holds, it will continue here into northern portions here of Okmulgee County. We're looking at possibly Pumpkin Center, 5:02, Winchester at about 5:03, Bald Hill at about 5:04, Midway looking at about 5:10. And eventually here, again, if that circulation holds, just to kind of give you an idea, this could work up here to parts of the Tulsa Metro, at least southeastern portions here of the Tulsa Metro. We'll have to watch this closely here. Broken Arrow, Coweta, and then eventually downstream here, east of Tulsa here, anywhere from, say, Catoosa, Choteau over to around Wagner. Just kind of monitor this storm as it tracks off to the north and to the east. Hopefully it doesn't hold on that long, but it's in an environment that certainly would be capable of maintaining the strength of a storm like this. So that's our lone tornado warning at the moment. Let me go ahead and remove the times here. We'll go back here and just kind of zoom out. Let's switch this back over to reflectivity. I do want to give you another update here with what we got with the other storms in the region. Again, there's our tornado warning at the moment. We do have these storms that are very numerous here, but quite organized. Have to watch this one here in eastern portions here of Lincoln County as that tracks off to the north and east. That could move here into parts of Creek County, so just kind of keeping an eye on that particular storm, and also additional storms farther here to the south, even as you get south of Oklahoma City, here over Garvin County and Pauls Valley. That will be working up farther to the north and northeast as well. Right now, we have the one tornado warning here in Okmulgee County, and our first tornado warning of the day. So let's go back in a little bit tighter here and get you here to where that circulation is. Again, right now, Okmulgee, you need to be taking those tornado precautions. That circulation is working up into your direction. Let's get it back over to velocity. I'll go storm relative velocity here. There's the rotation right here. Let's switch it to velocity. Still fairly prominent right here, south and western portions here of Okmulgee County. Let's go in just a little bit tighter and get a good look at this. Let me just pan over a little bit more. We'll center this up a bit for you so you can get a better idea as well. So this is getting very close now to Wilson. If you are in Wilson, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. This is going to continue to track off to the north and northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So Wilson, it is now within about a mile from you at the moment. So take those tornado precautions as this continues to track off to the north and northeast. And again, if you continue to follow this track, if it holds together, this could bring it up into the south side of Okmulgee, possibly into Okmulgee here over the next 10 to 15 minutes as it moves off to the northeast. Our meteorologist Emma Linderos is in as well. Emma, we got our first tornado warning of the day, and probably many more to come, unfortunately.
That's right. I mean, we've been watching this. We've been talking about it for the past couple of days. That Friday was going to be the main event. And I know folks are getting ready to head home. I've already been getting some text messages of what to anticipate here in the next couple of hours. So really want to be staying weather aware, having more than one way to receive those warnings, because we're just getting started. We're seeing multiple severe thunderstorm warnings inching their way over into our viewing area. So looking at radar for the most part, we do have just multiple issued by the National Weather Service. Those are going to continue to travel towards the north east into our location. You see that cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings, and then that one tornado warning that we're watching right now. And as mentioned, that's going to inch its way over closer to Wilson at this time. This did go north of I-40. That's just going to continue to eventually make its way further northeast. And then zooming in a little bit out, you can see this cluster. We're watching hail. We're watching heavy downpours, some wind, and of course, we got to be mindful of the tornado potential with a lot of these storms, they are in a good, favorable environment to produce some of those supercells we're going to be monitoring here in the next couple of hours, and then even again tonight. Tulsa, right now, we are fairly dry, but we are still monitoring some of those storms starting to inch their way closer into our location. You can see a couple of showers and storms further towards the east there near Mays County. Those are just good rainfall there. But then zooming out, you can see that tornado watch, and you could see all eastern Oklahoma. We really have to stay aware this is going to go until 10 o'clock p.m. And then looking at the severe risk, we're really focusing pretty much all of our location, but not only do we have to factor in that tornado risk, especially to our southeast and really just all of us here, but also that hail is something else that we're also monitoring, Michael.
Yeah, indeed. And I do want to take a look at some of those storms that are out to the west. Another look here, though, as Emma was just showing you, that circulation very near Wilson at the moment. So tornado precautions right now here near Wilson. That circulation is going to continue to track up here, probably to near Brundage and Okmulgee as we go here over the next 10 minutes or so. Let me zoom out just a bit more. I do want to show you the circulation that we've got on this storm right now. In Lincoln County, we are seeing circulation with this storm in Lincoln County right here. It's not tornado warned at the moment, but that track with this is off to the north and northeast. So I wanted to point this out because this is going to potentially cross over here. If it strengthens, could become tornado warned and maybe work into western portions of Creek County. So I just wanted to point that out right here. We do have circulation right now with this thunderstorm here in Lincoln County that could potentially work up here and cross over into Creek County, very near the Bristow area, possibly here into near Drumright or Depew as well. So I would just be mindful here if you live in Bristow, Depew, or perhaps Drumright, just be mindful of these storms that are just off to your south and west. We do have a rotating storm here, not tornado warned at the moment, but showing signs of rotation, one that we're going to have to watch as that tracks off to the north and to the east. So let's go back here to our current tornado warned storm that we've got here over Okmulgee County. Still seeing some good inbounds right here. Those bright greens, that circulation is right here, and again, it's tracking off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So let me just give it a little bit more space here to track, to do a storm track on this. Let me back this up just a little bit more to give us a little bit more room here with this, and let's go ahead and do another storm track here at about 40 miles per hour off to the north and northeast. So that's going to take this up here very near the Coweta vicinity, possibly southeast side of the Broken Arrow area if this were to hold together. But mention this is going to be coming very close here to the Okmulgee vicinity over the next 10 to 15 minutes. I would take those tornado precautions right now as we're watching that track off here to the north and east. So those of you in Okmulgee, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. We'll see if the circulation holds together. The tornado warning extends right now just north of Okmulgee and possibly might need to be extended beyond that. So I would say anybody as you get up to around Preston, Pumpkin Center, just be mindful this circulation is tracking up in your direction as well. You may not be under the tornado warning at the moment, but just need to be mindful that this is going to be tracking up in your direction. If it holds together, could have a potential tornado working to your location. So just be mindful of that as well. Let's go in just a little bit tighter here. I'll go ahead and remove as well the track there. So that circulation here now is just north of Wilson. Let me see if we go storm relative, see if it pops up. Right there's just a little bit of red, a little bit of green. Right there is that circulation. And if we look at it here with our rotation detector, right in that same area, we are getting some rotation detected here just north of Wilson as this tracks off to the north and northeast. So again, that's going to be coming up here near Brundage and up to around Okmulgee as this continues to move here off to the north and east. At least as of right now, that track has been fairly persistent coming up into that northeast direction. And so again, tornado precautions right now. If you're here between Wilson and Okmulgee and Brundage, if you live here in some of the rural areas here between those locations, take those tornado precautions right now. You just don't have time to wait here, especially if you're southwest here of Okmulgee. So again, interior room away from any outside walls and windows. You want as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Just adds more barriers for any flying debris that may be flying through the air, potentially could come into your home or wherever you might be at. That just adds a little bit more of a barrier, a little bit more of protection. Of course, the lowest floor possible. If you have a basement, even best. But lowest floor possible. If you've got a storm shelter, that's even better yet. And of course, I always say protect yourself as well before you take shelter. Make sure you're wearing shoes or boots, something to protect your feet, just in case you would happen to get come across any damage. And protect your head as well with a helmet. It could be any type of helmet: motorcycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, whatever you got, bicycle helmet. Protect your head as well. So if you got that, go ahead and do that. Again, that circulation still showing up here in our rotation detector. It's now north here of Wilson. We're probably looking at about 1 or 2 to 3 miles now north of Wilson is where that is at. Let's switch this back over here to storm relative velocity. And you can still see it here. Let me draw it on here for you. You can actually still see, here's our green inbounds right here. And there's our red outbounds right there. Shows up pretty well looking at storm relative velocity. And again, that's going to match up pretty good with our rotation detector. See how that matches up, lines up really good there. So that's where our rotation is at the moment. And that's going to continue to track up here. So those of you in Okmulgee right now, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. Nothing confirmed with this at the moment, at least. But we are seeing rotation potential for a tornado to develop. So definitely watching that closely as it continues to track off here to the north and northeast. I'm going to zoom back out here. I just want to take a glance at some of those storms that are out to our west. You can see the rotation detector here, where we were tracking that rotation with that Lincoln County storm being highlighted. So definitely need to keep an eye on that. Let's switch this back over here to reflectivity. And there you can see those storms here, intense thunderstorms. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning now for that here into parts of Creek County. Let me switch this over to velocity data, see what we're looking at. Still pretty broad rotation, but it is there. And again, right in here is where that rotation, now this is, that rotation looks like it's buried here in the rainfall. So if something would get going here, it looks like it's buried in the rain. Whereas with our Okmulgee County storm, this is a very small thunderstorm. It's not a very large thunderstorm, but you don't need a big storm to produce a tornado. That's for sure. If it's in a right environment, it can still rotate and produce a tornado. So that's what we've got here with this smaller storm here now in Okmulgee County. That is our first tornado warning of the day. Let's go back in here where we've got that rotation. By the way, let me go ahead and click on this for Creek County. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Creek County until 5:30. Damaging wind gusts, large hail going to be the primary concern with that as that tracks off to the north and to the east. So those of you here, Bristow, as you head back to around Depew as well, those are the areas that are under the threat there for that severe thunderstorm warning. But we still have to monitor that storm for the potential for a rotation that we've been seeing in there as well. But right now, currently not tornado warned. That is certainly some good news. Okay, let's take this off of there real quick, and let's go back in here to our Okmulgee County storm that right now, at least immediately in our coverage area, in our forecast area, is the most dangerous storm on dual Doppler at the moment. Probably getting some small hail now moving up here to the south side of Okmulgee. Let's switch this back over to velocity data, and let's go here to storm relative velocity. It looks like it's still holding on here. Maybe not quite as strong as it was earlier, but we still have that rotation holding on here. There's our green inbounds, and there's our red outbounds here from the radar site. The Tulsa radar is actually very near Inola. So that's the radar that we're using here to scan this storm. And again, that's tracking off here off to the north and to the east. We'll zoom back out here and do another quick storm track on this. Let's do that here real quick. Let me just pan this down. Whoops, I didn't want to grab that. Let's go back here real quick. Didn't mean to do that. So we'll back this up, and let's do a storm track on here with this. And if you don't mind dropping the banner just for a second so I can get this storm track on here, and then we'll pull that back up. There's our circulation down here just to the south and west of Okmulgee. It's tracking off here to the north and to the east, close to about 40 miles per hour or so. So Okmulgee, we're looking at 452. Preston, about 459. Bald Hill, about 508. Hectorville, about 514. Again, that circulation still tracking here off to the north and east. We have not seen the tornado warning extended farther here to the north as of yet. So that's certainly some good news there. But we just need to watch this here with that circulation just here now in southern portions here of Okmulgee County. Again, it's just off to the south and west of Okmulgee, tracking off to the north, maybe slightly more north of northeast. And so downstream here potentially could have that rotation working here to around Preston, Hectorville, maybe up into the Coweta, southeast side, Broken Arrow, Bixby area, if it continues to hold that current heading. Again, right now, if you were in Okmulgee, I would be taking those tornado precautions right now as we speak with that circulation just off to your south and west. Let's go ahead and zoom in just a little bit closer. Looks like we're losing part of that rotation on our rotation detector. Let me just, it's there, but it is fairly weak. Not nearly as strong as what it was earlier, so that is certainly some good news to see that come down just a bit. Let's go back here to storm relative velocity. And there's still a hint here of some rotation. Not seeing the greens as bright as they were, though, earlier, so that is some good news. Hopefully, we're seeing this maybe tone down just a little bit. Still look, I mean, it's a small storm, but you can still see that little appendage here. Definitely got a little hook on this smaller supercell that is now tracking right through Okmulgee County. So just got another scan as it pans off here a little bit more to the north. Let's go over to velocity data here. Definitely looks like that's come down just a bit, maybe just a hint here of some rotation. So still ongoing with this. Looking at the rotation detector, it has really dropped off compared to what it looked like earlier. So that's good news there to see this showing some signs of weakening. Hopefully this continues and the tornado warning can eventually be dropped. But I'd still, at least at the moment with the tornado warning ongoing here, remain in your tornado safe spots here in Okmulgee if that is where you are. So go ahead and continue to remain in your safe spots. In the meantime, let me zoom out just a bit here. Let's get it back to reflectivity. Let me just go all the way out, and we'll look at the big picture here. Again, there is our storm track. Let me remove that off of there real quick. So that's our lone tornado warning at the moment here over Okmulgee County. You can see we've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings here, basically from now Creek County back through Lincoln County as you head back here into Pottawatomie County, and also here back into parts of Cleveland County as you head all the way down into Garvin County as well. Seeing some of those severe storms, primarily wind and hail concern with those storms at the moment. And we got a couple smaller little showers, maybe some smaller storms trying to develop here into parts of the region. And looking here, even as you go into southern portions here of the Tulsa Metro, let me just zoom in just a little bit more. We're seeing a few cells trying to develop now as you head back down to around Bixby, even northern now Okmulgee County. You can see some of those cells developing, but there is our one little supercell, what I almost call maybe perhaps a mini supercell, which is a real thing, but that supercell is still holding on here. You can still see a little bit of a hook and a little bit of an appendage on the end of that supercell, and that's where, if we had a tornado with this thing, that is where it would be. And let's zoom in just a little bit closer. We're going to get another update here. There's the new scan right there from dual Doppler. And let's get a look here with storm relative velocity. Let's look at velocity at the moment. Definitely seeing this come down a bit from what it looked like earlier. That is certainly some good news. I'd still be taking those tornado precautions because this is so close to Okmulgee at the moment. Keep those tornado precautions ongoing, but at least what I'm looking at here with velocity, it does look like this has come down some. Let's take a look at rotation detector. Not really seeing much here at the moment with rotation detector. Getting some high blips out here. I think that's just some bad data right here. But certainly caught my attention when I switched it over, but I think that's just bad data. I don't think that is anything of any concern there off to the east. But where that rotation would be right in here. And remember last time when we checked out how well it lined up with where we had the green outbound or the green inbounds and the red outbounds, and then we hit rotation and everything lined up perfectly. Well, now we hit rotation and there's really nothing there at the moment. So hopefully we're seeing signs that this is continuing to weaken and fall apart. There's still a little hint here. I mean, it's weak, but it is still there when you look at storm relative velocity. I'm going to switch over to hail detector with this as well. Again, we're looking at a smaller supercell. Might be getting some at least small hail out of this storm coming into Okmulgee with the core of this storm. So maybe a half-inch hail. Looks like it just bumped up a little bit, possibly up to about an inch diameter hail, perhaps at the most. So just kind of keeping an eye on that as well. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning on there. This is only a tornado warned storm. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning to go with it, but might still be getting some small hail with this coming into Okmulgee. But storms are developing, Emma, and of course we've got our one tornado warning, but also keeping an eye on those storms out to the west.
Absolutely. We do have to be mindful of that severe thunderstorm warning just off to our west here in Tulsa, because that one already getting reports of about quarter-size hail. But what we're really monitoring is for that favorable environment for an increase in that rotation. So I am seeing that they went ahead and canceled the tornado warning for Okmulgee County. But we do have to be mindful, and they're going to continue to watch as this goes into a little bit more of a favorable environment if they go ahead and extend that or reissue that for other those severe thunderstorm warnings that we're monitoring very closely. I know we're getting a lot of those reports on the chat there, Michael.
Yeah, we certainly are. And of course, just kind of keeping an eye on this as well. We'll go ahead and stay with this for now. And again, just kind of watch these storms here out to the west. Again, there I got the hail detector up here, so let me go ahead and switch this back over to reflectivity so you're not confused to what you're looking at. But again, we've got our lone supercell. Here is the one that has prompted that tornado warning. And again, just kind of keeping an eye on that cell. That's the one that has now weakened. And as Emma said, thankfully, the tornado warning has been allowed to drop. And the good news with that is of course, now you don't have a tornado warning. But again, that track was going to continue to move up here, possibly into southeastern sides of the metro. So again, seeing that come down a bit is certainly some good news, but we still have to monitor that storm. And there are the severe storms that we've got out here to the west here in the parts of Creek County, Lincoln County. There we go. And that's kind of why I wanted to stay with us, because I was thinking that we might see that happen. So let's go. We went on, and Emma was just telling me tornado warning is coming now for Creek County. So let's zoom in here. Oh yeah, look at you can even see it here in the reflectivity. Now this is a larger supercell. There's our tornado warning. And I mentioned earlier we were seeing rotation with this here in the parts of Lincoln County that we'd have to really be mindful of. And now that has certainly prompted a tornado warning. There's the circulation right here. Let me switch this over to storm relative. And again, there's a circulation coming across here, the Lincoln County line and into Creek County. So a new tornado warning in effect here. Let me click on that. It looks like it's out until 5:30. So a new tornado warning now out until 5:30 this evening. Let's go ahead and remove that off of here real quick, and we'll do a quick storm track. If you have a chance, Emma. Northeast at 35. You knew exactly what I was going to ask. Let's go ahead and take a look at zoom out here, and we'll get this track on here. It looks like it's going to almost come up I-44 and Highway 66 here, so that's what we got to watch for. Let's go ahead and do a quick track on this at 35 miles per hour. Now this one has a little bit more of a northeasterly track, whereas the Okmulgee County storm was kind of more to the north and northeast. So watching this particular circulation, we've got again Depew here at about 5:05, Pulaski about 5:11, Bristow about 5:16, Milfay I should say about to 4:57. So that's even within the next few moments. So if you live anywhere here on I-44 all the way up through Bristow and even beyond, and very near I-44, I would be taking those tornado precautions right now with this particular storm that's now warned for a severe thunderstorm warning and now a tornado warning due to the rotation that we do have just off here coming across the Lincoln County and into Creek County here. That is that circulation, and that's going to continue to track off here to the north and east. What we will have to watch with this, if it would happen to hold together, is this could move into parts of the Tulsa metro with that northeast track. So we have to watch this storm very closely as well. And this is a larger supercell to go with it. And so let's switch this over here back to the reflectivity data. You can see the reflectivity here. There is your hook right here. There's the reflectivity. You can see the hook right there, the well-defined hook echo. So your inflow of the storm is coming right into here, and then your RFD swings around right there. There's the rotation. And if we click on the rotation detector, it's going to pop up right there. That's pretty well defined. So that is where the tornado would be. If we happen to get a tornado with this, certainly showing signs of rotation, that is a possibility. We don't have anything confirmed with this right now, but need to watch this as it continues to track off here to the north and to the east. So new tornado warning here for Creek County as this does track off to the north and to the east. So let's switch this back over here. Actually, I'm going to look at the hail detector real quick, just kind of get a look at the possible hail within this storm. And maybe some half-inch to inch diameter hail with some of the colors we're seeing here. So I'm not seeing anything too significant regarding the potential hail. But we are severe thunderstorm warned with this, for the potential for damaging hail and the potential for damaging winds as well. And of course, we've got the tornado warning on here too with the potential tornadoes. So let's go in tight here with where the circulation is. Let's go in and zoom in fairly tight right here into, it's still pretty much almost right on the line with Creek County and Lincoln County. So let's just pan here and go in a little bit tighter. Right near Milfay is where that circulation is at the moment. So again, tornado precautions here. It's just south now of Highway 66 and I-44, but if it continues that northeast track, it will eventually cross here. There's Depew and may work its way up here near I-44, Pulaski, up to around Bristow, perhaps Bellevue, perhaps around Hayburn, and just continue that northeast track pretty close to I-44 the way it looks right now, possibly eventually up into the Tulsa metro if this were to hold together. Just got another scan here. I just want to take a look at it real quick. Let's see what we've got. Again, there is our green and there's our red outbounds. The reds turn up a little bit better here when you look at storm relative velocity, but that circulation is right there. So let me draw it on here so you can see where this is at. So there's our outbounds going in this direction, and there's your inbounds coming in this direction. So that circulation is right near Milfay, and I would be taking those tornado precautions right now in Milfay. I'd be taking them in Depew, and I'd be taking them in Bristow. And if you live anywhere here along I-44, basically if you're in this red flashing box, that's where we've got a tornado warning that is in effect. If you live in this red flashing box here in the Creek County, I would be taking those tornado precautions right now. We've got circulation, potential tornado here, far south and western portions now of Creek County near Milfay, and that's going to track off to the north and northeast very near Depew, Bristow, and Bellevue. And eventually from there could potentially, if it holds together, work its way into Tulsa County as well. I'm going to zoom back out here. I do an update storm track with this just to bring that track off to the north and northeast. Again, 35 miles per hour the forward speed with this one. Let's go ahead and do a quick storm track here. We'll take this right from where that circulation is. Again, this is moving pretty much north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So again, we're looking at Depew here within the next few minutes. Take those tornado precautions. Pulaski at about 5:10, Bristow at about 5:15, Bellevue 5:21, Hayburn 5:29, Kellyville at about 5:34, Manford at about 5:46. Again, some of these communities currently not under a tornado warning, but you are in the path of a potential tornado warned storm here if this storm continues to track off to the north and to the east. So we possibly could see this tornado warning extended farther north and east. Let's get back here and take a look at this. Let me pan back. Let me move the track there real quick and get a look at this circulation. Let's go in a bit tighter. And let's go right in here to where that circulation potentially is. And there it is, still right near the Milfay area. So our greens are in this direction, our reds go in this direction. So the circulation's right about in here. Now I will say, let me switch this over to storm relative velocity. We're not seeing a lot of brights here around the circulation, so that's certainly some good news. That means that we're probably not dealing with extremely tight circulation, but tight enough that we are still seeing the potential for a tornado with this, but we're not seeing really bright reds and really bright greens lined up with each other, but we still have some good rotation with this that potentially could be dangerous with a potential tornado possibly forming. Nothing yet has been confirmed, so that's certainly some good news, but I would be in those tornado safe spots here from Depew, back over to around Pulaski and back over here, Pulaski and over to around Bristow as well. So again, that's going to continue to track off here to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. Switch this back over to velocity. I do want to zoom out just a bit. Let's go all the way out, just to monitor some of the other storms that we have in the region. There's our supercell, very small supercell that had the tornado warning with it earlier in Okmulgee County. That circulation has since weakened, but I do want to take a look at that one too. There's just a lot of storms going up. I don't want to forget a lot of these storms as some of these try to go up. So let's zoom in here a little bit more on this Okmulgee County storm. This is the one that was tornado warned earlier. And again, it's a much smaller storm. And there's still a little bit of an appendage with this. Looking at potential rotation, thankfully, not really seeing much here. So good to see that storm still struggling. Let's hope it continues to struggle. But just wanted to take a peek just in case that one was starting to maybe start to fire back up again. But it certainly has not done that. We go back out here into Creek County. Got rotation detector on here. Again, it's right in this area here, right basically near Highway 66. This is in the same vicinity here, tracking very close to Depew and near Milfay. So this is going to continue to track off here to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So that's our concern right now, is this particular storm here right into Creek County. Main circulation, let's switch back over to velocity. So there's our outbounds here, our green inbounds here. So when I say outbounds, that is air that's flowing away from the radar site, and inbounds flowing toward the radar site. And so you can basically see the circulation here. If air is flowing away here and flowing toward here, you know the circulation is right in here. So that's what we're looking at. So this is right near Milfay. Going to be tracking up here to Depew very shortly. So take those tornado precautions right now in Depew. Take those tornado precautions in Pulaski. Take those precautions in Bristow as well as Bellevue and over to around Hayburn. At the moment, as we continue to track here to the north and to the east, we are not under a tornado warning yet in Kellyville or Sapulpa or into parts of Tulsa County here, western side of the Tulsa Metro. But there's a chance if the storm holds together, we could see a tornado warning extended farther to the north and east. Meteorologist Emma Linderos is in as well, tracking these storms for us. Emma, what else do you got?
Well, I will say with these storms, especially the time frame right now, folks are heading home from work. You really have to be extra cautious on those roadways. I've been monitoring traffic conditions as well, because this is just heavy downpour. So not only are we dealing with the threat for all modes of severe weather possible, but also localized flooding. Some of these storms, especially the one that is currently tornado warned, has dropped about an inch of rain in just a very short period of time. So your overall time frame right now, we're seeing a lot of these storms clustered in. We were watching them popping off. Now they're starting to cluster together, continuing to be very strong. That first tornado warning that we're monitoring right now in Creek County, that is has so much rainfall within that as well. It is very much going to reduce that visibility. We want to have extra precaution. If you do normally take that route home near Bristow, if you're going to go over near Sapulpa, definitely hold back, or either just try to make those decisions before this really starts to move in. You really don't want to be out on those roadways as this system inches its way closer into our location. But here's just a good estimate of just some of those rainfall rates. We've been getting over almost an inch, a little bit, at least 1.3 inches of rain in some of these, and this is just in about an hour or two. So this is really just dumping so much of that rainfall. So localized flooding, some of those strong winds, and also we've been seeing about reports of quarter-size hail with that as well. But the main risk for us here is going to be the tornado risk, and so all of us here in Green Country, a reminder, we're all in that tornado watch. This is going to go until 10 p.m. So the storms that we're seeing right now is just the beginning. We do have that risk additionally tonight, but I do want to just give you that extra heads up. I know during this time frame is tough. A lot of folks travel to Oklahoma City or from Oklahoma City to Tulsa, so it's just a good reminder to be safe on those roadways. Michael.
I appreciate that, Emma, and great advice here, because that is tracking right along a highly traveled area of road here, I-44. As many of you know, I made that drive yesterday on the turnpike here through Creek County. So it is a highly traveled road, and especially at this time of day. And this circulation is very near Highway 66 and I-44. So let's zoom in just a little bit closer. Again, in Depew, I'd be taking those tornado precautions right now. Looks like the circulation is is now just off to your north and east of Milfay, but you're probably still getting some pretty strong winds here in Milfay. What often happens is around the backside of a potential tornado or a tornado, you get what you call your RFD, which wraps around the backside, and you can have some pretty strong winds with that. So you're probably still dealing with some pretty gusty winds here in Milfay, as the main circulation is now here off to your north, but you're likely dealing with some very gusty winds. And again, this circulation is very close here to I-44 and Highway 66, right near Depew. So let me go ahead and go in just a little bit closer, because I want to get pretty close to this here as best as possible with what we're looking at. And so there is the red outbounds, and here are the green inbounds. So our circulation is right here near Depew. Take those tornado precautions right now in Depew. And again, this is going to come right here through Highway 66 and I-44. May just continue this northeast track, pretty much almost following along here the turnpike. So even those of you here from Pulaski over to around Bristow, I would be taking those tornado precautions. Bellevue right now, you would be in the potential path of this. Take those tornado precautions at the moment, as well as Hayburn. So this is going to continue to track off to the north and to the east. We just got another update here, so I do want to look at this. Let's switch this over here to storm relative velocity. Thought I hit it. There it goes. So yeah, here's our circulation. It's very pronounced. It's right here, almost coming into Depew at the moment. So let me draw this back on here. There's our red outbounds here. We got our green inbounds right here. So our circulation, here is the turnpike. Here's Highway 66. This is Depew right here. So there's our circulation. This is the area that we are most concerned about with a potential tornado here in southwestern portions of Creek County, and it is tracking off to the north and east at about 35 miles per hour. So again, for tornado precautions, you want to be interior room, away from any outside walls and windows. You want as many barriers between you and the outside as possible. Just think of them like barriers. You know, if you have flying debris around, more walls for that debris to push through. So that's why you want as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Also here, lowest floor possible, and if you have a basement or a storm shelter, that's even better yet. If you don't have that, just take the first floor, interior room, maybe a closet or an interior bathroom, something small, a little more compact, just helps with the sturdiness of the structure and protect your head and protect your feet, because if you would happen to be in an area that gets damaged, there'll be broken glass, potential nails around from broken boards. You want to make sure if you're walking around after the fact that you have good shoes, good boots on to protect your feet. And as well as that, again, put a helmet on. It could be any type of helmet. Motorcycle helmet, baseball helmet, whatever you got, bicycle helmet, go ahead and do that as well. That circulation still here right near Depew. I'll be taking those tornado precautions right now in Depew. This is coming right down Highway 66. And pretty much near I-44. It might be just slightly south of I-44 at the moment, but it's very close. And a lot of times the radar will show where it's hitting the storm. So when you get down to surface level, it may not line up perfectly, so it's going to be somewhere in this area. So that is the concern that we have right now in this area near Depew, where we do have a strong circulation and a potential tornado. We have not had anything confirmed with this in Creek County. There was one report on Spotter Network of a confirmed tornado in Lincoln County, but that was one report, and still yet to verify that single report. But nothing confirmed yet with this in Creek County, but certainly a storm that we have to keep an eye on. And again, as this continues to track off to the north and to the east, this is going to be potentially a storm that could even impact parts of the Tulsa metro. So let me remove that line off of there real quick, and we'll zoom back out all the way. And I'm going to switch this over to reflectivity real quick. So there's our storm that we are concerned about. Getting a lot of thunder right now. Just outside the studio, I can hear it rumbling. So let's go into the Tulsa metro real quick. I don't want to make sure everybody's not scared with the storms firing up over Tulsa, but you can see here are the thunderstorms right now over Tulsa. Nothing severe with these, very loud. I can literally hear the thunder coming through the roof of the studio. But these are not severe, but we'll have to watch these as they continue to develop. These are going to track off to that northeast direction as well. But what I'm also concerned about here, potentially with this supercell to the south and to the west of the metro, is that we've got, again, a tornado-warned supercell. There's our hook right here near Depew. That is well defined. So there's basically the inflows coming in here. There's our inflow notch, and there's the hail core back here to the north, and then right in there is where the circulation is, right near Depew. So we're going to do a quick storm track on this. And let me zoom out just a little bit more to give me a little bit more room. It's been moving north and east at about to 35 miles per hour. Let me put the velocity data on here. Let's do storm relative real quick. There we go. And let's track this here off to the north and to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So again, the concern with this track is this also could come up into the Tulsa metro later on here as it continues that northeasterly track. So Bellevue basically coming in here in the next 15, 16 minutes or so. 5:26, Hayburn 5:23, Kellyville 5:44. Again, it's basically going to be tracking very near I-44 and Highway 66. So if you're on either side of those highways here, as this tracks off to the north and east, we need to watch this closely as that continues that northeasterly track. Sapulpa, again, a lot of these communities here not under the tornado warning at the moment, but we do have a dangerous storm here that is rotating, potential tornado just off to your south and west. So Sapulpa, 5:57, Keystone State Park, 5:58. We're looking at Keystone Dam at about 6 o'clock, Bowden at about 6:04, Fisher and Prattville 6:05, Shirk at about to 6:06. And again, just continuing downstream here, looking at this, potentially could see this tracking up into the Tulsa metro if it continues to hold this northeasterly heading. So that is the concern with this as it does track off into the north and to the east for the metro. And the immediate concern is right here around Depew. Let's get back in tight here. Let me take those times off and let's go in tight here. It looks like we got another update with dual Doppler, so I want to go in a little tighter with this. There is our rotation. It looks like it's probably near Depew, maybe just north of Depew at the moment. Let's kind of get a look at a few things here. So it looks like it might be a little north now of I-44. It looks like it may have come across a bit. So circulation now probably just north of Depew, but you're still probably getting some pretty strong winds wrapping around the south side of this near Depew. Switch it over to reflectivity, and again, kind of right in this general area. Go back over to rotation, and you're still seeing some areas of rotation here, fairly broad at the moment. But again, a concern right there. That shows up a little more defined here in storm relative velocity. You can see the red outbounds here. There are your inbounds right here. So that circulation is still here, very near Depew, and perhaps very near I-44 as well. You can see we've got views here of these storms as well from those out tracking the storm at the moment. So again, just kind of watching this closely here in Creek County near I-44. There's our circulation here just north of Depew. Let's go back over here to reflectivity. Again, you can still kind of see a bit of a hook here with this as well. I am going to zoom out just a bit more. I do want to just real quick here, just kind of scan what's going on elsewhere in our area because we do have other storms that are starting to develop. So we've got, again, storms here into areas here around Grove. We've got storms going up in the metro at the moment. And then we've got all these storms out here from Lincoln County back here into Pottawatomie County. And this is all tracking off to the north and east. So what you're seeing down here to our south and west is going to track up into northeast Oklahoma as we go here through the remainder of the evening. So let's go back in here. Let me go and zoom a little bit tighter here, a little quicker. Let's get back into the Tulsa metro real quick, and then we'll get back on our tornado warning storm. I just want to look at the storms going up here over the Tulsa metro. We've heard a few loud rumbles of thunder just outside the studio here as these storms have tracked off to the north and to the east. Maybe some small hail out of some of this here, tracking from Midtown into East Tulsa, but nothing of any concern with a tornado with that right now, so that's certainly some good news. You can see we've got the GRDA weather chaser out, and James Rogers is out at the moment, going to track these storms as they track into the metro. Now let's get back out here into Creek County where we do have our tornado warning. There is the supercell that is currently producing this tornado warning. We'll switch this back over to velocity. Still have that rotation right there. Let's go back over to storm relative velocity. It's still here. There's our red outbounds. There's our green inbounds. Again, it's tracking very close here to I-44. It looks like the main circulation is perhaps almost on it, or perhaps just north of it at the moment. But again, you have to be careful, because where the radar beam is hitting the storm, it's going to be hitting the storm up a little bit higher in the storm. So you're hitting at that level, not necessarily at ground level, so you just kind of have to give yourself a little wiggle room with where the potential tornado may be here. But the circulation showing up on radar is right here to the north and to the east of Depew, Pulaski as well, just off here to your west and northwest. So again, anywhere here along I-44, I would be taking those tornado precautions at the moment. It looks like we just got another update, and that circulation may have actually tightened up a little bit here. So we're looking, here's I-44, so that circulation is very close here to I-44 at the moment. This is Pulaski here. Here is Depew. This is Highway 66 right through here. And we're looking at that circulation basically coming up I-44, perhaps the main area of circulation just north of I-44 at the moment, but you can see the green inbounds we've got here and the red outbounds here, so our circulation is very well pronounced right through here and right through here. So there is our area of circulation that we are most concerned about. Again, there, just to kind of show you what we're looking at, here is Bristow. So that circulation now, we're looking at 1, 2, 2.5, let's see here, let me do that again. 2, 3, almost just a few miles here to the west of Bristow. We're not too far here west of Bristow with this circulation. So I'd say about perhaps, yeah, maybe 2 to 3 miles perhaps here, just west of the western side here of Bristow. So there is a circulation showing up here. If you are anywhere here along I-44, Bristow, be taking those tornado precautions right now. If you live in Bellevue here just north, take those tornado precautions right now. There's our circulation. It's right here, showing up very well here on the velocity data. That is a concerning signature with what we're seeing there. Let me just switch it over here to rotation. You see the rotation's even brightened up a bit. I am going to go to CC, that's correlation coefficient. Not seeing much here at the moment. What this is this actually is able to see potential debris that could be lofted up from a potential tornado. But right now I'm not seeing anything there of any concern that we have anything on the ground, at least at the moment. It looks like we just got another update in, so let's go back to velocity data here real quick. And it looks like the circulation has actually come a little bit north from where I've had it drawn on. So this might be kind of working a little bit more now to the north and northeast at the moment. So let me take that off of there and redraw this a bit. It looks like it might be going a little more to the northeast compared to the northeast that it was doing earlier, because now there's our outbounds here. And much brighter green inbounds coming around this way. So there's the circulation. Right now it is north of I-44, and so we're looking right here is west 201st Street. Here's west 221st Street. So basically between those two here, just to the north and to the west here of Bristow is where that circulation is. If you are here in Pulaski, though, you're kind of tucked behind the banner here. Let me get you pan a little farther here to the north. Let me remove the tracks here and pan a little farther here to the north. So again, this could be Bellevue right there, I should say. Again, this is going to be tracking northeast at 25, so we've got the latest update on the speed. Thank you, Emma, for that. So now we're moving at about 25 miles per hour with that. So let me zoom out just a little bit more, because I do want to do another storm track with this with the new updated speed and time. That is much more defined than what it was earlier. You can just see that the greens are much brighter here. We're seeing more reds here. That is a bit more well-defined compared to the way it looked earlier. It looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning as well for Pawnee County and Osage. We'll get a look at that in just a second. But let me do another quick storm track again, now only moving at about 25 miles per hour. And that leads me to believe that this could be organizing the fact that it's slowing down. So let's track this here off at about 25 miles per hour. A lot of times when storms get more rooted to the surface, they tend to slow up just a bit. So the fact that this storm is slowing up might be an indication that this might be strengthening. So mentioned it earlier, Bellevue, need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. Keystone State Park, 610. Again, some of these locations here are going to be outside the tornado warning, and just in case this is actually tracking a little more northeast, Manford's not showing up here in that track. I would be just be watching this closely in Manford. I'd be watching this closely here even around Lawrence Creek, just in case it tries to pivot back here to the left of its current track. So just be mindful of that. Right now, it looks like it probably will track somewhere within this track that I've drawn on here. But at the moment, the tornado warning does not extend farther north and west. But just looking at the circulation that I'm seeing here, if things don't change, I wouldn't be surprised if we see this tornado warning extended a little farther here to the north, possibly even including Tulsa County here, as that does track off to the north and to the east now at about 25 miles per hour. So watching this dangerous storm here in Creek County, and we've got other storms that we're keeping an eye on as well. Meteorologist Emma Landeros monitoring those storms. Emma?
Yes, so we do have a lot to talk about here, pretty much all across the areas. These storms are continuing to push into our location. I know the timing is very unfortunate. A lot of folks heading home from work right now. I'm already seeing on some cameras a little bit more of some slowdowns, especially as they run into some of these stronger storms, or some storms in general, not severe, still producing some heavy amount of rainfall. So that's something we're focusing on. We do have at least stronger still in those scans on that tornado warning. I don't see that getting canceled. That is still very strong. We're watching the winds here across the Tulsa Metro as well. So very close here along Bristow. So we're monitoring that along with other severe thunderstorm warnings. The first one right now, Osage County, that good storm right there along Cleveland, moving northeast over towards Hominy. That is also producing a lot of lightning, some hail as well. And we're just going to be monitoring with that threat for some tornado to develop with that. So we really just have to be monitoring with any of these storms that do ramp up and intensify. The main concern right now is going to be the tornado concerns. Earlier in the studio, we did get some good lightning strikes, and that system has moved further towards the north. That was non-severe, but it did produce quite a bit of some rain. It made those ominous clouds out there look pretty scary. Thankfully, that one was not severe. That's going over towards Mingo, near Catoosa, Verdigris. So as you are stepping out northeast, south, I mean, we do have a lot more storms inching their way into our location. And then once again, if you're just tuning in, I really want to focus also on that flooding, localized flooding. We're seeing some good rainfall rates in less than 3 hours as these storms have moved in, over an inch of rainfall. So that is another thing that we're going to be focusing on as well in some of those isolated spots. So do see a lot of that rainfall moving through over towards Grand Lake as well. See a lot of folks heading home right now on 169. So that's why I really want to give you extra precautions and that heads up. Hopefully you do have multiple ways of receiving warnings, because this system is going to be slowly inching its way into Tulsa County right now. I know a very populated area, but also interstate. That's the one thing I know that we really have to be focusing on. Michael?
Yeah, really watching this. The circulation continues to strengthen. I am becoming more concerned with just what we're seeing here with this circulation. We've got fairly tight circulation right now, still ongoing here over Creek County. It does look like now that the main circulation is north of I-44. So now we do have a confirmed tornado. There's the new outline. So we do now have a confirmed tornado with this in Creek County. It is tracking off to the north and to the east at about 25 miles per hour. So we've been seeing that circulation tighten up, and now we do have a confirmed tornado here in Creek County. This is very near Bellevue. So Bellevue, take your tornado precautions right now in Bellevue. This is a dangerous storm with a confirmed tornado with it, tracking off to the north and east at about 25 miles per hour. So I'm going to do another quick storm track here with the update on this. There's our circulation. Again, this is going to come very near Bellevue, and it's moving at about 25 miles per hour off to the north and to the east. Very likely Not there yet. Very likely we're going to see this tornado warning extended here into Creek County. Probably going to include parts of Tulsa County. Would not be surprised if it includes maybe even southern portions here of Osage as it continues to track off here to the north and to the east. But in the immediate concern, Bellevue, tornado precautions right now. Sapulpa, take those tornado precautions at the moment. You're kind of on the outer edges here of the southern cone, but I would just be extra cautious. Keystone State Park 608. We're looking at Keystone Dam 611, Bowden at about 615. Fisher 616, Prattville 616, Shirk at about 617, Oakhurst 619, Sand Springs about 621. So there is the immediate concern right here. That is a tight circulation here right near the Bellevue vicinity, and it looks like this is going to come very close to Bellevue. I would be taking those tornado precautions right now in Bellevue as this comes off to the north and to the east. So again, there is our main concern right here. Let me just zoom in just a little bit closer on this. Let's go in here because this is going to be very close here to Bellevue. There's our circulation, kind of this area right here. So we've got, again, pointing this out, there's our green inbounds. Again, this is very close now to Bellevue. My goodness, really close here to Bellevue. So right there's our circulation. It looks like it's at least here approaching now the west side of Bellevue. Would be in your tornado safe spot here as this continues to track off here to the north and to the east. At the moment, looks to be, here's Highway 66, so we're looking probably just to the west here of Highway 66 by a couple of miles here where it makes that curve back here to the south and to the west before it drops south into Bristow. So we're looking here in Creek County. Here's the turnpike right here. Hayburn's right here. This is Highway 66 right here. And again, there's where it makes that turn at Bellevue and turns to the south down into Bristow. Our circulation is right here, just off very near Bellevue. Take those tornado precautions right now if you are in this area here of Creek County. So it's going to track here off to the north and to the east. We're looking here. Highway 66 is right here. So this is probably going to come very close to Highway 66, maybe staying just north. It's going to be very close. It's going to come off to the north and to the east. It will likely track probably with this current heading, perhaps just north of Highway 66 and very near or north of I-44 with this current heading here off to the north and to the east. I am going to go back to a correlation coefficient. Let's just see if we have anything here. If I can pop that up real quick. Does look like right there we do have a little bit of a drop. Perhaps we are getting a little debris here lofted with this as it does track off to the north and to the east. There's our circulation, or rotation, I should say, much more prominent than what it was earlier when we were looking at this. Now we're going back to storm relative velocity. That is a tight circulation here right near Bellevue. That is showing up very well. Even if we just switch it over to velocity, you can see the red outbounds still showing up here and the green inbounds showing up right there. So that circulation is really showing up very tight. And again, confirmed tornado with this. This is coming right now into the Bellevue area. So again, this is going to continue to track here off to the north and to the east. Moving now at about 25 miles per hour, so it has slowed up just a bit. Okay, Emma just said now the tornado warning has been extended into Tulsa County. I'm going to zoom out just to get a look at that real quick. Let me remove that circulation. But right now, tornado precautions here in Bellevue. And if you live here very near Highway 66 north of Bristow, I would be taking those tornado precautions here, Hayburn, and I'd be watching this closely in Kellyville. So let's zoom out just a bit more. We just had the new tornado warning issued. Confirmed, let's see, it hasn't popped up. They're going to expand it, so it hasn't popped in yet, but we got word here that the National Weather Service is going to expand this tornado warning up into Tulsa County. Will likely pop in here in just a moment, but there's the circulation right there. That is showing up very well here. Again, that is right near Bellevue at the moment. Let's switch this back over to reflectivity. And might be, there's a lot of rain wrapped around here as well, so it might be tough to see with the rain there, but there's our storm. There's the new tornado warning that does now include Tulsa County. So let me go ahead and click on that real quick. So now that tornado warning does include Tulsa County until 6 30 for that confirmed tornado now in Creek County that's tracking just north of Highway 66 and just north of I-44. So again, it's going to continue that northeasterly track, and as I've expected would be the case, is that that storm is tracking up here with a potential tornado and now confirmed tornado, that we would see that new warning extended here and to include parts of Tulsa County. So I am going to do another quick storm track while we've got it here. And let me go ahead and remove the box here with this real quick. And let's do another quick storm track. Let's go back here to rotation. We'll take it right from that bright area of rotation that is showing up extremely bright. Let's track that here off to the north and to the east. So there's our circulation. Moving off to the north into the east at about 25 miles per hour. So it has slowed up just a little bit. This could come very close here, even close to downtown Tulsa if this continues this current heading. So we've got Sapulpa at about 609. Bowden about 616, Fisher 617, Prattville 617, Shirk 618, Oakhurst about 620, Sand Springs now about 622, Berry Hill 622, Gray 623, Oak Ridge at about 623. Again, tornado precautions right now. Confirmed tornado here, Creek County, moving off to the north and to the east at about 25 miles per hour. Let's switch this back over to velocity data. And wow, that circulation really pronounced here. It is really pronounced. Just got the update here. I'm going to zoom in on this. Again, it's just north here of Highway 66. It looks like it's actually kind of curved even a little farther north than what it was earlier here near Bellevue. Might be occluding, and that sometimes happens with these as they, when I say they occlude, they just kind of wrap around themselves and then they eventually start to rope out. And sometimes when that happens, they can curls themselves back to the north as that happens. So again, just something that we are watching here, but there's the circulation. That is really tight, really pronounced here. About a mile to 2 miles north here of Bellevue is where that circulation is the tightest at the moment. I know we've got James Rogers, one of our storm chasers, is out. James, what have you got for us right now?
Yeah, Michael, have just now got in on the Highway 66. I'm paralleling the turnpike right now. I'm looking back to the west. I can't see a whole lot. I'm still a little ways off, but there's a lot of lightning in this, and I can hear the sirens going off here in Sapulpa.
I appreciate that, James. There's his view right there. You can see the flashing lightning from his vantage point, again, as that storm is approaching here now from the south and west, and potentially we could have a tornado moving here into the Tulsa metro if this were to hold together. So we've got to watch this real close. And again, the immediate concern right now with where that rotation is just north of Bellevue by about a mile to 2 miles. But there's James with his image around Highway 66 and I-44. So we've got our trackers out, keeping an eye on this as it continues to move up toward the metro. So appreciate that, James, and be safe as you're out there tracking the storms for us. Let's go back here. You can see the lightning flashing there from his vantage point. Let's go back here to our view here and take you into where that rotation is. It's right here, again, north of Bellevue at the moment. And let's just go ahead and pull up rotation detector right there. That shows up very well. I am going to click on correlation coefficient, and not as much of a drop as what we had earlier, but a little bit of a drop here right around that circulation. Going back to velocity data, let's zoom in just a bit closer here. And again, and then we'll get another storm track on this as well, as this does track off to the north and to the east. So there's our circulation here. Again, we are looking north here of Bellevue. So here's Highway 66, and if you've driven this, if you drive this a lot, you know where Highway 66 kind of curves here off to the south and west and then drops south here into Bristow. So we're looking north of there by about 1, 2, 3 miles or so, and that is where we've got the circulation here. There's our red outbounds showing up very well, and our green inbounds in this direction. So our circulation is right here. We're looking at, again, 2 to 3 miles here north of Bellevue and north of where Highway 66 curves south into Bristow. So we're in southwestern portions here of Creek County. That is the area of concern at the moment. And boy, just got another scan here. It looks like it might have actually strengthened from the scan we just had. Notice how the reds are brighter and the greens are brighter. Let me redraw that on here real quick. So again, there's our reds here now. Again, you can see it's just moved a little bit from where we had it the last scan, and there's our greens. So right in here is where we've got that circulation, extremely tight circulation, confirmed tornado in parts of Creek County here. Again, north of Bellevue at the moment by about, now it's probably closer to about 3 or 4 miles north. So it's kind of jogged a little bit more to the north and east from where we had it at last scan. I am going to remove that circulation. I do want to do another storm track here as this does track off to the north and to the east. Likely, again, just a dangerous storm here. Not likely, it is a dangerous storm right here in Creek County. There, that circulation just is so well pronounced. Let's track this here off to the north and east. 30 miles per hour now with the latest update. So we're going to track this here off to the north and to the east at about 30 miles per hour. And again, we're looking at Bowden at about 608, Fisher 608, Prattville we're looking at about 608, Shark 609, Oakhurst 611, Sand Springs 612, Berry Hill 612, Gray 613, Lake 614, Oak Ridge at about 614. And again, with that northeasterly track, that could bring it up into close even to downtown Tulsa if it were to hold this northeast track and things continue to hold together. So again, watching this close as it does track off to the north and to the east. Dangerous storm here, confirmed tornado in Creek County. So if you are in the path of this, that does include those of you in Tulsa County and Creek County under that tornado warning. I would be taking those tornado precautions right now. Again, you want to be in an interior room away from any outside walls and windows. Put as many barriers between you and the outside as possible. Lowest floor possible in the smallest interior room that you've got, and also protect yourself before you take shelter. Make sure you take a helmet with you. It could be any kind of helmet that you want, football helmet, whatever you got. Put that helmet on to protect your head, and also make sure you put on a good pair of shoes or boots just in case you are in an area that would happen to have any damage and you have a lot of broken glass, potential nails, things that can cut you. You want to make sure your feet are protected for after the fact in case there is any damage. So that is an important thing to remember as well. This circulation here is still very well pronounced here over Creek County as this tracks off to the north and to the east. You can see James Rogers' view, and you can see the view from our ORU camera looking back toward that storm in Creek County there on the left side of your screen. So I'm going to remove that track. Let's get back into that. Actually, let me real quick, we're going to zoom out. I just want to take a look at what else is going on here across the area because I don't want to miss perhaps any other warnings that we might be dealing with. And right now, so far, so good. We do have that one severe thunderstorm warning here in Osage County for potential for damaging wind and hail, but that is not tornado warned at the moment. Certainly a storm that we will continue to monitor as we continue to watch those storms track off to the north and east. Now let's go back here into Creek County because that is by far the most dangerous storm that we've got in our vicinity at the moment, and a confirmed tornado with this as it continues to track off to the north and to the east. You can see it's a tough to look, but you can look at the supercell. Here's the circulation right here, and you can actually see each one of these little appendages. Those are actually inflow bands that the radar is picking up here. That's air that's flowing into this. That actually shows up really well. Let's go ahead and put this back into velocity. There's the circulation here. Let's go in just a little bit tighter to get an update of where this is at. Looks like it's now approaching Highway 33 here, and it continues to track a little bit more to the north. So we're now north here of I-44. The circulation is right here. So there's where that tornado would be. coming right now across Highway 33. So let's pan here. Let me go ahead and scroll that over real quick. So we've got Sapulpa here. There's where James Rogers is, and that circulation is basically now almost west of Sapulpa, maybe slightly south of west, just north or just south here of Highway 33, tracking off to the north and to the east. So that circulation now is about ready to cross here, Highway 33, west of where Highway 33 comes across I-44. So we're looking west here by several miles, but it's going to come right across Highway 33. Lots of storms out there. We've got that dangerous storm here that we're tracking with a tornado in Creek County. Meteorologist Emma Landeros also tracking those additional storms. What else have you got for us, Emma?
Well, we are also watching on our cameras here because this storm system inching its way closer into our location. So we're seeing that dark, ominous cloud starting to move in. I've got some pretty good lightning show here with this system in particular. This is a look on our Brookside camera, but even as we go into our ORU camera, you can still see these dark clouds getting ready to move into our location. That is going to drastically reduce that visibility. So we're still monitoring that strong tornado warning that we've been seeing. We've been getting still very confirmed, and we are continuing to watch that inch its way into our location here. But zooming in just a little bit, do want to indicate, I mean, I know we are getting ready to see some of that moving in. I know we're getting those reports along Bristow area. And then this is continuing to move further towards the north and east at about 30 miles per hour like we've been talking about. So heavy amount of rainfall with that. And even as we go into velocity, I mean, we're still seeing that right there along Highway 33. That is going to be to the northwest of Kellyville. So if you are along the Turner Turnpike on I-44, just be mindful of that as that's still continuing to move further towards the north of those locations. So still confirmed that tornado at least passed north of Bristow, according to the National Weather Service. That's something I'm continuing to monitor as we've just continued to see so many changes with not only this system, and then we're still keeping watch on other locations who are still under that severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be over into Osage County. So this one's going to go until 6 o'clock. With that in particular, we're not seeing a whole lot of circulation, but definitely going to be mindful of the hail and the wind potential. Along with that, we do have that excessive rainfall outlook issued for today. So with these storms, we've been talking about it, over an inch of rainfall just dumped with some of these. So really have to be mindful of that localized flooding. We still have other severe thunderstorm warnings along Chandler, just to the south of Shawnee. This does look to continue to push further towards the north and east. And then over along Oologah, we still have a non-severe storm, but definitely bringing in some of those lightning strikes and also some heavy rainfall. So just going to focus a little bit more here on velocity with those latest scans for us here along these locations here just to the north of and northwest of Kellyville. A lot of lightning strikes with this system in particular, and that's another thing that we're watching. And with the latest on the National Weather Service check, Creek County, we seem to have gotten past the peak environment. So that is at least a good news here, but still, as it's going into Tulsa County, it will really still have to keep that threat there just to be extra cautious as this continues to move. So they're probably going to hold on to this a little while longer, especially with the conditions that we're in right now. So that is another thing to keep in mind as it moves its way into our location.
Yeah, the circulation is still very pronounced here, just now to the north of Highway 33, and we saw it cross there, Highway 33, as Emma was showing us what was going on with that storm. And again, a dangerous area here with a confirmed tornado still here in Creek County, and it is tracking off to the north and to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So just kind of give you an idea of where we are here. Let me zoom out just a bit. So we've got Sapulpa here, here's Bowden here, here's Kellyville here. There's our circulation right here. Now, I will say it's not as tight of a circulation. We're not getting those greens and reds right connected to each other, but it is still well pronounced here. We got our red outbounds here, our green outbounds here, so that circulation is still here, very near maybe now passing just north of Highway 33. So we're looking at several miles here out to the west of where Highway 33 crosses over the turnpike. So again, let's go ahead and do a quick update here with that storm track. Let me zoom out just a little bit more and get that storm track on here so we can get a look at what that does look like here with an updated timing. So let's go ahead and track that here off to the north and to the east. It does look like it's taking a little bit more of that northeasterly track. So again, this could come very close here to Sand Springs and perhaps even downtown. Yep, you can actually hear them here at Brookside. The sirens are starting to sound even here at Brookside. So let's go ahead and track this circulation. Again, kind of keeping that northeasterly heading with this. It's been moving at about 30 miles per hour. I may have to give myself just a little bit more room. Let me zoom out just a bit and pan here that to the south and give myself a little bit more room to get that on here to get more accurate times for you. Let's go ahead and pick that up. Right there's the circulation. We're going to track that off to the north and to the east. About 30 miles per hour. So there we go. So Fisher 607. We're looking at Prattville 607, Shirk 608, Sand Springs 611, Berry Hill 612, Gray 613, as well as Lake, Red Fork 616. West Tulsa at about 621 and Brookside at about 622 if it were to hold together, possibly working up here into the Tulsa area. But right now the immediate concern is out here in Creek County. James Rogers is on this storm. He's here on looks like Highway 33 or perhaps the 66 here. James, where are you exactly? I've got your GPS tracker, but I'm zoomed out enough. I can't see exactly where you are. What are you seeing right now, James?
Yeah, I'm on Highway 66. I'm getting ready to come up to the Kiefer, not Kiefer, but the exit, the last exit there going into Sepulpa that crosses over to Highway 33. And I can't really see a whole lot right now behind the hill. I'm going to be up there probably in about 3 or 4 minutes. I could see a lowering, definite lowering to the west here, but that's all I could see right now.
I appreciate that. We got your shot here clear. Lots of lightning. We can see coming across your camera there some of the cloud-to-ground lightning strikes associated with this storm as it gets a bit closer. And with that intense lightning, it certainly gives you the idea that this storm is maintaining intensity as it tracks off to the north and to the east. And so you're looking at James' shot here, James Rogers, as he continues to monitor this storm here in Creek County that is currently tornado warned. And he is working his way to that location here as we speak. Let's go ahead back here to Velocity. James, thank you. We'll get back to you here in a second as you continue to get a bit closer to the storm. I want to get an updated look here at the velocity data with this. Again, this circulation is now passed off just to the north of Highway 33. We're looking here to the west of Sepulpa. So there's the circulation right here. Still fairly well pronounced as it continues that northeasterly track. So right there it is. It's right here. And so there's James here. There he is working his way out of Sepulpa at the moment on Highway 66, and he's going to get very close to this here as it comes across. He works his way toward Highway 33. And again, this is continuing to track off here to the north and to the east, and it is approaching here now western portions of Tulsa County. So we're getting closer here to seeing this now approaching western portions of Tulsa County. New tornado warning. It looks like an updated tornado warning, perhaps dropped the confirmed part of this. Let's see, maybe not. It looks like it's still there. So that might have been an older warning there that popped in there. So scratch what I just said. It looks like we still have confirmed here highlighted. So again, right here is that circulation. It's very well pronounced. I'm going to get a little bit closer here again so we can get a look at this. Let's go in tight here. The circulation is just north of Highway 33. So there's our circulation. Here's Highway 33 right here. Here's where James is on Highway 66, and he's going to work his way here very close to this as that continues to track off to the north. So there's the update here, still tracking off to the north and to the east. I am going to draw the circulation on here just to give you a better idea what we're looking at. There's our red outbounds going in this direction. Here's our green inbounds right here, and there's our circulation. So right there it's easy to detect. Here's Highway 33, so we're looking a few miles here north now of Highway 33. And just to give you an idea, this is tracking off to the north and east. Here is the Tulsa County line right here. So if it continues this northeast track, which in so far has pretty much held that heading, we're going to see this track very close here to Prattville, Berry Hill, and Shirk, possibly over to around Sand Springs if this circulation continues. So there it is right here. And again, we're looking just a few miles here, or a little bit more than a few, off to the south and to the east here of, or out south and west, I should say, of Sand Springs and Prattville. So again, if you are in Prattville, you are in Sand Springs, you're in Berry Hill, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now, as the circulation is sitting right here in Creek County, and it is going to likely come across the into the Tulsa County area here, western Tulsa County, possibly work up here toward Prattville and Berry Hill, as well as Sand Springs. So we've got to watch this closely. Of course, that tornado warning does include those of you here from Lotsey to Keystone State Park, and also includes those of you here south from Bowden to Oak Ridge to Tulsa Hills, almost to Tulsa Hills as well, not quite to Tulsa Hills. So again, I would just be anywhere in this zone. You've got a rotating circulation that has a history of producing tornadoes and still a confirmed tornado warning with this. And there is the circulation still here to the south and to the west. So that's the area that we're watching here, south and west here of Prattville. So the circulation still showing up here with this. Let's go ahead and remove that real quick. So there's our red outbounds, and here's our green inbounds. So our circulation is still right here. Let's switch this over to rotation data, and there it is. I mean, that just shows up so well here with our rotation data, where that circulation is and the tornado is with this as it tracks off to the north and to the east. So right now, the immediate concern with this here to the south and west will be northern kind of north and northern portions here of Creek County, and eventually crossing over here into western portions here of Tulsa County if it continues that northeast heading. And again, it could vary. It could turn to the right. It could maybe even turn off to the left. So anybody that's in this shaded pink zone where we do have that confirmed tornado warning, be in your tornado safe spot right now. Take those tornado precautions, at least the way it's tracking at the moment. I would say it looks like it's going to be tracking up here toward the Prattville area, maybe Sand Springs area, if it continues to hold together like it is. So we're looking still here well off to your south and west, but it continues to inch closer with this northeasterly track. So that is the area of concern here where the tornado is, tracking off to the north and to the east. Let me zoom out just a bit more. We'll do another quick storm track on this, just to kind of update some of the times for you. Let me actually straighten that out just a little bit, and let's pan here back to the or zoom out, I should say, and then we'll track this off to the north and to the east. So let's do that real quick here. Track this from where that circulation is off to the north and to the east. And again, moving now closer to 30 miles per hour. I'm going to have to give myself just a little bit more room to do this. And so let me just pan that out a little bit more to give myself more space to get this on here. So there's James Rogers' picture right here of what looks like the base of that storm. Wow, that is well-defined right there. So what we're looking at from James' shot here, that is your wall cloud and the base of the storm right there. That is a well-defined wall cloud. If we could get James on the air with this, that would be... Okay, James, we've got your shot here. We can see the wall cloud. I can see even the structure to the base of this supercell. What have you got for us?
Yeah, obviously you can see what I'm looking at. It's really good structure here. There's, I don't see anything going to the ground yet. It looks like there's some pretty good rotation there also.
Yeah, that is very well defined. Keep that shot you've got there, James, for us. That is a great looking shot. If those in the back want to let me step in front of what we're looking at here. I can point out a few things. I know exactly what I'm looking at. We've got the wall cloud there. If we can get James' shot up, I'll show you what we're looking at here. So here's the wall cloud. Here is the wall cloud right here. So that's the lowering. If a tornado forms, it's going to come right out of here. So this is the base here of the supercell. This whole base is rotating right here, and we're watching underneath this. So what's happening is where James is at. If you look close, maybe you can see some of this grass that's kind of flowing here in the wind. So where James is at, he's in the inflow region of this storm. The air is being literally sucked into the base of this storm, and then it rotates around and then up. So the inflow's coming in here. If we get a tornado, it will likely form somewhere in this area. James is in a great spot here to view this. Right now, it does not look like we have anything, at least a condensed funnel to the ground. Doesn't mean that we don't have maybe something going on down here at ground level, but we don't have any, we don't have a condensation funnel here at the moment. So watching this closely, but that is a well-defined wall cloud, and even with the base of the storm, you can see some of the striations here. That tells us that we're dealing with a very organized supercell with this. And so what happens here with the wall cloud, you get the rain-cooled air. All the hail, the rain is kind of falling off here to the right of your screen, and it starts to ingest maybe slightly cooler air. So the condensation level comes down a little bit. So that's why you get this little lowering off the main base of the storm, which is up here. You get this little lowering just below it. That is your wall cloud. So that's a wall cloud. Wall clouds aren't necessarily very big. It's just that very little bit, a little bit of a lowering right there. And again, the inflow is getting pulled in. So if anything formed, it's going to be right in this area right here. And I appreciate James for getting that shot. That is a well-defined wall cloud. You can even see here, notice this little arc that's clearing out here. That's your RFD. So that's the air that kind of flows around the backside of this. That's downward moving air. And you can see that's an RFD cut right there. Very textbook base here of a supercell. So James, great stuff. Can you still hear me, James? Doesn't look like James can hear me, but again, that's all right. We've got, again, a great shot here of this supercell that is tornado warned right now in Creek County. So that is the view of it. Lots of lightning now in and around the base. If we go back to dual Doppler, okay, James, I'm going to do a quick update here with the track of this, and then we'll get back to you. I know you can hear me, but here's a look at that velocity data here real quick. Let's go ahead and pull up the velocity data. There's the circulation there. James is actually several miles away, but we've got a clear view of where that's at. If you can get to, there we go, get me back up there real quick. And again, let's do a quick storm track of this off to the north and to the east. So there's the circulation, and let's go ahead and get that storm track on here. Let's go ahead and do that real quick here. Moving at about 30 miles per hour here. And again, let's get updated times here with where that circulation is. We've got Fisher 608, Prattville 608. We're looking at Shirk 609, Sand Springs 612, Berry Hill 613, Gray 614, Lake 614, West Tulsa at about 622, Gilcrease Museum about 623, and Tulsa Country Club at about 624. So just monitoring this very closely as that circulation now is getting much closer now to the Tulsa County line, and it continues to track off to the north and to the east. And you can see right there from James' vantage point, we've got a textbook wall cloud, and you can see the base of the supercell. And thankfully, it doesn't look like we would have anything on the ground right now. Now, there is a chance, I keep almost wanting to walk across the screen there. There is a chance there could be something buried back behind that rain as well. So that's another thing that could be with this. That circulation is still fairly prominent here. So there is still a chance that there could be something tucked back behind that rain that you see there on the left side. The wall cloud kind of extends off to the from right to left. And then you hit where the rain and precipitation is falling, maybe some hail in there as well. Something could be wrapped in that precipitation, so that is certainly a possibility too as we look at this. So I don't want to say that we don't have anything on the ground, but we are still dealing with a very tight circulation with this as it tracks off to the north and to the east. And again, that track here is off to the north and to the east. It's going to come here. It's about ready to cross over into western Tulsa County. Might clip here southeastern portions of Osage. If it continues that current heading, again, we got to still be careful here. Even downtown Tulsa, we got to watch this. If it holds together, even up to around Owasso, Sperry, those are areas that we also have to really monitor this as it tracks off to the north and to the east. Real quick, I know we've got that immediate threat there. I do want to just zoom out real quick and just kind of analyze, just get a quick look at some of the other storms that we do have in the area, because I don't want to leave anything out in case we get something else ongoing. Obviously, we're very focused here on this particular storm because that is the most dangerous storm we've got right now in the area with a tornado warning. But we do have additional severe thunderstorm warnings here in the parts of Osage, as well as across the state line here into Montgomery County, Kansas, and also still severe thunderstorm warning here in Creek County. The immediate concern, though, is with the tornado warning ongoing right now in Creek County and Tulsa County. So that's kind of the overview of what we've got at the moment. Let's get back in here to our tornado warned storms. So let me zoom back in here real quick, and let's go ahead and do that. Let me thank you for going full screen there, because I was having a tough time looking at what I was trying to do. Let's go ahead and zoom back in. So there's our hook right here. That is right there. That is very well defined. So you can see here's our supercell right here. There's the inflow coming in here. There's the hook right there. So it is possible. Actually, it's possible that maybe that circulation could be, that potential tornado could be slightly buried here in some of the rain. But again, just kind of watching this very closely, as that now is getting very close now to coming across here the Creek and Tulsa County line here. So right here's the Tulsa County line and Creek County line. There's our circulation right there, getting very close now to coming across. And again, we're looking just southwest here of Sand Springs, back down to around the Prattville area is where we've got, again, the biggest concern where this could track up into your direction here. Sand Springs, Prattville, even got to watch here Lotsie over to around Berry Hill as well. But a lot of thunderstorms across the region, especially right now, north and western portions of the area. Now moving into western portions of the Tulsa Metro. Meteorologist Emma Landeros keeping an eye on things as well. Emma, what have you got for us?
Well, I mean, we are still hearing those tornado sirens going off. Hopefully you are taking those tornado precautions. I mean, currently right now, still confirmed tornado warning. This has been going on for quite some time. We had quite a bit of reports all the way from Bristow as it's continued to track further towards the northeast. So this is inching its way closer, especially that area of circulation that we're watching, inching its way closer to Sand Springs. So that's another area we're going to be monitoring. So much lightning strikes. We were seeing that not only on radar, but also on some of our cameras. So I've been monitoring that very closely. We're seeing those dark clouds on our tower cam as well. So with that being said, I mean, it is looking very rough out there, especially if we're about to head out. I would definitely wait. I would not want to be out on those roadways as this storm is starting to inch its way into Tulsa right now, bringing heavy amounts of rain. What you're seeing indicated there in that red. We're also monitoring for some hail associated with this and some of those strong winds, but we're still seeing that supercell right there just to the south. Not done just yet. Bristow just had that tornado warning, now have a severe thunderstorm warning associated with that. So we do have to be mindful of that, and just to the south. So we do have a couple more just to the north, another storm over into Bartlesville. This is not a severe thunderstorm warning, but it is still capable of being strong to severe. So we also have to watch for that, at least in terms of flooding. So this is going to be in the past 3 hours. Just you could see an inch and a half in some of these locations, just getting rid of some of these warnings to make it easier. We do have to be mindful of those localized flooding. This particular storm is just dropping so much rainfall. Along with that, we've been getting some reports of at least quarter-size hail, and the main concern right now is going to be that tornado warning that they have in place. So looking at the latest chat, from what I'm seeing, there is, at least according to the National Weather Service, reports suggest that there is no longer a tornado, at least on the ground. But as it continues to approach the west arm of Tulsa County, We're just going to continue to monitor this as it could continue to reorganize. So we can't let our guard down just yet as this continues to push further towards the northeast. Right now, still going on at least 30 miles per hour. Michael?
Yeah, still, again, a dangerous area of circulation that we're tracking here. And just saw the green inbounds here uptick just a little bit. So hopefully we're not seeing this strengthen, but definitely monitor that. I know we still have James Rogers out on this storm. See if we can get back out to James real quick. James, can you hear me? It looks like we may have lost James, unfortunately. He's probably in a process of repositioning here. But there is, again, what we've got here with this storm at the moment. This is an area of concern. So let me draw the circulation back on here just so you have an idea of what we're looking at, because it might be confusing if you're not familiar with looking at velocity data on Doppler radar. So there's our green inbound right here that I'm just drawing on. Here's our red outbounds. So what we're looking at is air flowing away, outbound from the radar site, air flowing in. Green inbounds here to the radar site. When you get those two close together and the radar is back here off to the east near Inola, that's where we've got circulation. That is very well pronounced circulation here now in western portions of Tulsa County. This is tracking off to the north and to the east. Prattville, Sand Springs, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. This is, we've got James Rogers out. James, you had a great view there of the wall cloud a moment ago. And where are you right now? And what are you seeing with this storm?
Well, yeah, it's obviously run away from me to the north, and I've got back on the turnpike. I'm going to try to get back around on the west side of Tulsa and catch up to it again. I've completely lost any visibility right now because of the rain that's wrapped around it.
I appreciate that, James, and be safe as you work your way back to the north and track this storm. I also have got word that we do have potential video of the tornado as well. Let's see if we can pull that video up. Do we know where the video came from? Looks like it came from KOCO in Oklahoma City. Again, let's go ahead back real quick here to velocity data. This might be strengthening just a bit. So here we are with velocity data. And again, let's go ahead and let's keep it with dual Doppler at the moment. I know we've got the video, but I think this is starting to strengthen, and it's in right now a little bit more concerning for me than what it looked like before. I think we are seeing this strengthen here south of Lotsie. So let me go ahead and remove that. I'm going to draw this back on here. Notice these reds, they're very bright, and these greens down here are very bright, and they're closer. They're tighter together, so that's making me believe that this circulation possibly might be strengthening again as this tracks off to the north and to the east. So right now we're looking here south of Lotsie. We're looking here to the west of Prattville. So we're looking 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 4 or 5 miles here west of Prattville, maybe a couple miles here south of Lotsie. New tornado warning now coming out. That's going to extend here into Osage. Let me go ahead and remove the warning here real quick box that just popped in there. And let me actually zoom out. And because I want to, let me pan that back down just a little bit. Let's zoom out just a little bit here and see where that tornado warning goes. So that tornado warning now, again, we've seen that circulation maybe trying to tighten up just a little bit. Maybe go and remove that real quick and pan this back here to the north and to the east. So that circulation's down here, western portions of Tulsa County. Mentioned earlier, we might see that possibly cross over here into southeast Osage. It looks like that is what it's going to do, and then work its way back into Tulsa County here, possibly to around Turley and Sperry. But we have to be mindful as this does track off to the north and to the east that it could still turn one way or the other as well. Sometimes when these supercells strengthen, they will make a right turn, and then as tornadoes weaken and occlude, they sometimes tend to make a left turn. So you just kind of have to keep both options at play. So far, it's been keeping a very steady heading here off to the north and to the east. But I do think we're seeing this circulation strengthen here just to the west now of Prattville, getting a little bit more concerned with how bright some of those greens and reds are looking. Let me switch this over to rotation data. And you can see right there, we've got that area there with rotation showing up prominently here into western portions here of Tulsa County. Let me actually, before we zoom back in, while I'm out, let me go ahead and get another storm track with this. Do we have an updated speed? northeast at 20. So it has slowed down. I appreciate Emma with that. So it has slowed down. And I mentioned earlier, sometimes when these storms really start to get rooted in with the surface air, because it's pulling in a lot of air, that warm, humid air, which we have felt all day. That's the fuel for these storms. As they really start to pull that in, they can kind of root themselves into that surface layer, and they tend to slow up just a little bit. So that might be another sign that it potentially could be strengthening as it tracks off to the north and to the east. I'm going to take this here from our bright area of rotation that's showing up here with our rotation tracker. And again, slowing up here now to about 20 miles per hour. We're looking at Fisher here in about another 5 minutes or so, 6:11. Sand Springs, we're looking at 6:17. Gilcrease Museum, 6:33. Turley at about 6:46. Sperry, 6:52. Skytook at about 6:52 as well. So again, watching this here move off to the north and to the east with this as it continues to track off here now into western Tulsa County, but again, it's going to cross over here into southeastern portions of Osage. Let me get back in here tight because this thing's now getting very close here to Highway 51 and just west of Sand Springs. So let me go in a little closer here. Again, watching this circulation, getting closer now to the Arkansas River as well. Let me go back over to velocity data. Very tight velocity here. If we have any of our cameras that can look west here towards Sand Springs, see what kind of view we've got. I'd definitely like to see what we've got here potentially with this here. Let's switch it over to see what we've got with our cameras here. Switch this over. Doesn't look like we're getting anything here. There's a shot here from Tower Cam. Let me go back here real quick. And if you could pull me back full screen to so I can get off of this real quick. Let me get back here to bring the radar back up real quick here so that way we don't have gray behind me. That way we can see if I can get this to pop up here. There we go. Unfortunately, it's not taking the reflectivity. Let's just go take the camera full screen and see what we've got here with that there. You can kind of see the base of this storm. That's what we're looking at here is the base of the storm. You can see the inflow bands kind of feeding into the right, and we've got again if you want to take me full screen, I can kind of point out what we're looking at here. We're looking from a Brookside camera to the west of where this storm is, and again, this is our tornadic supercell here looking west here out of Tulsa. So if we want to put me up so I can step in front here and kind of show you what we're looking at. So you can see these clouds kind of feeding in here. These lower clouds, these are feeding in from the right. So those clouds are inbound here. The base of our storm is right here. So if you remember earlier, we had James shot. Right here's the base of the storm. Now, if this thing has a tornado with it, we can't see it right now, but it would be right in here. And in here is your RFD that's kind of wrapping around the backside. You can even see, look here, you can even see with the structure of the storm, how it's kind of banding into the base. So everything's kind of rotating into the base here, and there is the base of this supercell at the moment. I'm going to see if I can get our radar back up here real quick and see if we can get the radar imagery back up. For some reason, it may have locked up on me. I'm not sure what it did. Let's see if we can hopefully get this to pop back in here. Let's try this one more time to get reflectivity back up. Let me go. Meanwhile, in the meantime, that you're looking there is at the base of the supercell, and again, that is looking out here to the west of Tulsa. Let's see if we can. Okay, let's see if we got James. Let's take his shot. See if get James' shot, and James, go ahead and let us know what you're seeing. It looks like we got our radar back up, but James, go ahead.
Yeah, I've got to where I can look back into the storm from the east out of the rain, and it appears to have strengthened quite a bit. There's a lot of really, really strong inflow bands and upward motion into the storm, way more than I saw before.
Yeah, we could actually see some of that banding as well from our camera here at Brookside from the studio. This is a very well-organized supercell, and again, that circulation is right here near Highway 51. I'm going to zoom back in here. We finally got our, thankfully, have got our radar back up and working here, but I want to zoom in here where that circulation is. It does look like it has weakened a bit from what we were seeing earlier. The greens are not quite as pronounced, but that is still very, fairly strong circulation. So here's Highway 51 right here. We're looking at Sand Springs right here. So the circulation is our red outbounds here, our green inbounds are right here. So I do want to draw that on here for you real quick so you can actually get a look at that. So again, our red outbounds go in this direction and our green inbounds come in this direction. So there's our circulation here. It's basically coming right over Highway 51 now at the moment, just to the west of Sand Springs, and we just got the latest update here. Let's go ahead and pan a little farther north and east. So here is Sand Springs right here. Here's Highway 412. So our circulation now coming it's basically between right about Highway 51, and also we've got here the Keystone Expressway, otherwise Highway 412 here just west of Sand Springs. So this is now coming here west side of Sand Springs around the Fisher area. That's where our circulation is, coming right across the Arkansas River at the moment. So let me redraw the circulation on here so you can see it. Tornado precautions right now in Sand Springs need to be in your safe spot. So here is that circulation. It's right there, very well pronounced. Notice if I switch this over to rotation detector, it's pretty much going to line up pretty close to that same area. So again, we're looking at that circulation here just west of Sand Springs. If you are in Sand Springs, take those tornado precautions right now. You'll be in an interior room away from any outside walls and windows. Do not take a chance with this. As many walls between you and the outside as possible, lowest floor possible. And as you take that shelter as well, make sure you've got something to protect you. Good shoes or boots to wear just in case you are in any damage afterwards, to protect your feet, and put a helmet on as well. Any type of helmet. A lot of us have a football helmet, bicycle helmet, motorcycle helmet. Whatever you got to protect your head, go ahead and put that helmet on. Circulation is right here. Now, just to the west of Sand Springs, we've seen that tornado warning extended to the north into southeastern Osage and then back into northern portions of Tulsa County as it'll cross over the southeast corner of Osage County. So here we are again, Sand Springs. There's our circulation right here. It's coming right over Highway 412 at the moment and the Arkansas River. That is where it is passing through. That circulation is right now west side here of Sand Springs. And there's the latest scan. Again, here is our circulation. We're looking at the west side of Sand Springs at the moment. Tornado precautions right now in Sand Springs. Let me go ahead and redraw that so you can kind of see what we're looking at. Again, here's our red outbounds in this direction. Here's our green inbounds coming in this direction. So our circulation, potential tornado will be somewhere in this zone. Now, we don't know exactly precisely where it would be in here, but it's going to be right in this zone somewhere because that's right where we're seeing the rotation show up here on dual Doppler. So it's going to be somewhere in this zone. If we have a tornado with this, it's going to be in there. So again, tornado precautions right now in Sand Springs. Even if you're not where the rotation is, a lot of times south of a tornado, you still have strong winds on the south side of that, your RFD that is punching forward. So you can still get some strong straight line winds farther here to the south coming here into Prattville. Likely seeing that wind picking up here as this pushes in here from the west. So let me zoom out just a bit. We're going to do another storm track on this too, let me zoom all the way out and then we'll go back in. I do want to and kind of keep an eye on some of the other storms here that are out to our south and to our west. Let's go back in here. Thankfully, it's just severe thunderstorm warnings here at the moment, but let me go back in here and track this storm as it does move off here. They're basically going to track just probably to the north and to the west here of downtown Tulsa across southeast Osage. But then it's going to come right back here into Tulsa County as well. So that's why we've got the Tulsa County warning as well here up to around Turley and up to around Sperry. So again, right now it's only moving about 20 miles per hour. It's not moving very quickly at all. So real quick here, let's do a quick storm track. Track that off to the north and to the east at about 20 miles per hour. So a lot of southeast Osage here. You need to be taking those tornado precautions at the moment as that circulation is going to track right across southeast Osage, Skiatook, Sperry, and Turley. Take those tornado precautions as well as this slowly works its way now at about 20 miles per hour. So we've seen storms that move as fast as 40 miles per hour. We've got this one now tracking at about 20 miles per hour. And that tornado warning almost now extends up to about the Washington County line, just south here of the Washington County line, but does include a large chunk here of northern Tulsa County, southeastern portions here of Osage. Again, that circulation right near Sand Springs at the moment. Meteorologist Emma Linderos keeping an eye on this storm as well. Emma, what have you got?
Well, we've been tracking this tornado warning for quite some time. It did produce a tornado along Bristow, which we do have a video that we wanted to show you of that. If we can get access to that video, that was the confirmed tornado that we saw that did track for some time. So you could really see that define. I mean, look at that shot right there. We were kind of struggling there. Some folks, unfortunately, were getting more of that rain-wrapped conditions as it continued to push further towards the northeast. But you could just see a clear, good shot right there of this tornado that was kind of located earlier there along Bristow, and that system has continued to produce those tornado warnings just along the northeast into our location here in Tulsa County, and so that's why we're monitoring that. Conditions have been very favorable here today, this afternoon, evening, and potentially even into tonight. So right now here on our Brookside, that's the system that I'm monitoring right now. Not as well defined as what we saw earlier, but still does have that potential to be tornadic. That's why we're still monitoring it very closely as it continues to inch its way into additional more favorable conditions. So as you can see right now, that is still extended further towards the north and east. That does include Osage County, and it still includes other portions of Tulsa County, not just towards the west, but that does include areas in Turley, Sperry, continuing to push further towards the northeast. So just be mindful if you are in this, as we always say, just have to, if you are in that polygon, you really have to take those tornado precautions, regardless if you're to the more north, more south, more east, more west. I mean, you never know with some of these systems. If they're more trending northeast, you never know. It could continue to change direction. That's why we really have this large area right here under that tornado warning to kind of give folks a good heads up, because with the system, it's a very large system. We've seen a lot of these merging together, and so we really just want to have those extra precautions. All modes severe weather possible. This is just the one tornado warning that we have right now. We're still monitoring others. I mean, we still have additional severe thunderstorm warnings to the south that we're watching, and then additional showers just continuing to become more isolated to widely scattered in some of these portions. To the north, no severe thunderstorm warnings there. I think right now our main focus point is here along Tulsa County.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Emma, and you can still see that circulation here just off here to the west of Tulsa, now north of Sand Springs, sitting right on the Osage and Tulsa County line. I know we've got our chasers out kind of keeping an eye on the situation. You can see James Rogers' location here. We also have Damon Lewis on the phone as well. Damon, what are you seeing right now?
So I'm up by north of downtown on the Tisdale Expressway. Everything's been so wrapped as I've come north that I haven't been able to see much so far. I saw a brief lowering when it was a little bit north of Sapulpa and Bristow, but I haven't been able to see anything yet out here just due to the rain wrap.
I appreciate that, Damon, and be safe as you're out there tracking this storm. Again, this is kind of tracking through a populated area. Well, it's going to go across southeast Osage, but when you're trying to track this storm, you're going to be driving through some populated areas here on the northwest side of Tulsa, so it can be a little bit difficult to navigate. There you can see as James is kind of pointing back here toward that storm. You can still see, again, how the dark, ominous skies are. If we have the shot from our tower cam as well, we have a great view of the storm structure from that vantage point too, as it tracks its way to the west of Tulsa. If we could pull that shot up here real quick too. Again, let's go ahead right here and get an updated look here. Let's go ahead and get an updated look here at the circulation that is now moving here into southeastern portions of Osage. So let's zoom in here just a little bit closer. Let's see if it will let me do it. Unfortunately, it's not letting me zoom in at the moment. Let's just try let me take that off of there and see if I can zoom in the old-fashioned way here. Let's go back in here a little bit closer here where that circulation is. Let's see if we can get this to work. There we go. Again, we've got actually a couple areas that we're watching here. We've got one area here, and we've actually got another one back to the north. So there's actually two areas that might be worth monitoring here, as this does track off to the north and to the east. So again, there's our tornado warning that we've got here. Let's see if I can, there we go, finally remove that and just kind of pan here. So we've got one area of circulation here. We've got another one back here. So there's two areas actually right now that I'm monitoring for potential circulation. Let me circle them for you. We've got the one here. And we've got the other one back here. So there's really two areas. That one may have just strengthened just a little bit.
South.
Okay, new tornado warning for the storm, likely to the south. So let me go ahead and zoom out just a bit. We'll get to that one in just a second here, but there's the circulations here. We've got two areas that we're watching right here on the Tulsa and Osage County line. That's going to track off to the north and to the east. There's James Rogers in position here on those two areas that we're watching as that tracks off to the north and to the east. Real quick here, we're going to zoom out. I do want to get down to, we have another tornado warning. Then we're going to get back up to the one here in the metro. So here is our new tornado warning that does include Okfuskee County. Let me switch this over to reflectivity real quick, and there you can see there's our supercell right here. Let's zoom in again. With this one, let's go in a little tighter here and get into that circulation here with the velocity data. And so there's our outbounds here and our inbounds here. We'll switch this back over to storm relative. So there's our circulation right here, far southwestern portions here of Okfuskee County. So this is going to track up to the north and to the east. That's been the predominant track with the storm so far this evening. Em, if you have a speed on that, that would be good. And I'll do a quick storm track with this.
Northeast at 45 miles per hour.
So northeast at 45. Remember the one around Tulsa is moving at 20. This one's moving at 45. So a little bit different here. I might need a little more space here to draw that storm track at 45 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and get that new storm track on here, tracking off here to the north and to the east from southwestern portions here of Okfuskee County, and moving a little bit faster. Now this may slow up with time if it continues to strengthen, but right now at its current speed, we're looking at Castle 638, Boley about 632, IXL 639, Welty 645, excuse me. Last Chance about 648, Haydenville at around 651. Again, that's kind of on the outer edge of where we have this tornado warning that's in effect. So tornado warning right now here in Okfuskee County. Take those tornado precautions here. We have seen these storms really strengthen. Again, we've already had one confirmed tornado in Creek County, even into parts of Lincoln County as well. So again, we've got again another storm now that is showing signs that it's going to begin to rotate, already is, and potentially could produce a tornado here as it tracks across Okfuskee County. So there is our new tornado warning here for Okfuskee County. So now we've got two storms that we're going to have to kind of watch here. Let's get back now to the north for our circulations here in Osage and Tulsa County. And they're still tracking here off to the north and to the east. Just northwest now of downtown Tulsa is where these circulations are. You can see James Rogers' position here with this here just to the west of downtown. Again, it almost looks like we have two circulations here with this that I'm kind of keeping an eye on. It's got one here where we got these inbounds right here, and then we got our outbounds here, and then we have another one back here. So there might be two areas kind of concern here, one down here and another one up here, just to kind of monitor as this does track off to the north and to the east. And again, this is going to come right back from Osage and back into Tulsa County here. So those of you here around Turley, even up to around Sperry, North Tulsa here, you need to be taking those tornado precautions because this is going to come northeast up across northern portions here of Tulsa County. If it holds together, you can see we've got Owasso, potentially Collinsville, Mingo areas here that could be under the possibility that these circulations could track into your region as well with a potential tornado. We don't have anything confirmed at the moment, which is certainly some good news, but we are seeing still areas of circulation here with this storm track off to the north and to the east. And so keeping an eye on this here as it comes up to around Turley and Mohawk. You do need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. Do not take any chances with this. We don't have anything confirmed, but again, we've got rotation here out to the south and west that we are monitoring. Let me switch it over here to rotation. That'll probably show up very well here. So there's James. He's very close to this here, but as he mentioned, dealing with a lot of rain kind of wrapping into this circulation as well. So it's been very difficult to see. That is one of the difficult things here with this. As we're watching this now track off here to the north of downtown Tulsa. It's getting ready to come right back here into Tulsa County from Osage. So again, North Tulsa, Turley, Sperry, tornado precautions right now. Those of you in Mingo to Owasso, I would certainly be prepared as well to take those tornado precautions. James, we've got you here very close to this circulation here on the north side of Tulsa. We got your shot up as well. What are you seeing?
Well, I'm trying to get in a better spot. I was kind of caught up in the rotation back on Edison about 4912. I'm trying to get back to the east where I can look. I really can't see. I really can't see a whole lot right now. Everything's pretty much wrapped in rain that I can see to my north. Now I'm gonna try to get north here on Cincinnati and get back to the east and get on 75.
I appreciate that, James. I think I can hear the tornado sirens going off there as well. And so James in a spot there very close to that rotation, said he may have got into a little bit of it earlier, and now he's working his way to get back here to Highway 75 to get in position here. He is in the north side of Tulsa, keeping an eye here on that circulation. It is currently passing here just to the north of downtown. Did you have something, Emma? Okay, we got a view here actually from tower camera looking back to the north of downtown. Let me go ahead and center that up as well. So here's the area of concern here where you can see James is right here. So the area here north of downtown, that's where we've got the rotation. Now look at that structure there from our tower cam. You can actually see the base of this supercell. Wow, that is fairly textbook as well. HP high precipitation supercell. So here is the base of the supercell. Look at downtown here, just off to the north of downtown. Here's our supercell here, filled with rain. So the circulation is buried back underneath this. You're not going to see anything that might be in here. You can definitely see the base of this supercell, and you can see with the lightning flashes, a lot of precipitation is falling now out of the base of this storm. You're not really getting a good visual. If this were hypothetically, if this were a classic supercell, you wouldn't have all this precipitation here and you'd be able to see a potential tornado underneath it. But we've got rain completely wrapped around here, the base of this supercell that is now north of downtown Tulsa, working here into the north side here of the Tulsa Metro. Tornado precautions right now: North Tulsa, Turley, Mohawk, Mingo, Sperry, and potentially could be Owasso as well, as this continues to move off here to the north. Let's go back here to dual Doppler, and I do want to get another storm track of this because we haven't updated the storm track on this for a little while, so I do want to do that real quick. Let me zoom out. The speed of this, there we go, confirmed tornado now with this circulation moving here into Tulsa County. So there's a new tornado warning now for confirmed tornado. Again, as we just saw there, looking from our tower cam, completely wrapped in rain. Just, you cannot see it. And as James is pointing out, he's right there. He cannot see it. So right now, let's do a quick track with this. And we've got a lot of areas here of concern. So I'm actually going to do a storm track instead of one of these wider storm tracks here around the base, because the circulation could be, there's a couple areas here. So I'm going to actually track the two areas of concern are off to the north and to the east at about 20 miles per hour. So again, now we have it updated here with our warning, confirmed tornado north side here of the Tulsa Metro. So North Tulsa here, possibly up to around Turley. Right now, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. Mohawk, 635. Tulsa Zoo, 639. Owasso, 652. Collinsville at about 706, excuse me. Limestone, 715. And again, just to the right of your screen, you're looking at the base of an HP high precipitation supercell with a tornado, confirmed tornado ongoing, but you cannot see. Oh, that looked like a power flash there. That was a power flash on our camera. Looking due north there up Peoria. That was a power flash. That was not a lightning flash. That was from the ground. So we're getting power flashes now from our tower cam looking north here from our camera. Back with this supercell that's moving into North Tulsa. Again, we've had a report of a confirmed tornado with this. It's likely buried in the rain, and this is going to continue to track off to the north and east. So if you live here, north side of Tulsa County, in your tornado safe spot right now, we just had power flashes on our tower cam looking north here up Peoria. Let's go ahead, maybe pan that camera a little more to a little bit more to the right as the storm continues to track there from left to right. That way we can see the front edge of the supercell. Just keep going there a little bit. Eventually you'll see the front edge here. There we go. So you can see the base there now is centered in the screen. So again, we've got the track here. Lots of rotation being detected here. On the north side of Tulsa, here is James Rogers. I'm going to switch this real quick back over to velocity data. Let me get my controller in the right spot. I'm going to switch this to velocity data, just kind of see what we're looking at in here. This is a dangerous storm, confirmed tornado right now, moving into North Tulsa. So again, we've got a lot of areas of the red outbounds here. So let me switch this over to, let's go storm relative real quick, see if that gives us an idea. And there's still a couple areas here. We've got one here, and it still looks like maybe another one back here as well. So again, tornado precautions right now in Turley, potentially here Mohawk, Owasso, even up to around Collinsville. We have Damon Lewis on the phone. Damon, we've got a dangerous supercell right now with a confirmed tornado tracking into northern Tulsa County. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I'm at the Osage Casino, just north of downtown Tulsa. We had when you mentioned power flashes, we did lose power here briefly. That was maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago. Power's back on, and right now we're just dealing with really just kind of moderate to heavy rain.
I appreciate that, Damon. And again, that's Damon there. He is at the Osage Casino, just there north of downtown Tulsa. So they did briefly lose power with one of the power flashes, but as you can see there, still power there in the parking lot as he's taking on a lot of rain as the storm now moves again to the north side here of the Tulsa Metro. We've got that circulation, kind of a broad area. It almost looks like at times maybe 2 areas of circulation embedded within this, tracking now near Turley, again, anywhere from North Tulsa up to Turley to around Sperry. Tornado precautions right now. You need to be in your safe spot here in these spots here. Again, basically right along Highway 75. James Rogers, as we saw there, he is on his way to the north. So again, looking here at the latest update in velocity data, let me pan here, back here to the north. Still, our inbounds are right here, and our outbounds are right here. So it looks like maybe perhaps we're just getting now finally back down to maybe perhaps one area of circulation here between Sperry and Turley. Likely some very strong winds wrapping around here now into Turley, the west side of Turley, with that rotation. So again, tornado precautions here on the north side of Tulsa. Let me go ahead and remove that storm track real quick. And I may draw on another one. We still got a tornado warning in Okfuskee County that I want to get a look at as well. But there you can see, again, to the right of your screen, that is an HP supercell, high precipitation supercell. You're looking at the base of it from our studio back to the north of downtown Tulsa. We're seeing a lot of lightning flashing in there, and at times we have seen even a power flash with that as well. So let me go ahead and
coefficient is showing some debris.
Correlation appreciate that, Emma. Let's go ahead and switch it over here. And there you can see, yeah, there is definitely debris here showing up here right around the Turley area. So there is where that circulation is. And again, just tracking here off to the north and to the east. So there's our debris here right near Turley. And tracking off to the north and to the east, it's going to come right across here, Highway 75. Let me switch this back over to velocity data. So right there, here's where we got that tight circulation. And again, we switch this back over to correlation coefficient. What we're seeing here, that blue, is a drop in the correlation coefficient. So we're not looking at something that the radar is hitting that is meteorological. It's something that's not meteorological, meaning we've got debris being lofted into the air, and that's what the radar is depicting here. That's tracking now off to the north and to the east. So that's our circulation there, tracking very near, or that's our area of debris with the tornado that's on the ground tracking right near Highway 75. So again, that is the area of concern where we do have that circulation at the moment. So let's go ahead and just zoom in just a little bit tighter on this. That is the debris that's being lofted. So here's Highway 75 right here. You can see this is that area here where it kind of curves off to the north and to the east and then back off to the north. So it's right now just near and west of Highway 75. But as it continues to track off to the north and east, it's going to come right across here, Highway 75 here in North Tulsa. So Turley is here. We've got Sperry here. Let's go ahead and pan a little farther here to the west. So there's our debris here. This is going to track across Highway 75, but could potentially track up here northwest side of Owasso and up to around Collinsville. So again, let's zoom out just a bit, and then we'll do another updated storm track. We just had a new tornado warning for the confirmed tornado here issued farther north and east. So again, there is the area of concern where we've got the debris getting lofted. And again, that's going to track up here to the north and east. Let's do another quick storm track here. And if we have anything on the speed of this, Emma, the new tornado warning.
Northeast at 30 miles per hour.
Okay, moving at 30. So let's do a quick track here. Northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So let's track that here real quick. Again, so we're looking at Collinsville, 654, Oologah, 711. Edgewater Acres 718, Talala 720, Foyle 727, Jamestown about 729. So again, that's the updated tornado warning that now includes southern Washington County. It includes areas here, northern portions of Rogers County. Does not include yet Nowata County, but potentially could as that continues to track off to the north and to the east. And you can still see right there where the debris is being lofted very close here to Highway 75. Let's go back in and get another look at that. Then we still have a tornado warning storm to the south that I also want to get a look at as well. So I don't want to forget those of you in Okfuskee County. Just right now, we do have the immediate threat of a confirmed tornado tracking here on the north side of the Tulsa metro. So let's go in just a little bit closer. You can still see right there is the area where we've got the debris showing up right here, that blue dot. That is now approaching Highway 75 here between Owasso and Sperry, likely going to continue to track off to the north and to the east. I am going to zoom out real quick. Let's get to our other tornado warning. Then we're going to come right back here into this one. And so we do have a tornado warning here with this supercell in Okfuskee County. Let's zoom in back into this one. And now it is currently not confirmed, so that's good news. But let's zoom in a little closer here into Okfuskee County and get a look at this particular supercell here that is showing signs of rotation and has a potential tornado with it. Let's see if I can get that to click there. There we go. And again, let's zoom in here into Okfuskee County. Switch this back over to velocity data. So there's our rotation here. Let's go velocity. Right here, so it's just here off to the west of IXL and to the south here of Welty. So those of you here in Creek County and also here into Okfuskee County need to be taking those tornado precautions right now with this particular storm. Let me go ahead and remove that off of there real quick, and we'll do a quick storm track of this. And again, earlier,
northeast at 45.
Yeah, this in the northeast at 45. So let me give myself a little bit more room here, because this will eventually track here, possibly into northern portions of Okmulgee County. Might even clip here, as that's why we got the tornado warning, southern portions here of Creek County, and possibly could even work its way into southern portions and southeastern portions of the Tulsa metro. So at the moment, we're looking at Mason at about 643, Haydenville about 650, Tuskegee at about 651, Okfuskee at about 652, Edna at about 659, and other areas here beyond 7 o'clock as we get toward Dentonville and to around Beggs. And again, that'll continue to track here off to the north and east. There's our circulation, well-pronounced circulation here with this storm into Okfuskee County. So need to watch this one as well. It's not confirmed at the moment, but that is a well-organized supercell. So again, downwind here, downstream, eventually could see a tornado warning here into parts of Okmulgee County. Take those tornado precautions right now. Far southern portions here of Creek County and northern portions here of Okfuskee County, and be ready to here in northern portions of Okmulgee County. Let's get back here to the north, where we do have confirmed tornado tracking here into the north side of the Tulsa metro. And let me go ahead and remove that and zoom back in here with what we've got here with that circulation very near Highway 75, and that we've been watching the debris being lofted into the air. And let's see if we can switch this back over here, see if that is still showing up. There's still a little bit here, again, right there. It's not as pronounced as it was earlier, but it looks like it's coming just across here, Highway 75. And eventually, with that track here to the north and east, again, could clip here north and western sides here of the Owasso area if it continues that northeast track. It's been kind of tracking here off to the north and to the east. Just got another update. Again, it looks like it's come down just a bit, so that's good to see. Not seeing anything quite as pronounced. Remember earlier we had that very pronounced lowering with the blues that were showing up. Now it's not nearly as pronounced, so that is certainly some good news. But still, looking at the velocity data, still getting some very strong rotation here with this as it tracks off to the north and to the east. So that's why we've seen that tornado warning extended here. That does include Owasso. It does include Collinsville. So if this continues this northeast track, it's going to come, again, probably clip the northwest side here of Owasso, track here, possibly into the south side here of Collinsville, and again, it could potentially curve off to the left or curve off to the right. So you got to have a little leeway here with where it may track. But I would say be taking your tornado precautions here in Owasso, take them in Collinsville as well, and eventually downwind here, right up Highway 169 with that northeast track. Could track very close here to Highway 169 between Collinsville and Oologah. I would be taking your tornado precautions here. You can see the tornado warning does extend all the way nearly to Sequoia and up to about Talala at the moment, and even here into Washington County, here to areas here near Ramona. But it does look like, at least as of now, with where that circulation is, Ramona, you're probably all good with where the circulation is at the moment, as it's going to track its way to the north and to the east here. But in the immediate concern here, Collinsville to Owasso, take those tornado precautions right now. And again, numerous storms that we are tracking across the region at the moment. We've got, again, a tornado warning down into Okfuskee County. It's been a very busy evening so far. Meteorologist Emma Landeros keeping an eye on those storms as well. Emma?
Well, we've certainly tracked multiple tornado warnings. The one that's continuing to push further towards Tulsa County, going into parts of Rogers County, Osage County. I mean, this has been very, we've been monitoring this the past couple of hours as it's continuing. Still a confirmed tornado warning to the north, and then we do have that other tornado warning just to the south of Bristow at this time. We do still have to keep in mind that, I mean, with any of these, we still have to watch for that velocity. I mean, the environment is fairly good for that. I know they went ahead and canceled the tornado warning that includes parts of Osage County, but they're going to continue the one in Tulsa County. So that does include northwest parts of Owasso, and that does look to continue further towards the north and east. So along Collinsville, Limestone, Oologah, eventually really have to take those tornado precautions. Looking back at velocity of where we're really focusing on, that is going to be just to the northwest of Owasso. So if you're southern portions, I mean, definitely scary looking clouds over there, but most of that velocity that we're monitoring is just to your northwest, inching its way closer into Collinsville at this time. Another area that we're going to be monitoring as well is just to the south with that current ongoing tornado warning. And then I'm also watching another small location just to our, at least just to the west. I mean, really with these, still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. We really have to monitor these as well. The severe thunderstorm warning does include Tulsa County, and that is going to go until 7:15, but we'll be monitoring that as well. So you could already start to see a lot of other locations here where we're seeing some of those heavy downpours. That rainfall, localized rain, that is still going to be one of those concerns. We've seen some reports of at least quarter-size hail with some of these, but I do know we haven't seen any large hail reported, but we are still have at least confirmed tornadoes. Right now, according to the chat, I'm seeing along 169. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you, Michael.
Yeah, we're still keeping an eye on numerous tornado-warned storms. So zooming in here, we still have that location here with that potential confirmed tornado, and it was confirmed earlier. The circulation is here, tracking very near Owasso, north of Owasso, and coming here into Collinsville as well. Let me switch it over here to correlation coefficient just to make sure we're not not seeing any debris lofted, and it looks like we are not at the moment. So that's certainly some good news. Again, but that circulation is here, Owasso to Collinsville. Tornado precautions right now. Again, interior room away from any outside walls and windows. You want as many walls between you and the outside as possible as that continues to track off to the north and to the east. Lowest floor possible as well. We do have Damon Lewis, who has been out keeping an eye on these storms for us. Damon, what are you seeing right now? And I don't know if Damon can hear us at the moment, but
okay, I can hear you now.
Okay, go ahead. That's right. Go ahead, Damon.
Yeah, so I'm about 66th Street North and Highway 75. Construction, I have not seen any damage so far. Not seen any power flashes off to my northwest. It's on track to go pretty close to my home, so I am probably going to head up to 116th Street North and see what I can see up there as it crosses that area.
Well, I appreciate that, Damon. If you come across any damage while you're out looking, definitely relay it on to us, and then we can relay that message on to everybody else and also to the National Weather Service.
Yes, sir. You got it, man.
I appreciate that, Damon. And again, be safe as you're out there. Let's get back here to velocity data. You can see Damon there tracking these storms as they move across northern portions here of the Tulsa Metro. Getting very difficult now as we're losing daylight and things are getting dark outside. So you can still see very pronounced area here of strong inbounds and outbounds. So we still have that circulation that is here from Owasso, basically now north of Owasso up to around the Collinsville area. So this is the area of concern here as that moves off to the north and to the east. Again, this is going to basically work its way here very near Highway 169 here between Collinsville and Oologah. So those of you downstream here from Oologah to Elba over to around Uwalla and Talala, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now as this does track off to the north and to the east. Let me zoom out a bit more. Actually, before, let's go ahead and zoom out, and then we're going to go back in. I do want to keep an eye on this storm here that's just west of Tulsa, and then we're also going to get back to this tornado warning storm here into parts of Okfuskee County. So let's go back here into here, the west side of Tulsa. We've got another storm that has been showing some signs perhaps of circulation here. So I want to watch this closely here near Bowden and around Prattville. We've got a new storm here, and you can see a little bit of an appendage here, maybe a possible hook trying to develop. So I want to keep an eye on this, and you can see there's our green inbounds. Here are our red outbounds. So I'm a little bit worried with what we're seeing here now. Very near Bowden and Oakhurst. We might potentially be seeing this storm trying to perhaps produce a tornado. We're still a long way away from doing that, but just watching this here, the west side of Tulsa, because if this does happen to strengthen, that would track into the city of Tulsa here into West Tulsa, perhaps Tulsa Hills area. So we got to watch this area close as that would track off to the north and to the east. So really monitoring that closely here around Oakhurst and Berry Hill up to around Red Fork, West Tulsa here, Brookside area. The new area of circulation here looks like it's trying to develop, and if you switch it over here to the reflectivity data, you can see there's a little bit of a hook here showing up. So we need to watch this storm here right now in the west side of Tulsa. Just kind of watching this one closely. So just be on guard here. We're not out of the woods here for those of you from downtown to Brookside here with this storm out to the west. Real quick, I am going to get to the south here because we do have a tornado warning storm ongoing here in Okfuskee County and Southern Creek County. Again, multiple storms that we've got to really keep an eye on here. It's not just one that we're tracking. We've got multiple dangerous storms right now in the area. So let's switch this back over here to storm relative velocity. Still looks like we've got circulation here now just to the west of Haydenville. Let's go back over to the relative velocity, and again, or I should say velocity data, and that circulation is very well pronounced. So let me draw that on here so you can see it. You might be able to tell where you're with your own eyes where it's at, but I'll put it on here for you right there. That's the area we're watching. Right there is the area of concern. So Tuskegee, Haydenville, Edna, I'll be taking those tornado precautions as this tracks off to the north and to the east. And this has been a faster moving storm compared to some of the others that we have seen so far this evening and this afternoon. This one was moving up to 45 miles per hour, so moving a bit faster here. So with that northeast track, again, Tuskegee, I would be taking those tornado precautions. Edna, take those tornado precautions right now. Very possible we could see this tornado warning extended here into northwestern Okmulgee County, possibly if it continues to hold together, southern portions here of Tulsa County. So just kind of watching this one as well as it tracks off to the north and to the east. That is the area of concern. Switch this back over to storm relative velocity and let me remove the drawing I have on there. We'll zoom back in a little closer. Yeah, this is about ready to cross over from Okfuskee County here into far south and eastern portions of Creek County just very briefly, and then it's going to go back up into Okmulgee County. So just watching this circulation here very closely, far northeastern portions of Okfuskee County. So a lot to track out there. Let's go back here to reflectivity data. See if we can get that to pop in there real quick. And let's go zoom out just a bit. Again, we really don't have a whole lot happening right now south of I-40. May have to watch this cell here. It's just south of the one that's tornado warned. That also looks rather interesting. Let me go and just kind of scan that one real quick. Let's zoom in just a little bit closer here on that one. That is just north of I-40 here, right around Okemah and Castle. So we'll watch this southern cell here. Right now it is severe thunderstorm warned, but another one that might be worth watching here with time as we go through the evening hours. All right, let's go back out and get back here to the north. We'll go back to where we do have our tornado warnings here on the north side of Tulsa. You can still see well pronounced here, hook right with this near the Collinsville area, tracking off to the north and to the east. Let's switch this back over to velocity. And again, there you can see wrapping up right here is where we've got that circulation. Just real quick, let's take a look. We're not seeing anything in the CC drop, so that's good. Let's go back here to storm relative velocity, and let's zoom in a bit closer here into now crossing over this circulation is into Rogers County. So we've got Collinsville here, and again, now this is beginning to work its way here to the east into Rogers County. So our circulation is right there. If we switch this back over to reflectivity, you'll see that appendage. There's our hook right here. So that's our hook right there, and everything lines up with where that circulation is. It's right there. Now to the east now of Collinsville, just across the county line into Rogers County is where we're seeing that circulation at the moment, right about here. And it is tracking off to the north and to the east. And again, mentioned it's going to be probably pretty close here to Highway 169, maybe just south here of Highway 169 as it tracks off to the north and east. But I would say anybody here from Oologah to Elba to over to around Edgewater Acres here as you get over to Lake Oologah, I would be watching this very closely as this tracks off to the north and to the east. That is the area of concern that we have right there at the moment. So again, looking outside here, this is from our WASO camera, Bailey Medical Center. We've got Damon Lewis's shot as well, just kind of keeping an eye on these storms as they continue to track across the Tulsa metro. So again, we've got that circulation here just off to the east of Collinsville, tracking off to the north and east. So if you live here, Highway 169 in Rogers County up to Oologah from Collinsville, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. Circulation is just off to the east and south here of Highway 169, but that is the area of concern right here to the east of Collinsville. That is really showing up well. Let me switch this back over to reflectivity. You can see the well-pronounced hook here with this. That is well pronounced. So this thing is certainly of concern, and I'll show you here looking at the velocity data. You can just see just visually how that's hooked around and how the air is flowing with this storm, and just drawing it on here. Now looking at the velocity data, you can see the inbounds coming around this way, and there's our red outbounds right here. And so our circulation is right there. That is where it's at right there. And that is going to be tracking here off to the north and to the east. So again, Oologah to Elba, and I would say even here, or as you go farther to the east to Walla and over here to around Sagia, I would certainly be taking those tornado precautions as this is going to continue to track here off to the north and to the east. This one has been moving a little slower through the evening. about 25 miles per hour or so on average here over the last 30 to 45 minutes or so. It's been tracking off to the northeast. What you got?
Extended the tornado warning to the south.
Okay, extended the tornado warning to the south. So let me go ahead. That one going into Okmulgee County?
Yes.
Okay, so they do have a new tornado warning now for Okmulgee County. That was the storm that we were tracking in Okfuskee County. Figured that might be the case. Now it is official that tornado warning has been extended. Appreciate that, Emma. Thank you. And again, there's that circulation we're tracking here in Rogers County. Let's get down to that new tornado warning to the south. Let me switch this back over to reflectivity. And I also still want to keep an eye on that storm that's just west of Tulsa at the moment. That is an area that, I'll be honest, looking at that was kind of concerning me. Still something to watch. Let's go ahead and zoom here into Okmulgee County. There's the new tornado warning that does include Okmulgee County, as Emma was pointing out. Let's put the velocity up here. And you can still see the hook well pronounced here. So switching on the velocity, we should have that circulation. There it is, right there. So it's crossed over now, right now, basically crossed over here into south and eastern portions of Creek County, right near Tuskegee. Let's zoom in a little closer here. Again, mentioned earlier, Tuskegee, you need to be taking those tornado precautions. Edna, take those tornado precautions. There's our circulation. Boy, that's even tighter circulation compared to what we had earlier. I'm going to switch this over to correlation coefficient. Let's see what we got here. Nothing. Let's see. That's pretty close. There's a little bit of a drop there, but it's not really lining up with where the circulation currently is, but that is right near here, Tuskegee, here in southeastern portions of Creek County. That is some tight circulation here where we've got the reds and the greens right on each other. If we switch this over to storm relative, you can still see how the reds really pop here. So our circulation is right here on that county line, crossing over here into southeastern portions of Creek County. So tornado precautions here in Tuskegee, tornado precautions in Edna, and again, as we pan farther here to the north and to the east, Dentonville over to around Beggs, Layden to around Winchester, included in this tornado warning up to around Mound. So as we zoom out here, let me zoom out just a bit with this, and again, let me zoom out and we'll do a quick storm track with this. Is the forward speed still as fast as it was, Emma?
Sorry.
That's right, you're good.
Looks to be northeast at about 35 miles per hour.
35 miles per hour. So it has slowed up just a little bit from its earlier speed. So let's go ahead and get that track up there. Again, that's taking it right from that circulation. Edna at about 7:05. Dentonville at about 7:13, Beggs at around 7:19, Winchester 7:28, Mound 7:30, Liberty at around 7:34, Hectorville at around 7:37, Kiefer 7:37, Glenpool 7:41, Whitehawk at about 7:46. Again, that's the circulation here. It is just crossed over here from Okfuskee County, southeastern Creek County. That is going to track off to the north and east. So Edna, Dentonville here, Beggs, Winchester, Mounds, Liberty, all need to be taking those tornado precautions. And I've said this multiple times to the evening, but just in case you need a refresher, you want to be in an interior room away from any outside walls and windows. The idea is to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Just adds extra barriers for any flying debris that may try to perhaps come through your home or wherever you may be. And also lowest floor possible. And make sure you are in an interior room, because that just adds, if it's a smaller, more compact room, structurally that's just a little bit more sound. Plus, make sure you protect yourself as well. You want to make sure you've got a helmet to put on. Could be any type of helmet, motorcycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, whatever you got. Go ahead and put it on. Some good shoes or even some good boots, just in case you happen to have a tornado impact where you are. There's going to be a lot of debris, broken glass, nails, things like that. Want to make sure you protect your feet if you have to get out and walk around in that type of a situation. But a lot of storms going up, Emma. It has been a very busy evening so far, and a lot of supercells to track. What have you got for us?
Oh, yeah, we certainly have quite a bit going on still across green country. I mean, the one we've been focusing on that moved across Tulsa County, still pushing into Rogers County. So that's our main focus point to the north. I know we still have the other tornado warning to the south, but I did want to point out, especially on that debris signature, that we were kind of keeping a close watch on, especially as you get closer here just to the east of Collinsville. So just to the south of Oologah there, if you're monitoring this particular location, that's what we're going to be focusing on. It's starting to show a little bit more of that debris signature, and you could really, I mean, we're factoring in just this a little bit of a hook, just trying to move in, starting to form. Definitely weaken there for a little bit, continue to pick right back up. I mean, they've kept this thing, that tornado warned, and then they also are getting, at least due to that debris, potential a new tornado to develop in this area. So if you are in that Rogers County location just to the south of Oologah, make sure you are taking those tornado precautions. So another thing just focusing on is overall, so if you're tuning in, wondering what's going on in your location right now, we are focusing here to the north of Tulsa, going into Rogers County, and then also to the south. So they went ahead and let previous tornado warnings that did include Tulsa County expire. They're going to continue that one just to along at least Rogers County. But starting to the south, there's that new tornado warning. This is going to go through Okmulgee. This is going to go until 7:45. We'll see if they go ahead and continue that. Where we're watching main velocity right now is just going to be not reaching Okmulgee County just yet, but we do want to at least give those folks a heads up as this continues to push fairly fast northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And then just to the north, where we're watching location there just to the south of Oologah, that is going to go until 7:30. We'll see if they go ahead and extend that. It's continued to have a history of continuing to either weaken and start back up again, and that's certainly something we've been paying very close attention to for our location. And then on top of that, here's the latest rainfall totals. This is the past 3 hours, almost 2 inches. I mean, least minimum, just radar indicated, but at least 1.5 inches of what we've seen with some of these rainfall rates. Good rainfall totals, but could be impactful, especially in those localized roads that could create some flooding. And then with the latest power outages, we do have some power outages going on, at least 1,000 in some of these locations. Tulsa about 400, so not major power outages, but just enough and to kind of give us an indicator that, I mean, we were seeing some power flashes as well, Michael, but we're just going to continue to keep focused on some of these locations.
Yeah, and that storm there in Rogers County is really looking concerning to me. And Emma, you pointed it out there. There's definitely a CC drop with that. So I'm going to go into that storm right there, and let's go ahead and get a closer look at this one here into Rogers County. And you can see there's the hook right here. And as Emma pointed out, if you click on correlation coefficient, there is a little bit of a drop here. And that lines up with where we've got the velocity and where we've got the hook here on that storm. So it's a fairly well pronounced here, hook echo. Here's the main core of the storm up here. It actually extends well away from the main core and is here south here of Highway 169 and south of Oologah. So switch this back over here to our correlation coefficient. There is definitely a drop lining up with that. So let's zoom in a little closer. We've got some debris that is being lofted here by this storm. It's not as pronounced. Remember earlier, a lot of deeper blues with that one that came across northern portions of Tulsa County, but we are seeing a little bit of a drop here, so I think we are getting at least some debris lofted here in Rogers County. So this is 420 East, or East 420 Road here. Here's Elba here. We've got South 4100 Road here, so we're kind of working here into some of the rural areas here to the east here of Collinsville in Rogers County, and we're south here of Oologah. And so this is continuing to track here very near Elba. So I'm going to switch this back over to velocity, and there's our circulation right here. That is well pronounced circulation with a little bit of a drop in correlation coefficient. So our circulation is here. Let me switch this over, and actually let's just draw it on here. Again, we're looking at red or outbound, so we're going out this way. So our red's going away from the radar, greens are coming around this way. Our circulation is right there. So that is their area of concern here Here is Elba. Again, need to be taking those tornado precautions right now in Elba. It does look like we're getting a little bit of debris being lofted here. It's not much, but there is a little bit of a drop here in our correlation coefficient. This is what you would call a tornado debris signature. It's that little bit of a drop. See how all this is kind of the same shade? And you're seeing a little bit more of a mix here because you're probably getting some rain, a little bit of hail to mix in, but then this is definitely pronounced yellow. And again, earlier we had deeper blues. So what's being picked up here by radar is likely something that is not meteorological. So it's likely limbs, perhaps leaves, whatever is being lofted up here, potentially even building debris. But that is what that radar is picking up. So I think we definitely have something on the ground here now tracking near Elba. And again, just kind of watching this here as it does track right near the Elba vicinity. So a little bit of a drop here in our correlation coefficient, and it lines up right now with that circulation coming right here into Elba. So by the way, if we pan here a little farther here to the east, again, we've got that tornado warning. Let me zoom out just a little bit more here so we got a little bit more space to work with. There's that circulation. So we've got Edgewater Acres here. We have Uwala. So this is going to be tracking off here. It almost looks like it's taken a little bit more of an easterly component to almost maybe east-northeast, but very well could try to turn back off to the north. But it certainly has stayed south of Highway 69 as it continues to track its way here to the east and northeast. And again, may see this tornado warning extended here farther to the east. So just to kind of look what's downwind here, let's go ahead and look here. We've got Foyle, Bushy Head, Howard over to around Chelsea. So these are areas that we'll have to watch with that circulation back here now near Elba. That's going to track off to the potentially east, northeast, and northeast here across Rogers County. So basically northern portions here, Rogers County, as this tracks here off to the north and to the east. Just be mindful, not under a tornado warning right now, but it's very possible we could see this tornado warning extend here to the north and to the east. I'm going to zoom out. We've got numerous storms that we're kind of keeping an eye on. We still have this tornado warned storm now moving into Okmulgee County. Let's zoom in and back on that one. Again, it has been active here over the last few hours. So let's go in here into northwestern portions here of Okmulgee County. Probably buried in rain just looking at this. There's the circulation coming out of Creek County now into Okmulgee County. So fairly well pronounced circulation with this. This one has been moving a little faster compared to some of the other circulations that we've had. This one at times has been moving, earlier was moving up to 45 miles per hour, but last check now we are at 35 miles per hour. So let's track that off to the north and east at 35 miles per hour. So again, we're looking here, Dentonville, right now you need to be in your tornado safe spot in Dentonville. Anywhere here, pretty much the north side, northwest side here of Okmulgee County, you need to be in your tornado safe spot. So Winchester, even across here into Creek County. So we've already seen the circulation track across far southeastern Creek County. There is a chance if this were to curve back to the north, maybe it works back here into far eastern portions of Creek County. Also, those of you here, southern portions of Tulsa County, that circulation, if it continues that track, could move up here to around Bixby and Leonard as well. We'll have to watch that, perhaps south side of Broken Arrow. Potentially here to around Coweta if this circulation were to hold. So we need to really be mindful of this one as well. Again, tornado precautions right now immediately here from Dentonville, areas here along Old 75 and New 75 here into parts of Okmulgee County. Need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. So again, we got 2 tornado warned storms right now that are of concern. One in Rogers County, and now this new circulation moving here into northern portions of Okmulgee County. Continue to track these storms, Emma. Busy evening for us.
Absolutely. We also have went ahead and extended that tornado warning that is in Rogers County right now, continuing to push further towards the east. So it's quite a big polygon that we're seeing. So that's why we really want to have those folks to take those extra precautions because of this system just ongoing. I mean, this thing has just continued to intensify, and that's something that we're monitoring for at least a very potential dangerous tornadoes. So we really want you to take those necessary tornado precautions right now. So looking at least at the radar from what we're seeing based off that new tornado warning that we've got, this is going to go for at least southern Craig County in northeastern Oklahoma here that we're monitoring, and that doesn't include portions of northwestern Mays County. So that goes all the way through Chelsea and eventually on the outer edge there, Big Cabin as well. So just to give you a good idea, if you are located along 69A, if you're located along Highway 66, just be mindful of that area that we're going to be monitoring as this storm continues to push further towards the north and east at around 40 miles per hour. So right now, continuing just to the south, east of Oologah, that's going to continue to push, and so they went ahead and extended this. Looks to be about 7:45, but as we've seen in the past, they just go ahead and extend that, and so we can't leave anything out, but just to give you a heads up as this continues to go further towards the east. And then we have the other tornado warning still in place, at least until 7:45. We'll continue to monitor this as well as it's starting to still push further towards the north. A lot of these have been as you mentioned, Michael, moving either as fast as 40 miles per hour or has slowed down to about 20 miles per hour. So really a big variety here in terms of that time frame. It really just depends, but the environment is so favorable for these storms. We're hearing heavy downpours here, so definitely going to be mindful of localized flooding even as we go into tonight.
Yeah, exactly right, Emma. And again, just dangerous storms across the area we were concerned about today. And it didn't mean everybody was going to get severe weather, but we knew where these storms, some of these stronger storms popped up, that there could be concern that we could be dealing with all threats of severe weather. And unfortunately, we've had confirmed tornadoes with some of these storms already this evening. Here's again a look at that circulation here over Okmulgee County. Still fairly well pronounced here near Dentonville. Again, Dentonville need to be taking those tornado precautions at the moment. Right now, again, not the time to wait. That is moving into Dentonville as we speak, and we'll have to watch this. We've seen that the tornado warning get extended there into Rogers County, that also extended into Mays County. Very possible, in fact, I would almost say likely, just as organized as this is right now, that we'll probably see a tornado warning extended here eventually into southern Tulsa County, probably the rest of northern portions here of Okmulgee County, possibly even here into Wagner County as this continues to move off to the north and to the east. So those of you here, southern portions of Tulsa County, including Bixby, including areas here, maybe south side of Broken Arrow over to around Coweta into parts here of Wagner County, just need to be monitoring this storm here off to your south and west. We've got pronounced circulation here near Dentonville that is quite concerning. We don't have anything confirmed with that storm right now, but that circulation is very well pronounced, and just the conditions, the environment that it's in, I don't think it's probably going to fall apart anytime soon. So just need to monitor that. Let's get back up here to the north, as Emma was pointing out, with this new tornado warning. The circulation here now still working through northern portions here of Rogers County, now off here to the west, or to the east, excuse me, of Oologah. Let's zoom in just a little bit closer here and get a look at this. Looking at that circulation, where are we at here? Maybe losing some of it here. Let's put on reflectivity, see if we can get a little bit of an idea. It looks like it's very near Oologah at the moment in Edgewater Acres. Let's see if we can put on rotation here. And again, yeah, that's kind of in this area here. It's kind of showing a wide view here, but again, it just tracked here near Elba, and it's just kind of glancing here along the southern end here of Oologah Lake. So let's switch this back over here. There is a little bit of a rotation still holding on right here near Edgewater Acres and Oologah, and that's going to continue to track off to the north and east, and that's why we've seen that tornado warning extended here to include those of you here from Foyle to around Bushy Head, to around Howard, or here along Highway 66 up to around Chelsea, and then eventually here, even as it crosses over here to around Big Cabin, as Emma was pointing out earlier. So this also includes those of you here into southern portions of Craig County that does that tornado warning. And again, also here northern portions, north and western portions of Mays County. So monitoring that as this circulation is still way back here near Ulaga Lake, just here near Uwala, and that is going to continue to track off here to the east and to the north and east. I'll switch this back over to reflectivity real quick, and we'll zoom out just a bit more. Let's kind of get you the whole picture here of where we've got our storms at the moment. Right now, most of the activity remains here north of I-40. There's our 2 tornado warning storms that we're tracking here. I have one there, and we've still got some storms here farther to the south that will be worth watching. Let's just kind of go up and down the line here real quick. Get back here. I just want to take a look at this one. This is a newer storm here over Okfuskee County. And again, any storm that goes up this evening, it's going to be in an environment that is very favorable for it to rotate. So we've got to watch anything that pops up here in Okfuskee County that could potentially start to rotate. Right now, it's got a long way to go before it's doing anything. These are just beginning to pop up very early in their development, but need to watch those as they organize. And again, farther here to the north, as we pan north here into Okmulgee County, now we're back up here where we have that tornado warning here in Okmulgee County. My goodness, this just looks to be buried in rainfall. If we switch this over here to velocity data, here's your circulation right here, and I'm going to put this back over to reflectivity. Look at that. I mean, that's buried in rain. You're not going to see it. Absolutely not going to see that tornado if there is one there. We haven't had anything confirmed, but again, that circulation is buried deep into the rain here right around Beggs, so we will not see anything visually. If you're looking here outside of the rain here, if you're out here to the east and trying to see what's going on in this storm, it's going to be a wall of rain, probably a little bit of hail and lots of lightning, but good luck trying to see a tornado that might be developing there. Let's go ahead and zoom in a little bit closer because I do want to get a close look again at that circulation. See where we're at here, where it's updated. It looks like now it's just to the north here of Dentonville. So each one of these squares, that's one thing that's nice about Oklahoma. Each one of these gridded squares is a mile by a mile. So it gives you an idea about how far away these are. And so you got Dentonville here, and so we're looking just north and northeast here at Dentonville by about a mile is where that circulation is at the moment. Let's go in just a little bit tighter. Again, that's going to track its way here toward Highway 75, both old Highway 75 and new Highway 75. So we've got here's Dentonville Road, and here's Harold Road, and now it's coming across right here's the circulation. So we've got North 140 Road here and Harold Road. It is right about in that vicinity at the moment. And so if we look here farther here to the east, Beggs is right here. So that circulation now is just off to the north and to the west of Beggs. At this current moment, it looks like the circulation should stay to your north and west. It'll probably keep tracking here off to the east, northeast like so. So Beggs, at least right now, it'd still be in your tornado safe spots. If you're watching us, stay in your safe spot. But that circulation right now looks like it might pass just off to your north. Of course, we got to be careful with trying to be too specific here because the radar is hitting this higher up into the storm, so it may not translate to where it's actually at the ground. So you're hitting, the radar beam is going to be above the ground a bit. It's going to be hitting the storm higher up. So it's depicting the rotation, I should say, a little above ground level. And so we got to be careful with trying to be too precise where we place this. It could be off just a little bit, especially with a tilted updraft of a supercell. It might be a ground level still back here just a little bit. But we got to just be mindful. This is going to continue to track off here to the north and east to the northeast. So likely the circulation should stay north of Beggs, but again, old Highway 75 here. Here is the new Highway 75, we'll call it. And again, that is going to track right here north of Beggs, likely going to come across both Highway 75s here as that does move off here to the north. So let's go ahead and pan back to where that circulation is. Again, well pronounced. Whoops, didn't want to do that. Let's go back here. Let's pan here. There's the circulation, there's our outbounds, and there's our green inbounds right there. So that is the area of concern. Let's go back to reflectivity. There's a new update. That circulation continues to track here off to the north and to the east. And again, it looks like the main area is probably going to pass just north here of Beggs. Let's go back to reflectivity. Again, buried in the rain. You're not going to see it. You're getting a lot of rain right now here around Beggs. Lots of lightning and thunder as well. That circulation, I mean, it is just buried deep into the rain. Unfortunately, will not see anything coming to you if there is something on the ground there. Let's go here back up to the north. Again, we've got this circulation moving here across parts of Rogers County, and it has continued to move here off to the east and northeast. That tornado warning extends into parts of Craig County, northern portions here, Mays County as well. And again, let's go back here to velocity data, see if we can get an idea of where this is. Looks like perhaps hopefully this is showing some signs of weakening a little bit. Let's zoom in a little bit closer here and get it a little bit tighter. Still seeing some rotation. Let's go to storm relative. That might help us out here just a little bit. And let's go to rotation data, and a little less pronounced at the moment. Go back over here to correlation coefficient, see if we can see anything in here. And I'm not seeing anything of concerned here, but we still do have that tornado warning in effect. And again, this is the one that did produce earlier confirmed tornado in Tulsa County as that moved across parts of Tulsa County and earlier as well into Creek County. This is the same storm. It's tracked its way all the way across here, basically just along and north of I-44. So there's our tornado warning still here, northern portions here of Rogers County. But as I continue to scan here, looking at some of the data, I'm seeing signs that perhaps this has weakened quite a bit. And I hope it stays that way. But sometimes these storms can cycle, so just I don't want to close the book on it yet. It is still a supercell, and it is in a very favorable environment. But at least with what I'm looking at right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot of concern here with any tight areas of circulation. Let's see what we got up here. There's a little bit inbound there, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of major concern. But again, this storm is still in a very favorable atmospheric environment, and you can still see how this everything kind of curves. So we've still got structure here that this storm is rotating, even though the rotation that we're seeing in the velocity data looks like it has weakened. So the storm itself is still pretty well organized, so it might just be going through a cycle right now, and it could very well recycle and strengthen again. So we don't want to close the book on this, but that is going to continue to track here up to Chelsea, up to around Sunsweet, over to around Big Cabin. We've got, again, areas here near Big Cabin, I-44. If this holds together, could potentially come across I-44 as it continues to track its way to the north and to the east up to around Veneta. Now, tornado warning does not include Veneta at this moment, but we do have a storm here that has a history of producing tornadoes just off to your south and west. For the time being, I'd still be taking those tornado precautions here. If you are in this flashing red box, I would still be taking those tornado precautions. Just do not take a chance. Let's go back out here. We still have that tornado warning here to the south. I do want to get into Tulsa as well. Thankfully, Tulsa right now, it might be loud in some spots where you are with showers and thunderstorms around, but things are a little quieter, but a lot of heavy rain and a lot of lightning and thunder still in the metro at the moment. Now, we are watching this storm here off to the south and to the west. This is the one here that has that rotation here passing just to the north here of Beggs and near Winchester. That rotation, let's take a look at velocity data and see what that looks like. Let's go in a little closer here and get a look at that at the moment. Zooming in here, let's see what our velocity data looks like. See if we still have that area of rotation. We do. That is still there. That is a well-pronounced area of rotation. Again, this is buried in the rain here, but it is still there. So it's coming across Old Highway 75 here to the north of Beggs, and this is going to come over the now Highway 75 here, just off here now, currently by a few miles here off to the west of Winchester. So again, about 3 miles or so from Highway 75 at the moment, maybe 2 miles I may go with from Highway 75. So new tornado warning looks like it has been extended farther north and east. That was that red box you just saw pop in here. Let's see how far out that goes. And Emma, when you have a chance, check the speed on. Oh, we got that might be a confirmed tornado warning here. Yep, looks like it is confirmed. So we may have now a confirmed tornado warning. Let's see if we've got a correlation coefficient drop on this and see what prompted that confirmed. So now we do have a confirmed tornado here, northern portions of Okmulgee County. Let's go back here to the velocity data. And Emma, again, when you have a chance to
East at 35 miles per hour.
Okay, so still keeping that northeast track at 35 miles per hour. Let's do a quick storm track with this and track that off to the north and to the east. Again, there is a circulation still buried back here in northern portions here of Creek County. So or I should say northern portions of Okmulgee County. So there's our circulation. Here's Winchester. This is going to track very close here to Hectorville, and it's kind of moving off to the east and northeast. So Bixby, Stone Bluff, I even say southern portions here of Broken Arrow need to monitor this. Let's go ahead and do a quick storm track here at 35 miles per hour off to the east-northeast. So there we go. This is going to come right across. It is going to cross over, it looks like, into southern portions of Tulsa County. Liberty, though, about 7:32. Hectorville at about 7:35. Bixby, 7:46. Bixby High School, 7:46. We're looking at Leonard, 7:50. Stone Bluff, 7:54. Indian Springs, 7:54. Warren Theater in Broken Arrow at about 7:55. And NSU Broken Arrow, about 8:02. And Oneida at about 8:04. So again, there are your locations. I would say Coweta probably a little after 8 o'clock as well, if that track would take a little bit more of a southern track. We'll just have to watch this, monitor this as it tracks off to the east and northeast. So again, we do now have a confirmed tornado with this. There's our circulation here. There's Highway 75. Let's zoom in a little closer. Again, and it sounds like the sirens are going off here at Brookside, but this is going to stay south of Brookside. There's our circulation. That is well-pronounced circulation here. Switch this back over to rotation. You can see that is definitely showing up. And then let's take a look, see if we've got CC drop here. Let me go back to reflectivity. Now let's go to a CC drop. Not seeing much there lining up. But again, we do have a confirmed tornado now with this rotation. It is approaching Highway 75, very near Winchester. So here's Winchester, northern Okmulgee County. There's the circulation here. And again, tracking off to the north and to the east, maybe slightly east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. And again, here are your times here. We're zoomed in really tight here. So each one of these squares is a mile-by-mile box. And there's that circulation here, just about a mile now, basically approaching here Highway 75, northern portions here of Okmulgee County. Again, approaching Highway 75. This is going to cross Highway 75. Here is the Tulsa County line right here. So where this tracks off to the north and to the east, this is going to come very close to Liberty. It's going to come very close here to Hectorville, depending on the exact track that it eventually takes, and eventually could come very close here to Bixby, possibly over to around Leonard. So we're looking here kind of the southeast portion here of Tulsa County that is of greatest concern. The circulation is still back here. Here it is into northern portions of Okmulgee County. There's your red outbounds, and there your green inbounds, so I can draw it on here for you. There it is. There's your outbounds there, and your inbounds are right here. So that circulation is right there. It's about ready to come across Highway 75 as we speak. So let's go ahead and close that out. Let's zoom out just a little bit here. And again, actually, let me zoom in just real quick there, get some of those roads up here, see what you're looking at. So here's North 190 Road. Here is Krieger Road. So again, this is going to come right across here, Highway 75 near Krieger Road. There's North 205 Road and South Elwood. So we're looking here, far northern portions here of Okmulgee County, right near Highway 75. That is the area of concern immediately, with confirmed tornado now with this as it moves off to the east and to the north and east. And as mentioned, here's the Tulsa County line. Here's Liberty, and then as we go farther here to the east, we've got Hectorville. So we'll watch this as it continues to track off to the north and to the east. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity. And again, the reflectivity. Notice as I put the reflectivity on here, this thing is just buried in rainfall. So it's going to be basically impossible to see until it's right on you and the wind starts picking up. So it's not one of those that you're going to see coming at you. It is buried right now in the precipitation, probably a little bit of hail mixed in here as well. So very dangerous, not just a tornado, but a rain-wrapped tornado at that, one that you cannot see coming. Plus, it's dark outside. That makes it very difficult as well. So there's our new confirmed tornado warning here that does include now southern portions of Tulsa County. It does include parts of Wagner County, northern portions of Okmulgee County, and also just the far northwest edge of Muskogee County. We'll continue to watch that. Right now, it looks like that should track probably just north of the Muskogee County line, but we'll still watch that just in case it does perhaps vary one way or the other. We still have our tornado warning here. This is a storm that earlier was showing some signs that it perhaps is weakening, but again, a lot of times these supercells can cycle. Let's go back in a little closer with this one. Just in case this one is cycling back up. You can still see there's a hook here approaching Chelsea. So let's see what we've got here, see what the velocity data looks like. Earlier was showing some signs that this was perhaps weakening. And again, we're looking at our radar down here near Inola. Right here's our radar site there. So again, that's our reference point to how the direction the wind is flowing here with our velocity data. So let's zoom in just a little bit closer. And let's go right here around Chelsea because that's the area that we're watching here. And again, there's still some inbounds right here. So we're still pulling in some inbounds here. And any circulation right now looks fairly broad at the moment. And if we put up our rotational data, it's not as pronounced as what we were seeing earlier. But again, still seeing a hint here. If you just look at the reflectivity, you can still, by looking at the reflectivity, still see that we've got a little bit of a hook here. So we're still seeing a rotating thunderstorm, at least at the lower levels of the storm. It's not showing as much rotation as it was earlier, but sometimes these storms cycle. We still have a tornado warning that's in effect here from Chelsea over to around Sunsweet. And again, that warning extends all the way here to around Big Cabin, southern portions here of Craig County over to around where I-44 here and Highway 69 meet there at Big Cabin. So we've still got to watch this closely. I would go ahead and still be in your tornado safe spot here around Chelsea, anywhere basically along Highway 66 as this tracks off to the east and maybe slightly north of east. I would be in your tornado precautions here all the way up to White Oak, and then again possibly over to around Big Cabin depending on exact track that this decides to take. But I would be in your tornado safe spots. Right now the rotation is not as strong as it was earlier, but we still have a storm that could cycle back up as this continues to move into your area. But right now, nothing on the ground. We're definitely seeing some weaker rotation with this, not as strong as it was earlier. That hopefully helps you out here for those of you around Chelsea. But again, we are in the vicinity of a storm that could cycle back up. So we've got to still monitor this as it does track off here to the east and to the north and east. We talk about this a lot with these supercells. They can cycle like we saw with the one last night into northern portions of Oklahoma that produced multiple tornadoes as it worked its way across northern Oklahoma and into southern Kansas. So it'll go through cycles where it'll produce a tornado, the circulation will weaken, and another one forms. And right now, this one currently has weakened, but we just need to monitor just in case it does decide to strengthen back up. And again, still some areas here near Chelsea, still likely getting some very gusty winds with this as it does move through, even though the circulation not quite as strong as it was earlier. So that is certainly some good news there. But still, we've got that supercell. We've got the tornado warning storm with confirmed tornado farther to the south. Emma, it has been a busy evening.
That it has. We're not done just yet. I mean, we're still indicating for these strong storms to continue even late tonight. So that's why we can't let our guard quite down just yet. We do have those numerous tornado warnings going on. Here's the latest track with this storm just to the south of Tulsa. I know, as Michael mentioned, we were getting those tornado sirens going off here on Brookside. Well, that system is just to the south. So at least we seem to be pretty good here to the north. But right now along Liberty, that's the area that we're watching with that area of circulation. As it goes on, heads up in Bixby, 747, and then as it continues into Indiana Springs around 755, and then even that Warren Theater, 756, and Broken Arrow at 802. So if you are in this general region going off southern portions of Tulsa County as this continues to extend, make sure you are taking those tornado precautions because we've seen these storms either increase in speed. This is currently going 35 miles per hour. We've seen those slow down about 20. We've seen those speed up going about 40 miles per hour. Really want to just emphasize, especially on the direction. That's why polygon area is pretty big. We just want to make sure just to cover the bases, because this could continue to push further northeast, or it could take more of an easterly turn. You never know with these storms, and that's why we do have that area that we're monitoring right there. Along with that, just to extending further out, we still have that current tornado warning just to the north there as it's inching its way closer into at least Chelsea at this time, and that is going to continue along to the northeast still as of now, going closer to Sunsweet, and then eventually just to about the northwest of Big Cabin. So I know we do have a very busy highway along there as well for those folks going through Big Cabin, going north towards Veneta. So we really want to take those tornado precautions, especially if you're having to travel as well. I know a lot of folks at home watching from home. I know we got a lot of heavy rainfall, the lightning strikes. I mean, we've heard it here along Brookside, just very scary for some folks, but we're just going to continue to keep you posted on these as long as you know those necessary tornado precautions of the interior part of your home, especially since it's nighttime, so you can't really see these storms too well besides the lightning kind of helping you out there. I have been telling family back and forth, don't even try to look at these. A lot of these are rain wrapped. You're not going to see a whole lot, but just some dark clouds, a lot of lightning strikes with that. And you definitely don't want to make any travel plans of leaving, especially if you don't have to, as these continue to increase. It's currently 7:35. We still have this chance ongoing, just even potentially past 9 o'clock and maybe even overnight, Michael.
Yeah, these are just the first storms that we will be dealing with as we go through the evening and into later on tonight. There's a cold front that will be moving in from the north and west that could still give us a threat for severe weather through the overnight into the early morning hours. But our immediate concern are with the storms that we have right now here in northeast Oklahoma. Again, we have 2 tornado warnings. This one is the confirmed warning here. Let's go in on that one right now. That circulation is very near here now, the Okmulgee and Tulsa County line. Hopefully, we're seeing some signs that this might be weakening, but let's take a look at it and see what we've got here. That velocity still here. Let's go ahead and zoom in just a little bit closer. And again, we're right now looking here. There's Hectorville, and again, there is Liberty. And I will say it's not as predominant as it was earlier. It might be cycling here. Looks like we might have 2 areas that we're watching. We've got one area here. We've got another one back here, so it's very possible that this one might be going through a cycle at the moment. What will typically happen is you may get one area of rotation that will occlude, and it'll kind of drift off to the north, and the new one forms out east ahead of it. So that might be what we're seeing here. Again, here's Hectorville. There's a circulation here, and it looks like we still have one back there. Let's switch it back over to rotation. We still have, those are the 2 areas that we're watching. Let's go over to a correlation coefficient here, see if we can get a look at this. I'm not seeing any sort of, again, the circulations are up here, so I'm not seeing anything line up there. That is certainly some good news there. But again, looking back at velocity data here, couple of areas that might be worth watching. We've got this area back here, and we've got another one here. So let me just draw those on for you. So here's our inbounds here and a little bit of an outbound there. And then we've got this area out here farther to the east. It's not very tight rotation, but there's kind of an area here that we're watching. I just want to point it out because I'm seeing it. Again, it's not, I wouldn't say exactly tight rotation, but those are kind of the 2 areas that we're watching here, Okmulgee and Tulsa County line. So we're looking at these basically. Most of this is actually in the far southern Tulsa County, crossing over here. So as we look here farther to the north and to the east of what may be farther here. There we go. So there's this one now. I'm pretty sure we got 2 rotations here. Yeah, just looking at this, you got this one back here. We got this one there. They just got the update, but we're still seeing the same. Let me remove that, and I'll draw it back on here. Still seeing the same areas there. So there's our circulation here. And then we've also got this one here as well. So those are our two circulations that we're looking at here. And again, so those are going to be tracking here across southern portions here of Tulsa County. So we've got Bixby here, we've got Leonard here, and those are the areas that we're watching, kind of tracking off here to the north and to the east. So if you are in Bixby, if you are in Leonard, I would be taking those tornado precautions right now, because we do have two areas of circulation and monitoring here in southern portions of Tulsa County that continue to move here off to the north and to the east. We switch this over to storm relative velocity, and you can still kind of see those two areas. We go over to reflectivity. Okay, so this one may actually be a little bit more in the way of we're not seeing too much reflectivity here, so we're likely seeing the one back here to the west that is the more likely culprit here. So the farther one to the east still might be a new area that's trying to form, but I'd say the one back to the west is a bit more representative of what is happening here, just because that is tucked back here closer to the reflectivity. You can still see how this kind of hooks around here. There's Hectorville, so there is still a little bit of a hook here with this into southern portions of Tulsa County. So just got to watch this here as it does move here off to the north and to the east. So Bixby, Leonard, Indian Springs, even here as you get up to around Coweta, Oneida, and even southern portions here of Broken Arrow, we still have that tornado warning that does include you as well. So again, zooming back out real quick here, I do want to do a quick storm track with this and track this off to the north and to the east. So there's our supercell here, and again, right here is where we have a bit of that hook showing up. So that easterly rotation I was actually showing you earlier, that was definitely not of any concern. It is the one farther west, because that is the one that's tucked back here associated with the hook. I should have looked at reflectivity first to see how that lined up. But again, that one west here is the one of concern. So let's go ahead and put back here the velocity data up, and we'll track it from this area of rotation back here, northeast at 30. So that rotation's kind of tucked back here, and let's track that off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So again, we've been watching these speeds range anywhere from about 25 to, in some cases earlier, as high as about 40 miles per hour. Let me move this over here real quick, and that way you can see that, and I can stand over here. But again, there's the circulation there, and again, with that northeasterly track, we're looking at Bixby High School about 750, Leonard at about 757, Indian Springs at about 8 o'clock, Warren Theater 801, Broken Arrow 809, NSU Broken Arrow 809, Bass Pro Shop at around 811, Oneida 813, Broken Arrow High School about 813. That's if it would, again, take a bit more of a northerly track, but again, we just kind of have to watch this as it evolves. Potentially could see that circulation anywhere where I've got this track here, again, could be under the threat for this potential tornado, the confirmed tornado, to move on through. So the circulation is still sitting back here to the west. I'm going to switch this back over to reflectivity data. And again, looking at the reflectivity here, let's go back to velocity. Again, still keeping an eye here. Perhaps that hook still showing the circulation here, and maybe trying to perhaps try to recycle or cycle back up as it does track off to the north and to the east. So areas here, again, near Bixby, Indian Springs, possibly the south side of Broken Arrow right now, need to be in your tornado safe spot as this tracks off at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. So again, that is the storm right now of greatest concern in the area. Let me go ahead and take the tracks off. Let's go ahead and zoom out just a bit. We do still have that tornado warning here now into areas around Rogers and into Craig County. Let's get back in on that one. Real quick update on this one. This is the one that had weakened earlier, but we're still seeing, again, with the velocity, with the reflectivity, maybe this thing possibly trying to wrap back up again. And again, we'll see these storms cycle where they'll weaken a bit and then they'll start to ramp themselves back up. That's very common with long track type supercells, and this supercell has been going for a while. This is the one that started back over Lincoln County and Creek County earlier today, and it is still ongoing here, tracking very close here to Highway 66 off to the north and to the east. Looking at our rotational tracks here, I'm not seeing anything as impactful as what we had earlier, but still seeing hints here of some rotation with this. But looking at the reflectivity, you can still see there is a hook here. There you can see the reflectivity data. That is a textbook hook echo right here near Sunsweet, and it looks like, if I zoom in just a little bit more, it's definitely has weakened, but it is still rotating here near Ballin Spring and over to around Sunsweet. So putting back on the reflectivity data, you can see the hook is right here. So we're still getting rotation. It's just not showing up as strong as it was earlier, but it's right about here. So here's Sunsweet. So right here's our area of rotation with this. So it is still ongoing here and still tracking here off to the east. Right now, that rotation is still north here of Highway 66 and will continue to track off here to the north and to the east. So watching that continue to do so. The circulation, though, is certainly weaker compared to what it was earlier. And I mentioned that for those of you downwind here, this track. Hopefully that gives you a little bit of ease, but again, still need to watch this closely as it tracks off to the north and east. We do now have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that storm here into Craig County for that very storm. So if I switch it back over to the velocity data, there is a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect here in Craig County for this thunderstorm. Potential for some damaging wind gusts, some hail with that, and of course we still have supercell here, so we have to monitor this as it could cycle back up. This is the same storm that has produced multiple tornadoes in northeast Oklahoma so far this evening. So this is that very same storm that is still ongoing here into parts of Craig County. Let's get back south here to where we do have that storm where the rotation has been a bit stronger here, moving through southern portions here now of Tulsa County, very close to the Bixby area. Let's kind of stay focused in on this one. It does look like we have a new tornado warning with this. There is debris. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. It does look like we're getting perhaps some debris being lofted here. Let's take a look and see what we... Okay. That's all right. Let's go back here to velocity data. And again, still seeing this circulation here track into areas of, it's kind of broad. It's not as tight as it was earlier. So there's the new tornado warning here that just filled in. That is no longer a confirmed tornado. So that is certainly some good news there. But as this is approaching now the Bixby area, we no longer have a confirmed tornado. But you can still see, similar to the storm that we've got farther to the north into Craig County and into parts of Rogers County, we still have, you can still see the structure of this supercell. There is still a hook here. So this is the area that we're watching. And again, earlier we did have a confirmed tornado with this particular storm. And this is now tracking here near Bixby. It's going to track near Leonard. And again, possibly southern portions here of Broken Arrow to around Oneida, possibly over to around Coweta as it continues to track off to the north and to the east, and just monitoring this as it moves on through. So I am happy to see that this is no longer a confirmed tornado warning, but we still have a storm here that has the potential to produce yet another tornado. So as we've been talking about all evening, how sometimes these storms cycle. Let's go ahead and do a quick track. And I'm going to, since the circulation is fairly broad right now, I'm basically going to take this here from about Bixby all the way down to the end of that hook and just kind of track that here off to the north and to the east. I'm going to have to give myself a little bit more room because that is not going to be enough room to do that. And the speed, is this still about 35, Emma? Let's see here. Let me do that quick on here.
Northeast at
35, okay. So I'm kind of taking a large area here. That circulation has broadened out just a bit, so I'm kind of taking a large area, tracking this off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour, just to kind of give a little bit of extra leeway here with where that circulation might be. Leonard 753, Indian Springs 754, Warren Theater about 754. We're looking at NSU Broken Arrow 802, Oneida about 805, Forest Ridge about 809. So again, that's kind of at the outer edge of that where that warning is extended. Now, if this storm were to continue to show signs of rotation, we potentially could see a tornado warning extended farther here into north and western portions here of Wagner County and possibly southern Rogers County into southern portions of Mays County if this were to hold together. And again, it's just really concerning as it does continue to show at least some signs of rotation as it moves off to the north and to the east. So numerous storms that we are tracking across the region right now. Let me zoom in just a little bit closer on this, see if we get an update here. Oh, I went the wrong way there, but let's go in a little bit tighter. I want to zoom in a little bit more on this and get a look at the velocity data, see if we got another update. I will say the reflectivity is not quite as pronounced as it was earlier with this. And let's see if the velocity tends to line up with that as well. Let me remove the track there. So let's just make sure we're lining up here, make sure we got this looking okay. So there's again, here is the main storm right here. You've got, again, possibly even some hail, maybe some small hail coming out of this here into South Tulsa to around Bixby and parts of Broken Arrow. And then down here is where we've got that hook. The velocity data, though, looking at this, it's not extremely pronounced, but there is still some velocity in this area as it does track off here to the north and to the east. Let's put on rotation track here, and you can still see here this area from Bixby to around Leonard, where we're still seeing some areas of rotation where this is still a concern coming right across here. The Arkansas River as this does continue to move off to the east and to the north and east. So again, putting velocity data back on here, there you can still see where we've got our outbounds here and our inbounds here. So this is still quite concerning where we still have some rotation. It may not be as strong as it was earlier, but we still have some rotation ongoing here. Bixby coming across the Arkansas River, and again, this is going to come up here into parts of Wagner County, make even move here far southern portions here of Broken Arrow, as well as this does move off to the north and to the east. Looking at storm relative velocities here. And again, looking at the reflectivity is still back in this area, so the main concern would still be back in here. But as far as tight rotation, really tight rotation like we had earlier, I am not seeing that. And also to keep in mind that we're getting closer to the radar site as this storm tracks northeast. So we're getting each scan as we get closer to the radar site should be even a little bit better compared to when the storms are farther away. So with what we're seeing here, I'm not really seeing anything as far as tight rotation. There's still rotation in here, though, that we need to be monitoring. But as far as tight rotation, I'm not seeing that as much as we were earlier. But you can still see as we put on a rotation tracker, there is still some definite rotation showing up here, coming right across the Arkansas River, Bixby, over to around Leonard. Everything's going to be tracking here off to the north and to the east, possibly to around Oneida. And we'll see as this continues if by chance, potentially, we see that tornado warning extended here, possibly into Wagner County or farther east into Wagner County compared to what it already is, and maybe southern portions here of Rogers and Mays County if that does still show signs of circulation. Let's go back here to the north. The good news with that storm, let me switch it over to reflectivity. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire with that storm here in Craig County. Fantastic news there. Our immediate concern right now is the storm here in Tulsa County, southern Tulsa County. So let's get right back into it. And again, this is the one that we have the greatest concern of. James Rogers is here coming looks like into parts of Bixby and coming in from the north here to approach this circulation as it does come across here the Arkansas River. You can still see we got a little bit of a hook showing up here, so we've still got a supercell right now tracking across southern Tulsa County, and it's soon to be moving here into portions of Wagner County. So again, south side of Broken Arrow, Leonard, Bixby, Stone Bluff, Coweta, Oneida need to be just taking those tornado precautions right now, be in your tornado safe spot. I will say the rotation's not as strong as it was earlier, but again, with these supercells, they can cycle and they can strengthen and tighten up pretty quick. So we just have to be careful with that as it does move overhead. Hopefully this just moves through, doesn't do anything. That's what we want to happen, and that's what we hope happens here as this continues to track off to the north and east. But it's one of those situations, again, take those tornado precautions. It's better safe than sorry, especially with where this is going to track here on the south side here of the Tulsa Metro. Let's go back down here farther to the south, or zoom in a little bit more. Let's just do it that way. And again, looking here, again, if this were to continue, just to kind of give you an idea, if we were to get another tornado warning, that could eventually be extended here, southern portions of areas here of Mays and Rogers County, and maybe extending into farther portions here of western Wagner County. All right, let's get back over to velocity. And again, we're still getting a little hint here of some rotation with this as this does track its way. And now it's getting ready to cross over here from Tulsa County into portions of Wagner County. And there you can see very near the Creek Turnpike here. And again, looking at the reflectivity, there's our reflectivity. We've still got a little bit of that hook here, so we've still got a very potent supercell, likely some hail coming down here into parts of Broken Arrow. Maybe not large hail, but I'm sure we're getting at least some small hail out of this here and around Broken Arrow. And again, looking at the velocity data, you can still see this is the inflow region, that these red outbounds, that's kind of the inflow area here of the storm, and then the greens are kind of wrapping around. And as we look at the reflectivity, you can see how that kind of hooks around that area. So if we got anything, it's going to be right in this vicinity here around Indian Springs over possibly to around Warren Theater and tracking here very near the Creek Turnpike, far southern portions here of Broken Arrow. That is where, if anything did happen with this, that is where it would be. So that's why we're saying here, just to be in your tornado safe spot here, south side of Broken Arrow. This is going to continue to track off to the east and northeast. There's NSU Broken Arrow. There is Oneida. And again, just watching this very closely. Right now, the rotation, thankfully, is not very strong compared to what we had earlier. That's why the confirmed tornado warning has been dropped, but we still have rotation that is worth watching. And as I continue to click here through our storm relative velocities and our regular velocities, and then again looking here at the rotation, we're still seeing it. It is still here, even though it's not, I would say, tight rotation. It's still here, and maybe now, hopefully we're not trying to see that tighten up just a bit. We might be. I think we're getting a little bit of an RFD surge here. Let me look at the reflectivity here. Let's see if I can get that reflectivity up. Let's see here. So again, this is kind of the area we're watching where this hook is right here. So if we go back to velocity, let's go back in a little bit tighter here on this. So it would be right here, kind of right around areas here around the Creek Turnpike. So this is kind of the area that we're watching. We're definitely getting a little bit of a surge here of some green inbounds. So just monitoring this area here. Extended tornado warning. So it does look like this is trying to perhaps, hopefully not, but it does look like it's still persistent and perhaps trying to strengthen back up. So we'll watch this here. I'm going to take a look at this next scan. Again, those of you here south side of Broken Arrow, you need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. So we're looking here. Again, here's the Warren Theater. Here is the Creek Turnpike. And again, this area here right on the Creek Turnpike is where this might be. It'd be right in here. So our red, again, we're looking at reds going away from the radar here, greens coming in this direction. So in this area here is where we would be watching potential for rotation to tighten up. And we're basically right now a couple miles here from the Wagner County line. So this is County Line Road here. And right here is Lynn Lane. And again, here is the Creek Turnpike. So this is going to continue to track its way off to the east. Let's see if we get, we go back over here to correlation coefficient, not really seeing anything. Rotation, that is right in that area. So it does look like in the velocity data that I've seen a little bit of an uptick here. You can see the greens here, these inbounds, that's your RFD wrapping around here. So again, south side of Broken Arrow, I'm a little bit more concerned with what I'm seeing here. If you live in the south side of Broken Arrow here, right along the Creek Turnpike. So here's another update. It looks like it's tracked off to the north and east just a bit. So again, this is County Line Road right here. This is Lynn Lane right here. Right here is NSU Broken Arrow. And that is right about where this circulation is right here. And of course, we have the new amphitheater that's being built right here across from the Creek Turnpike. So again, that is tracking right into this same area. So again, southeast side here, Broken Arrow, I'll be taking your tornado precautions right now. We've had the tornado warning extended into Wagner County because of this rotation that has picked up just a little bit here from what it was doing earlier. Still very persistent. Let's switch it over to a correlation coefficient. Still not seeing anything pronounced around that circulation. That is good news. over to rotation, still seeing this area here kind of show up fairly bright right about where we've got these areas here of concern. Just looking at the velocity data, again, it's kind of, there's our inbounds here. It's kind of in this area right here is the area of concern. Now coming across from Tulsa County into Wagner County in Broken Arrow, and here is Oneida. So again, those of you here, NSU Broken Arrow, if you're in this area here, again, here is New Orleans right here. Which again, we got also here Oneida. Here is the Muskogee Turnpike. Again, just watching this area here, southeast side of Broken Arrow. Would be in your tornado precautions right now. If you live anywhere around NSU Broken Arrow, if you live anywhere near Oneida, and then continuing from there, let's zoom out just a little bit more. There's Forest Ridge Country Club. Let's see if we can zoom out just a bit here and get that tornado warning. There's the new tornado warning here. Again, not confirmed, but that is the new tornado warning that does extend to the north and to the east. And as I thought would be the case, will include extra areas here, northeastern portions of Wagner County, also including southern portions here of Rogers County and Mays County. So now that tornado warning does include Inola, it does include Choteau, even up basically to about I-44, the Claremore vicinity and Catoosa vicinity. And I think I just got another update here. It looks like that may have even intensified a little bit more. Yeah, this looks like it's trying to strengthen. Emma, right here near NSU Broken Arrow. You can see the inbounds getting a little brighter. Not a whole lot happening here. Again, if those reds were brighter here, I would be even more concerned, but we're definitely seeing an RFD surge here with this that can sometimes show that we're getting there's our hook right here. So it's right in this area, right around NSU Broken Arrow. And let's see if we get a CC drop. Not seeing anything right now. So with this circulation right in the Broken Arrow vicinity, I do kind of want to stick with this, with what we've got right now. But Emma, it has been a very busy evening so far for us. And right now we've got circulation in the southeast side of Broken Arrow. If you are in the southeast side of Broken Arrow and you've got the tornado sirens going, be in your tornado safe spot.
The warning I've been giving to family members. My brother's watching. He's actually in that area right now, hoping he is taking those tornado precautions. That area of circulation we've been monitoring just to the south of Tulsa, that is now moving pretty fast, about 45 miles per hour to the northeast, and that is why they went ahead and issued that polygon, further extended that all the way into parts of Mays County. That does include Choteau as well. So that's something we're monitoring, of course, right along. We've been on this for hours, just continuing with these, and with that area of circulation, it does look about Inola 819, Keith at 820, Justice at 827, and then Choteau about 832. So from here, you do have a good heads up of just taking those tornado precautions as this starts to move in. This could continue to either push a little bit more northeast or more easterly turn. That's something, that's why that polygon is a little odd shaped there. So we're going to continue to monitor that. We are seeing some heavy downpours across the area, and we are seeing a lot of lightning strikes as well. We've been getting a good show here. A few of our cameras, I've been trying to keep up with some of these storms, especially since we've just had so much of that lightning. And then I did want to point out some power outages county-wise here in Tulsa County, at least 3,500. So we are seeing a lot of those reports when we were getting some power flashes earlier. That is when we started to see these numbers start to ramp up. So if you are in those locations, hopefully you are taking those tornado precautions. They may continue to extend that. I mean, this is a very ongoing. And then just even looking at Chad of what they've been saying, they've at least reported funnel cloud reported near 91st in the Creek Turnpike in Broken Arrow.
Yeah, and just looking at this, I'm not surprised by that, Emma. The circulation has really shown signs that it's trying to strengthen. And let me get back to velocity here. Let me get the tornado warning box off of there as well. So the RFD has really picked up. So that's the air that flows around the backside of a supercell. So that's why we've got these bright inbounds here. The radar is up in Inola. So that radar's up here. So we're looking at air that's flowing toward the radar site right here. Very strong inbounds here. And then the reds are flowing away. This is actually your inflow region here of the supercell. And the circulation is going to be right in here. So that's where we've got the potential here of a developing tornado, and again, did have a report of a funnel cloud with this, and as it was coming across south side of Broken Arrow near the Creek Turnpike, you definitely saw the greens get more brighter. They got brighter, and that was an indication that the RFD was strengthening, and perhaps we were starting to see the development of that low-level circulation tightening up, and that's what we're seeing here. We don't have anything confirmed yet other than that a funnel cloud reported. James Rogers is very close here as well. And there's a new update. Look at the bright greens here. That is concerning to me as this continues to track off here to the north and to the east. So here is Oneida, and again, that circulation is very well pronounced here. It's kind of, I'm going to circle a broad area because it's going to be tough to find. Here's our outbounds here. Here's our green inbounds here. So it's going to be right in this zone. If there's anything happening here, it's going to be right in here. So it's coming across the Muskogee Turnpike here. Just came across the Creek Turnpike very near NSU Broken Arrow. And now we're going back across here, the Muskogee Turnpike. Here is Forest Ridge Country Club, and that is where this circulation looks to be tracking toward. If we switch it over here on rotation data, that is some of the brightest that we have seen so far with any of the circulations that we have had so far today. Again, we're closer to the radar site here, so we're getting really good scans here as this storm tracks into the east side, or to the into Oneida. We're in the east side, I should say, excuse me, of Broken Arrow. Again, but I would be in your tornado safe spots here from Forest Ridge Country Club. Again, let's go ahead and confirm tornado. Let's switch this over to CC. I wonder if we got a CC drop with this. Maybe perhaps a slight drop here, but we now have confirmed tornado in the east side of Broken Arrow. Not surprising with what I have seen take place on velocity data, how this has increased over the last 15 minutes. Again, there's our circulation here, really bright inbounds coming in right here. There's our red bounds here, our red outbounds, I should say, right here. Right now, Forest Ridge Country Club, in your tornado safe spot. This circulation is tracking up in your direction. You need to be in your safe spot right now. Interior room, away from any outside walls and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So I'm going to zoom out probably just a little bit more here so we can get a little bit more of the area to show up. So there's our circulation. New confirmed tornado warning now has just been issued for this circulation. Let me take those arrows off of there because we're going to update that because the circulation is moving. But that is tracking right up here to near Forest Ridge. If we do storm relative velocity, there it's pretty obvious where our circulation is right here. So back over to rotation. Again, it's right in this spot. If we go back over to reflectivity, we'll likely see a fairly well pronounced. It's kind of really wrapped up here, actually. Really wrapped up area here with our reflectivity. But if you look at velocity, it is certainly there, so that is the area of concern. Let me zoom out just a little bit more, and we'll do a quick storm track on this. Again, immediate concern here right now is Forest Ridge Country Club, east side of Broken Arrow. That's where we've got the confirmed tornado at the moment, very near those spots. Let's go back out. So now with this northeast track, this could track up to near Inola, McFarland, over to around Shoto. So let me do a quick track on this. Emma, if we have the speed of the new confirmed tornado warning, that way I'll update the track here to the speed. Still 35. Okay. Persistent with that wind, or with that direction. Let's go ahead and do a quick storm track here. Again, the circulation is back here near Forest Ridge. And let's track that off to the north and to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So let me move this over here so I'm not blocking that. And again, here are our times. We're looking at Gregory at about 8:23, Inola 8:27, McFarland 8:28, Kiowa at about 8:32, Harmony Star about 8:41, Shoto at about 8:43, and currently Pryor and Sportsman Acres not under that tornado warning, but if that circulation holds, that would track up here into your vicinity as well. So you need to be paying close attention here if you are in Pryor, Sportsman Acres, even up to around Adair, over to around Tip. Need to watch this closely as this will track here into Mays County. Let's get back here into the immediate concern with where we do have the circulation. And again, confirmed tornado now here on the east side of Broken Arrow. Let's zoom in a little closer. We also have James Rogers. You can see him driving around this area. If we have anything from James, just let us know. We've got, again, this area around Forest Ridge. You can see the green inbounds coming in this direction. And, again, those red outbounds is kind of hooking around like this and kind of wrapping kind of like this, kind of a broad area here of circulation. And, again, it looks like we do have some damage here. Is that damage from Tulsa Tech, Peoria campus? So it looks like we do have some damage here as well. That's what you're seeing there on the left side of your screen. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and get a look here back into around the Forest Ridge vicinity. Again, tornado precautions right now around Forest Ridge. In the east side here, Broken Arrow. This is going to continue to track off to the north and to the east. Let's go in a little bit closer here. Let me switch this over to rotation. Again, it's going to be pretty big area that we're looking at here, and a part of that is the RFD surge. It's kind of wrapping around here. That's why it looks so broad compared to what we were seeing earlier in the day. But again, this is what we're looking at. Let me zoom in just a little closer here. Let's get some of the streets up here. Again, so we've got 51st Street, 61st Street. Here's 71st Street, Forest Ridge Country Club. That's where we need to be taking those tornado precautions right now, as that circulation continues to track off to the north and to the east. And again, so right in here, I'm not seeing as much of a pronunciation with that circulation as I was earlier. Just kind of looking here. Let me switch this over to storm relative real quick. Let's go back over here to the velocity data. See if we got anything here on CC drop. Thankfully, nothing showing up there. That's certainly some good news. Certainly with the RFD surge that we're getting out of this, I'm sure it'll show up here on reflectivity, that push here to the east. We're likely still, even if you're not in the tornado, getting some very strong winds here on the south side of this rotation, getting pushed forward here with what is the RFD. So, again, this is going to continue to track off to the north and to the east. If you live here, anywhere here, in the east side here of Broken Arrow and northern portions here of Wagner County, and eventually here southern portions of Rogers County and into Mays County, you need to be taking those tornado precautions right now. So Gregory, McFarland, Inola, over to around Keith, and then crossing over here into Mays County, Choteau, over to around kind of not quite to Pryor and not quite to Sportsman Acres, but I'd be monitoring just in case, because this is going to continue to track up in your direction as this supercell started to ramp up as it worked its way across the south side of Broken Arrow. And as it came across the Creek Turnpike, south side of Broken Arrow, I was getting more concerned, and we now do have a confirmed tornado with this. So kind of a zoomed out view here of this. There's again, this circulation is going to be right back in here. We switch this back over to storm relative velocity. Not as pronounced with the circulation as it was earlier, but it's still there. It is certainly still there. And again, it's going to be right in this vicinity here is where that's at. So you can see kind of like this area of our green inbounds here coming in this direction, and our red outbounds will be coming around here. So it's fairly broad, but this is about where it would be. If we switch this back over to velocity data, you can see there's our greens here and our reds here. So the circulation maybe not quite as tight as it was earlier, but still seeing some rotation here tracking now into Wagner County. So we're in the north portion here of Wagner County. Let's zoom in just a little bit closer into the circulation, see if we can get some of the roads up here. So we've got East 41st Street, East 51st. Here's going to be 61st down here. So we're kind of in this area here in Wagner County, kind of northern Wagner County, where that circulation is currently at. And if we zoom out a little bit more, you can see it's getting closer now here to the Rogers County line, and it will soon probably cross over here into Rogers County. Maybe a little bit more of a surge here. So you can see the greens getting a bit brighter here. So we'll see if this tries to do what it did earlier, where these greens really surge forward, and that's what got this to wrap up last time. So we'll see if it's trying to cycle back up again. It potentially is here, with some of these greens getting a bit brighter here. Looking at storm relative, that's where we kind of, there's not quite as pronounced there, but certainly shows up in the velocity data. So just watching this area here. Let me put a circle around what we're looking at, just so you can see. It's this area here And again, it's kind of coming around like that. That's kind of the way it's working. Red outbounds and green inbounds. It's not as pronounced. They're not aligned as well, but if it started to wrap up, that's about what it would look like. So it's not as aligned as well as it was earlier, where the reds, if it was really tight, these reds would come all the way back around here into where these greens are. But we're still seeing hints here of some broad rotation that we've got to watch as this continues to track here off to the north and east. Again, confirmed tornado with this earlier around Broken Arrow, and now we're moving here soon to be crossing over here into southern portions of Rogers County. So here is the radar site here near Gregory and Inola. There's Inola. So this is going to continue to track here off to the north and east. Right here's Highway 412. So I would say tornado precautions here anywhere across southern portions here of Rogers County and southern portions of Mays County as this continues to track off to the north and east. Emma, continuing with a busy evening.
Absolutely. We still are seeing, at least on the power outages, over 6,000 here in Tulsa County. It just gives us that good indicator from the first tornado warning to our west moving north, and then that second tornado warning that moved in just to the south of Broken Arrow. And I'm sure we're going to keep seeing these numbers climb. We're already seeing additional over in Rogers County and then just to the south as well. So we really are just going to be monitoring that. I mean, we were seeing some really strong winds as well in some of these other locations as we just continue with that. And then not only that, there's that first tornado warning that moved through our location, dropping a little over 1.5 inches in some of these locations. And then to the south, the second one, the one that we're seeing right now, is bringing in additional rainfall rates, very high in some of these locations, which is why you really want to just, a lot of these storms are very much rain wrapped, and so just dropping so much of that rainfall, you're seeing that lightning. But in these moments, it's just not a good idea to be outside. Try to check this out by any means. It's just heavy downpours. We've been watching our chasers out and about, the cameras on that. I mean, you just see low visibility. Do not recommend driving out, especially in this. And, you know, we've been talking about it, but we're not quite done just yet. You know, we do have these storms moving in right now, but we do have an additional cold front that's going to be sweeping in. So we have to be mindful of these lasting late tonight, and we've been at this for quite a bit of hours, and it looks to continue as the environment is just very favorable for these storms to continue and to be tornadic. We've been seeing so many tornado warnings just continuing, and as they start to weaken, they ramp back up once again. And so as of now, we still have that one. You can see they went ahead and just kept this one. That does continue for Rogers and parts of Mays County. We'll see if they go ahead and extend that as well. Unfortunately, in the location right over our radar, very hard to see as it continues to pass over that. And then we still have some heavy downpours towards the far northeast portion there, just towards along Veneta. That small severe thunderstorm warning, I'm sure they'll go ahead and let that one expire. Michael?
Yeah, we've got, again, still our main concern here in Wagner County, soon to be moving here into southern portions of Rogers County. So as Emma was pointing out, right here is Gregory, right here is Inola. Our circulation is still back here to the south and to the east. Let me put up reflect, or south and to the west, I should say. So we're back in this area is the area of concern. Looking at the velocity data, it's likely right in here is where we've got the concern. Let me see if we got reflectivity here. We just got a new update. It's getting very close to the radar site, but you can still see there's a little bit of a hook. See how that hooks around like that right there? So there is where our circulation is. You can actually see it on the reflectivity, and then we put the velocity on there. And again, that velocity kind of follows that. There's your surge here, and then these reds are flowing away from the radar site. So that's where the inflow is kind of coming in here. And then right in here is where that circulation would be. It looks like we have updated the tornado warning now to just a I shouldn't say unconfirmed, but to a tornado warning just for the rotation that is being detected. And we no longer have a tornado confirmed on the ground, even though we did have one earlier. But this is still an area to watch. Again, we're very close to the radar here, so we're going to get very good quality low-level scans here as that is getting closer to the radar site near Gregory. And this is going to continue to track off to the north and east. It's going to pass very close here to the radar. And if you are in Inola, I would still be taking your tornado precautions. If you are in Gregory, I would be in your tornado safe spot as well. Also, for those of you here farther to the north and to the east, Shoto, be in your tornado safe spot. If you live here up to around Pryor, even though you're currently not under a tornado warning, you're very close here to a tornado warning. So I would just be mindful that we do have a rotating thunderstorm to your south and to your west that could eventually cycle back up and be a possible tornado warning for you if this does maintain its current heading and its current strength. So we just need to be careful with that. Let's switch this over to correlation coefficient. Again, we're scanning very low now into the storm since we're so close, within a few miles here of the radar site. Not seeing anything here as far as a CC drop. That is certainly some good news, but still with that rotation tracker here, you can kind of see the leading edge here. Let's go back to velocity data. Just got a new update. And again, getting very close here to the radar site. So it's kind of tough to see. Might actually look a little bit better here with the reflectivity. So our hook is right here. We are now within here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 miles, getting close to it here of the radar site in Gregory. So there is where that hook is. So if a tornado was occurring, it's going to be right about in here. And it's going to keep tracking off to the north and east. So this is going to come very close here to Gregory. It's going to come very close to Inola, if not even through Inola with the rotation. Hopefully we don't have a tornado on the ground when that happens, but you need to be in your tornado safe spot as this circulation approaches you from the south and from the west. Switching it back over to velocity data. Again, we will likely be getting some very good quality scans here that we're so close to the radar. There's our green inbounds. And again, the outbounds are not as pronounced here. We're not getting those greens and reds lined up right close to each other. So that is certainly good news. We're not seeing that, but we still have a very organized supercell that could tighten back up and potentially produce a tornado. That's why the tornado warning continues, because we still have very persistent rotation with this, certainly capable that it could try to wrap up again. Let me go ahead and do a quick updated storm track on this as this continues to track off to the north and east, just to give you an updated look here at the times. For those of you downwind here or downstream of this, wondering what it might look like for you time-wise, let's go ahead and do that so you have a good update here. Let's track here from that circulation that is right here, just south of Gregory and very near Inola. I'm going to track that off to the north and east. This has been pretty persistent here, of about 35 miles per hour forward speed. So there we go. There's the track. And again, we're looking at Inola at about 827, Shoto 843. Again, Lusset about to 847, Sportsman Acres 853. Pryor 853. Again, Sportsman Acres on there twice, about 854, so 853 to 854. Again, a lot of these communities here showing up on this list are not currently under a tornado warning, but I just want to show you the times if this were to hold together. You potentially could be under a tornado warning later, and these would be about the times that circulation could approach you. So even though, again, the tornado warning goes only to about right here to about Shoto, it could go farther eventually as this storm tracks off to the north and to the east. So just to kind of give you a heads up here for the rest of Mayes County as that circulation tracks off north and east. It's been fairly persistent. The two storms really that we've had so far this evening have been incredibly persistent, and this one here right up there with it. So let's zoom back in here a little closer to our circulation, see what it looks like here. Hopefully we're still fairly broad with this circulation and not too tight, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. And you can see the inbounds here and the red outbounds here. So there is still, even though we're close to the radar site, nothing extremely tight here with this rotation. And again, if this was tight rotation, these reds would be really bright right next to these greens, and we're not seeing that at all. But we still certainly have some broad rotation, and as we look at the reflectivity, there's still a little bit of a hook here. Again, we're very close to the radar site, so we're getting really close here to the radar site, but that hook is still back here, about ready to cross over from, there we go, Now it's coming across the from Wagner County in here to parts of southern Rogers County. Let's switch this back over to velocity. I just want to see what this looks like. And so there you go. Still very broad rotation here. It's going to be right back in here. That's where our hook is. That hook's kind of surging forward now into southern portions here of Rogers County. So I would say just in general, the circulation is going to be right about like this. That's about where it's at. It's going to be pretty, I've got pretty broad circulation on here, but that's about what we're looking at here with that circulation as it continues to track off here to the north and to the east. So again, we're looking here, Inola, it is just off to your south and to your west. I would be in your tornado safe spot right now in Inola. Again, this will continue to approach here to the Rogers County and Mays County line. It's going to cross over here into Mays County, probably pretty close here to Highway 412. And again, come across Highway 412 as it moves northeast. If you are anywhere here along Highway 412 in southern portions of Rogers County, I would be taking those tornado precautions. And same here into Mays County to Choteau, and it just continues to track off to the north and to the east. If you are anywhere here, Highway 412, anywhere along Highway 69 here in Mays County, I certainly would be taking those tornado precautions. Let me zoom that out just a little bit more so we can see what we're looking at. Let's go back actually to where that circulation is. We'll probably got another update coming in here with our radar scan, and there it is. So let's go ahead and remove that real quick. Again, still not seeing anything here of major concern as far as a very tight circulation, but we still have some weak circulation that we need to monitor as this tracks here now into southern portions of Rogers County. Let's zoom out just a bit. There's another update. So the circulation, again, thankfully, we're really close to the radar site, so we're going to get really good low-level scans, and these are pretty weak velocities showing up here for being this close to the radar. So that is certainly some good news. That being said, we still have rotation showing up here as well. I'm going to switch this over to the reflectivity, and there you can see our hook right here. So we've still got this storm. It is organized. We still have a supercell. And you can see the hook right here. So there's the circulations right in here. That is the area, excuse me, sorry about that. That is the area of concern. And as we switch it over to velocity, that lines up very well here with that, where we have that hook showing up. So I'll draw it on here again just to give you a visual. Again, this air is flowing away, and it's kind of working its way back like that. That's kind of what's happening here. And so our circulation is going to be right here, and you'll see how we put that over. That kind of lines up with where the hook is. You see how that's doing that? So if we had anything form here tornado-wise, it's going to be right here south of Gregory, tracking up to around Inola. So that is the area that we are most concerned with. As I switch it over to our rotational track, we're getting so close to the radar site now, that's probably getting a little bit bad data to look at. But as we get a little bit farther away from the radar site, we'll be able to pull that back up. And again, just kind of watching this area closely. There's the storm relative velocities, and we go back to the velocity data. Again, that shows up really well. Circulation just now to the south and west of Inola. Looking at correlation coefficient, I'm not seeing anything here that would indicate that we're getting any debris lofted. That is certainly some good news, but we still have some circulation that is worth watching here that we need to keep an eye on near Inola. And so tornado precautions here, south side or southern portions here of Rogers County. And Emma, seeing the lightning, or hearing the thunder, I should say, outside the studio, the rain's coming down. There are a lot of storms out there, but this is certainly the one of greatest concern right now.
Absolutely. That one is coming in a tornado warning, but we're also have to be focusing on some flash flooding. We have flood advisory going on for parts of Tulsa County, getting reports of some flooding in some of these roadways as well. We've been getting so much rainfall, multiple storm after storm, just continuing to drop heavy downpour. So if you are traveling, especially since you're going to be running into some of that low visibility, please take those necessary precautions, not only for the severe threat, but also for flooding. We always say turn around, don't drown. We're just going to continue to add so much rainfall to these as we're here. Even in Tulsa, we're continuing to see additional rainfall. You can see in some of our cameras as well, a lot of lightning flashes associated with this as well. So overall view right now, we're seeing storms just as south as Okmulgee, to the northeast there, portions of Veneta towards Miami, even in Joplin. I mean, this is just few storms that we're expecting. We're still expecting additional storms because we haven't quite seen that cold front just yet. That is very slowly going to be moving into our location. So as of now, here's just the latest with the storm track. As we've been mentioning, areas just in prior, not quite in that tornado warning. We'll see if they go ahead and extend that. But just to give you a heads up, about 8:49 going into the prior location. We're seeing Sportsman Acres around 8:49, in Salina about 8:59. This has a capability of producing a tornado. That's why we really are trying to make sure you are staying weather aware. Here locally, Tulsa just to the south along Jinx, Broken Arrow, Bixby. We are also seeing just some heavy downpours, as I showed you there on the camera. Lots of lightning strikes, and a really main concern with this is going to be flooding. We've also been getting some reports of pea-sized hail with some of this as well. And here's just a good estimate of what we're seeing. This is just radar indicated, but we have been seeing some reports here on chat that are showing at least over an inch of rainfall in just a very short period of time. That's why our biggest concern with these severe storms is the tornado threat, but also we can't rule out that flooding concern. And then with the latest county power outages, we're still at about 6,000 folks here in Tulsa County without power at this time. So right now, we're just going to continue to track that tornado warning. They went ahead and just continued it. They have not canceled that. So we really are trying to focus on that, Michael.
Exactly right. And looking back here at the velocity data real quick, I'm going to try to move this down a little bit more here to around Inola. We are still seeing that velocity data show up here with some pretty strong inbounds here near Inola, and also as you look here, these outbounds. So we might be seeing that circulation. I'm going to take a look here at some of the other data that's showing up. Let's go over here to reflectivity. I want to see how this holds up here. There we go. Again, right around Inola is where that potential circulation is. So I would be in your tornado safe spots right now around Inola as that continues to track off to the north and to the east. And again, just a concern here right around the Inola vicinity with that circulation right over town at the moment, basically, is what it's looking like. So back to velocity data here. Again, we've got our inbounds here and some outbounds here. So we do have circulation right now over Inola. Let me go over to a correlation coefficient here. We might be a little close to get a good look at this, but that rotation is right over Inola at the moment. Let's go to stored relative velocity. I tell you what, I'm a little concerned right here with this velocity data over Inola. I would be in your tornado safe spot right now in Inola. We've got some bright greens here right next to some reds, and we're very close to the radar site, so we're getting good scans here. I would be in your tornado safe spot right now in Inola. This circulation, I think, has tightened up. I'm not saying we have a tornado right now, but boy, this is concerning me. Just how this looks at the moment. See how the greens are going this way, the reds are going this way, and they're a lot tighter compact to what we were looking at earlier. I would certainly be in your tornado safe spot, Inola. This is going to continue to track off here to the north and to the east. Here's East 590 Road, East 595 Road, and right here is Highway 412. So tornado precautions right now in Inola. This is going to keep tracking north and east. This is eventually going to come across here Highway 412. It's going to come very close to Highway 412 in the county line, maybe past just north of it. It's going to be really close here, but I'd be in your tornado safe spots here if you live here along Highway 412 and anywhere basically north and east of Inola here in Rogers County. I would be in your tornado safe spot right now. This circulation looks like it has tightened up from my vantage point. Let me see if we got anything on correlation coefficient. It's tough to see with this since we are so close. Again, that would possibly depict debris. Looking at reflectivity, again, we've got that hook right here. So it would be right, everything lines up here. Let's go back now. We just got the new scan in. Let's go back to velocity. So now it's here. So that's the circulation. It just came right over Inola. So now the circulation is right here. There's our inbounds right here. And remember, we weren't really seeing this earlier where they were right next to each other. This has certainly tightened up. Right there is the circulation. That is the area of concern. Now, I will say that the colors are not extremely bright, which means that the velocities are not extremely high, but we certainly have a tighter circulation here compared to what we had earlier. So just need to watch this as this tracks off to the north and east, maybe slightly east-northeast. So again, this is coming now. We're northeast of Inola. The circulation's here near East 95 Road, east of 595 Road, and coming up to around East 590 Road. Still tracking off to the east-northeast. It's going to come up to Highway 412 and eventually cross over here from Rogers County into Mays County. I am going to do a quick updated storm track on this with this circulation now. Again, it looks like it has tightened up with this, and I'll zoom out just a bit, and we'll take it right from that velocity. That does look like, to me, it has strengthened a bit from what we had earlier. Again, it's the velocities are not extremely strong, but they're aligned a lot better than they were earlier. That does make me a little bit more concerned from what we were looking at just earlier. So let me give me a little bit more room here to draw this on here. Let's go right there, take it right here from that velocity, couple it, and move it here off to the north and to the east at about 35 miles per hour. So let me move this back over here. Shoto, we're looking at about 848. We've got Sportsman Acres, 857 to 858 prior, 858. Boatman at about 905, and Locust Grove at about 905. Again, a lot of these locations here in parts of Mays County are not currently under a tornado warning, but we do have a storm that's showing signs of rotation just out to your south. At least the rotation is out to your south and west. You're actually feeling some of the storm already of that storm, but the rotation is still out to your south and west, but tracking in your direction. So just be aware of that here if you live here in Mays County and currently not under that tornado warning. So let's go back in a little bit closer. I think we got an updated scan in. Hopefully it has weakened. Let's see what we've got here. Again, it's not that it was that strong to begin with, but the velocities were, they're just much better aligned than what they were earlier, and we're still seeing that here. There's our green inbounds. Here's our red outbounds, and if we look at reflectivity, I imagine the hook's going to kind of come up something like this. Just looking at the reflectivity, there it is, and it looks like it's maybe more a little bit more rain embedded, especially on the south side of this. If you're looking from the south side, you're not going to see it. Might have a better view here from the north and east, but you need to be in your tornado safe spots here as you are along here. Highway 412, again, very near the Rogers and Mays County line here. The circulation is now passed off to the east and northeast of Inola, and still tracking here off to the east and northeast. And that it is not a strong rotation as far as very high velocities showing up, but the velocities were much more aligned for rotation compared to what I have seen earlier, a few minutes earlier with that. So it definitely has tried to tighten up. And let me switch it over to correlation coefficient, see if we're seeing anything out of this here, maybe perhaps any debris getting lofted. It's tough to tell if any of this is, might just be, yeah, the circulation's now moved here. We're right over Highway 412 now with the circulation here, right over Highway 412, about a mile to the west of the county line is where that circulation currently is. It's right over Highway 412. Again, it's not very tight circulation. There's our inbounds here, right there, and this is our, those are our red outbounds. So the circulation is right there, right over Highway 412, and it's going to keep tracking here off to the east and to the north and east. So let me go ahead and take that off real quick. And let's see what the storm relative velocities look like. Yeah, still right there. As you can see, that really shows up well. Lined up a lot better because it's just where the radar is. That's how we know how it's aligned. So when the greens are going toward the radar and the reds are going away from the radar, and they're lined up like this, that is good. That is a tight rotation, or at least tighter rotation compared to what we had earlier. So that is a concern here. That's where that circulation is here. Highway 412, continue to track here. It's tracking just east of northeast. So this is going to come across Highway 412 and eventually it's going to get up north of Highway 412 here near the Rogers and Mays County line and continue probably just north of Highway 412 into Mays County, tracking off to the east and northeast. So Shoto, I'd be in your tornado safe spots. So far, we have not seen that tornado warning extended farther to the east, but there's a chance that this circulation continues to show what it's doing there and continues to look like that. There is a chance we might see this tornado warning extended here farther to the north and east here in the parts of Mays County. There you can see where that hook's coming around. There's our circulation. That is right there. That's a lot of rain, by the way, wrapped around here with this as well. Especially on the south side of the circulation. So it's surging forward here. Let's see what the velocity data looks like now. This velocity right there's the circulation. Pretty small circulation, but it is there. Let me take the arrows that I drew on there off, but there's the circulation right there. And you can see with the reflectivity, what's happening is the RFD swinging around this way. A lot of rain in the RFD surging forward. So you're probably going to get an ominous looking, almost like shelf cloud-like feature if you are east of this. And it's just going to be a wall of rain underneath that. And then the circulation is right actually on the north end of this. So we switch it over to velocity. There's the circulation here. So let me circle that. So there's the circulation, and what's happening is the RFD is really wrapping around and surging forward, likely getting some pretty strong winds on that, and that shows up well in the reflectivity. You can see how that is surging forward like that, and then the circulation is right here, right near the county line. So let's go ahead and take that off of there real quick. Again, there is that concern here. It looks like we still have some circulation coming right across the Rogers and Mays County line, very near Highway 412. It's probably going to track just a little north of Highway 412 as this does move here into Mays County. We'll continue to watch this as it tracks off to the east. Let me zoom out just a bit. We do have other storms ongoing. Thankfully, at the moment, we don't have any other tornado warnings. That is the main concern that we have here right now. Lots of heavy rain in the Tulsa metro. As Emma was mentioning earlier, flooding has been a concern in the Tulsa metro. And we've already had some damage reports come in as well with some of the tornadoes that have occurred. But the busy evening continues, Emma, and we still are not done yet. We still have a cold front to move through later on tonight.
Absolutely. These are just a couple of the storms that we've been seeing. We still have additional, but we do have that flash flood warning. I've been focusing a lot also on the flooding that we've been seeing, flooding concerns. So that flash flood warning does include Tulsa County and mainly focusing just to our south there along Broken Arrow as well. Zooming in a little bit closer with the tornado warning as well. We're still watching that crossing over 412 just to east of Inola, and this is going to be moving to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. And we're still watching that very closely as it still has a good on the velocity, still showing that signature along there as well. So we'll just be monitoring this as it continues to move further towards the northeast because we still haven't quite had this extend. Now on chat just now, they are at least saying the tornado east of the radar is about to cross into Mays County, which I'm pretty confident they're going to go ahead and extend that warning to include additional towns here along Mays County. So hopefully you're already taking those tornado precautions if you are in these locations. Hopefully you've been listening, tuning in here with us as we've just continued to monitor this crossover there. Unfortunately, with the radar that will circle that you're seeing right here, it makes it a little hard to see sometimes, so I know it can be a little tricky there, but we still are monitoring that area of circulation just to the north there of 412. If you normally travel along 69A, get ready. It's about to inch its way over into that location. So from Shoto and then going northbound, I know eventually getting closer to the industrial park as well. Michael?
It looks like we just got the new warning, confirmed tornado now with that circulation into Mays County. So let's zoom in a little closer here and get a look at that. As Emma was mentioning, the Weather Service did talk as if they were going to extend the warning, and they have, and they've extended it as a confirmed tornado. That circulation started to tighten up, so I'm going to take a look here and see what we've got on correlation coefficient here with this, see if we do have a little bit of a CC drop in here, and there is right there on the county line. I think that's it right there, and you can see there is the velocity. So we are getting a little bit of a drop, a little bit of a tornado debris signature here with this. We do have a confirmed tornado now into south and western portions here of now Mayes County. So that circulation now has moved over into Mayes County. It does not, the circulation is now out of Rogers County, but there's the circulation here. So here we are. Again, let me pan this down just a little bit more here, see if I can get some of these roads to show up here. But again, here's Highway 412 here. So we are, circulation's about 1.5 miles now north of Highway 412. As we look at correlation coefficient, again, let me zoom out just a little bit more with this. Actually, let me pan it, if I can get this to pan the right way. There we go. That's what I was trying to do. And now we'll go out. It does look like perhaps that CC drop that we had may have gone away, but let's go back here to velocity data. We still have a circulation showing up here, and let me draw it on there for you so you can see what we're looking at. There's our outbounds here, and there's our I should say inbounds here, red outbounds there. Again, the radar is back to near Gregory. So there's the circulation. It's about 1.5 miles here north of Highway 412, just across the county line now, moving here into Mayes County. Tornado precautions need to be ongoing here from Choteau. Let's pan farther here to the east and northeast. This is going to come very near Choteau and also come right over here to around Highway 69. If we have an updated speed on that tornado warning. Okay, northeast at 30, so it has slowed up just a little bit. This is the one that earlier was moving 35, and now we're down to about 30 miles per hour. So let me zoom out just a little bit more with this, and we'll do a quick storm track just to update this. Again, we've already kind of tracked it for those of you here into parts of Mayes County, anticipating that this might play out this way. Let me redraw the circulation on there real quick. And the circulation is right there. Looks like it has maybe weakened some, but that's it right there. And again, with the new circulation, that's what we'll track it there, not the old one that I still have on the map, but we'll track it from the new circulation here off to the north and to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So here we go. Let me move this over here. So Sportsman Acres here at about 8:57. We're just getting 2 locations here for Sportsman's Acres, but again, anywhere in that before 9 o'clock time frame, just being our tornado safe spot as we speak. Boatman at about 8:07. Salina included in this as well at about 9:12. Tip about 9:14. And right now the tornado warning does not extend farther to the east outside of Mayes County. We'll watch and see how this circulation evolves with time. But again, if it were to hold together, we could eventually see areas such as Spavinaw to Langley perhaps be included in this warning. Right now you are not. But again, if you are farther down the path of where this storm may track, it may come across here into parts of Delaware County. So Jay over to around Zeno to around Sycamore, we may have to watch this as it continues to track off to the north and to the east. But of immediate concern right now is the area here from Choteau just to the north and to the west. Let me go ahead and clear that off of there. Let's zoom back in, and I'm thinking that the circulation may have weakened some. I'm not seeing it look at quite as pronounced as it was. That'd be wonderful news. Yeah, it's not nearly as pronounced as it was earlier, but we're still seeing a little bit. There you can see the hook. It all lines up. When you start looking at it, it all tends to line up. So here's our circulation right here. Again, it's not as tight. Remember earlier we had brighter colors and they were right next to each other. Notice how the colors have come down a little bit. Here's our greens, here's our red. They're not as bright, not as tightly compact to each other. So the circulation has certainly come down, but it is still there. You can see there's our green inbounds here. Whoops, wrong button. I thought I had grabbed the that right there I wanted to draw. So there we go. So there's our greens and there's our reds. And so right there we go. That's the circulation right here, and it's embedded, more than likely, quite a bit of rain right in that hook. So right there's the hook right there of this storm, and that's right where that circulation is. It does look like it has weakened, thankfully, compared to what it was earlier, but we still had a confirmed tornado just a moment ago with this as debris was lofted up and got detected by radar, and it is still ongoing here, that circulation. We're now, here's Highway 69, so we're about a mile and a half here west of Highway 69 as this continues to move off to the east, and we haven't actually had an update in a while on that radar for about a minute or so, so it might actually be a little farther east. This is probably getting very close here to Highway 69, just north of Shoto. It's going to come across here, Highway 69. That's the concern here as this moves off to the north and to the east, and it's almost making a little bit more of an easterly track compared to north, and there is that rotation detector picking up the rotation here. And if you're on the north side here of Shoto, I'd be in your tornado safe spot right now. And anywhere here over to around Sportsman Acres, I would be in your tornado safe spot because this is going to continue to track across Highway 69. Let's switch it back over here. We just got another update. I'll take those arrows that I drew off of there. And again, it is much weaker, but it's still there. But it is thankfully much weaker. There's our red outbounds here and our green inbounds. Again, they're not as tightly as compact as they were earlier. Thank goodness. That is definitely showing signs of weakening, but we still have some rotation here worth watching. And as we look at let's get to reflectivity up here. That is right where that hook is, so you can still see the hook. As we zoom out, you'll still see that supercell storm here. This is a fairly intense supercell storm. So again, there's the hook right here. So this is the area of concern. A little bit of a surge here. Let me see the velocity, what's going on in that part of the storm. Let's see if it'll let me click velocity here. There we go. Not a whole lot happening there. So again, you can see this is where the hook comes around. The circulation is going to be right there in that hook. Lots of precipitation in what you call the RFD. That's the area that wraps around the backside of a supercell. So you're going to get a pretty good surge here, some straight line winds, even into Shoto. Likely to get some gusty winds out of this, and a lot of lightning and some perhaps heavy rain as well. Maybe a little bit of small hail. It doesn't look like the hail is going to be too much of an issue here, but you might get some small hail in this as this surges forward. So keeping an eye on that. But the circulation is going to be back to the north of there. Let's switch this back over to velocity, and then we'll zoom in a little closer. That circulation has weakened quite a bit from the way it looked, say, 10, 15, 20 minutes ago. So that is certainly some good news there, hoping that it remains that way as this continues to track off to the north and to the east. Let's get another closer look here. Let me zoom in just a little bit closer on this. I just want to see what this looks like as it's coming up here very near the Lusta vicinity. Again, there is still some broad rotation with this. It is not strong, but it is still there. And there's the kind of the north end of our hook here, and everything lines up with that here as we look at the velocity data. So this is kind of outbound winds here, inbound winds here. So our rotation is going to be right about in here. Let me just give us a little bit more room to move out of this. It's coming right over Highway 69 at the moment. And again, this is going to continue to track off to the east-northeast and eventually work here near Sportsman Acres. And again, with that northeasterly track, we've got Salina here, possibly to around Tip. And then we'll see if the warning continues beyond that into parts of Delaware County later this evening. So if you live in Delaware County and you are kind of watching this storm here out to the west of you, it's still one that you need to monitor and pay close attention to as this does continue to move off to the east and northeast. But that circulation is not nearly as tight as it was earlier, but we've still got a hint of some broad rotation here coming right across Highway 69 at the moment. So let's switch this back over. Let's do storm relative velocity. Just kind of like to click on different settings to see what we're looking at here. And again, we still have that rotation. It's right about in there. And you can see that's right where, if I switch this over to reflectivity, and if it'll let me, there it goes. That's right where that hook is. So right in here is the area that we're kind of watching with this, and still tracking off here to the east and northeast. So Sportsman Acres, need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Oh, okay, right over the industrial park here. Again, for those of you that are familiar, I know Emma is very familiar with this area. Again, that is where the circulation is at the moment. So again, that's going to continue to track off here to the east and northeast. So again, still confirmed tornado warning with this. I will say the rotation has weakened quite a bit. Let me switch it over to correlation coefficient. We'll zoom in here a little bit closer. I'm not seeing anything that screams that we're getting debris lofted here, so that's certainly some good news. Like we did earlier, we had just a little bit of debris get depicted on radar that was getting lofted up. So just monitoring this as it continues to track off to the east. Let's go back over here to our rotation, and that's right where we've got it here. Again, right here around the industrial park here in Pryor, in south of Pryor, and it's going to continue to move here off to the east and to the north and east. So monitoring this area of circulation. This is the lone storm of concern right now. Let's go ahead and switch it over to reflectivity. There you can see the hook associated with this. That is a well-defined hook echo. And zooming out north of this, north of where the circulation is, you're likely dealing with a lot of heavy rain here, probably some hail mixed in with this from Green back to around Pryor, back over to around Harmony Star. But you can just see that is a textbook hook right here. We've got a supercell moving right across Mays County with a potential tornado with it as it continues to move here off to the east and northeast. And Emma, this is basically going through your backyard right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we do have a lot of very close friends, my own home over there in that location. So I'm watching that very closely for the folks in Pryor. So that circulation is going right over the industrial park near Sportsman Acres in that general direction, continuing to move further towards the east rather than the northeast. So that is why we have to be very extra cautious when we're talking about where that tornado warning is. That's why if you're in that area, we always want, can't stress it enough, just to take those tornado precautions, because you never know quite where it's going to land. On top of that, we hear in Veneta really fast. I do want to switch shifts just because this did get issued a severe thunderstorm warning. And then even looking at our Mesonet site that did get 66-mile-per-hour wind gust in Veneta, and then that is when they went ahead and had the severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to go until 9:30, and we'll be monitoring that closely as well. Now, I will say, just looking at Chad, they did, I mean, I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and let this go into Delaware County with that potential for a tornado, just because of the environment. Very favorable, and as we've seen these past couple of hours for tornado to develop in these locations. We still have a good hook going on here along just to the south of Pryor. From what I'm able to see here on even just velocity, it's still remaining towards the south of downtown Pryor. So if you are just along 69A to the east, that is where mainly that area of circulation, not as tight as what we saw, still very weak, but now looking a little bit closer to that Sportsman area. Traveling at least over towards Salina. So if you are in Salina location as we continue this, it is probably a good time for you to take those precautions as we head here in the next couple of hours as well. Along with that, that flash flood warning still in place. Can't stress enough on that, especially if you're going to be, if you're having to travel. Don't recommend doing that because we're not done with the storms just yet. This is just one rainfall rate there for that first storm to the north, and then to the south, getting almost reports of potentially almost 2 inches of rain so far, especially along Broken Arrow, and that's why we are just going to continue to focus on that flash flood warning as well. This one is going to go until 11:30 at night. You could see just heavy downpours along the Creek Turnpike there just to the south of Broken Arrow, and then here in Catoosa, Verdigris, we're still seeing heavy amounts of rainfall with that as well. So just to the north, they did go ahead and issue another severe thunderstorm warning. That does include the northern portions of Mays County, parts of Rogers County, and this is going to go until 9:45. With that, another potential for some of those strong to severe storms to develop. So let me get one more look over on our chat just to see if there's any other changes with that. With the tag on that severe thunderstorm warning, it does look to be at least 60-mile-per-hour wind and penny-size hail, and that is something that we were monitoring in that storm just to the north on Veneta. So if you're going to be traveling along I-44 to the north, you do have to be extra cautious there, as we were seeing already reported on that mesonet site, 66-mile-per-hour wind gust. Michael?
Yeah, those severe thunderstorm winds also an issue, as Emma was pointing out. And again, here is the storm that has got our tornado warning ongoing still here into Mayes County, and that well-pronounced hook echo moving here just south of Pryor and tracking across Mayes County. This is going to come very close here to Salina, unfortunately. So you need to be in your tornado safe spot here near Salina as this continues to track in your direction. Again, the environment that these storms are in, very favorable that they will rotate. We're already seeing that, and we've been seeing it all afternoon and all evening too. So again, tornado warning here for Mayes County, still as a confirmed tornado, as we've seen that a confirmed tornado as it came across the county line. Let's go in a little bit closer here and get a look at the velocities here. It looks like that hook is really trying to wrap up, so I want to see what the velocities are doing here at the moment. Just kind of get an updated look at this. Let me remove that box off of there. And looking at velocities, not too strong. That's actually not as pronounced as I thought I might see looking at the reflectivity. But and there's the new tornado warning here with that as well. And they've dropped the confirmed tag with that. So that's certainly some good news, and that's because the velocities, velocity couplet has weakened some. It's still there. The rotation is still broad. It's still there. And as we talk about all evening, and as we talk about all the time, when we get these types of storms, supercells have a tendency to cycle. They will ramp up, they'll produce a tornado, and then that tornado will weaken, give a little bit of a moment, and then it could start to wrap up again. So right now we're kind of in a phase where this is a little bit weaker compared to how it was, say, 15, 20 minutes ago, but it could start to strengthen again. But right now, currently, that circulation is right about in here, and it should line up if we put the reflectivity on here about where that hook is. So it certainly does. So that's the area where we've got the concern at the moment. Broad rotation, not tight, likely probably not a tornado on the ground right now, but capable to produce a tornado at any time. And that's going to be tracking here right toward Lake Hudson here and Salina. So in your tornado safe spots here, anywhere along Lake Hudson, around Salina, and then we'll watch this as it potentially, and it likely will. I don't think this supercell is going to fall apart on us. I think it'll continue here eventually into Delaware County. So those of you here around Jay will have to watch this as it tracks in your direction. So again, watching that closely here as it tracks off to the east and northeast. Let's zoom out just a bit here. We do have that storm again to the north that went severe thunderstorm warned here into Craig County. Let's zoom in a little closer here on that one at the moment and look at the end of this. Again, it had almost a hint there like it was trying to show a bit of a hook echo, so I just wanted to take a look at that, just see what we're looking at here. Maybe a little bit of a broad rotation with this as well. But currently a severe thunderstorm warning with this particular storm, potential for damaging wind gusts and some hail with that. The main core of this storm here is just off to the north of I-44. But again, right now, no tornado with that. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. And you're seeing a video there on the right hand of your screen, the right side of your screen, of tornado damage around the Bristow area. If you remember, the same storm that really got our tornado warnings ongoing today was that storm that came out of Lincoln County and into, actually it was the Okfuskee County storm that was the first one, but this was the next one, and it moved up into Creek County that did produce that tornado near the Bristow area, especially on the west and north side of, especially west and north of Bristow is where that circulation tracks. So that's what you're seeing there on your right. That is damage from the tornado that passed through Creek County earlier. I do want to get a little closer look here. Let's pan back to the north here around Veneta. And again, this is that severe thunderstorm warning that we've got here. Looking at the velocity data just to kind of scan here I'm not seeing anything right now of any major concern with this. That is certainly some good news. There might be some weak rotation in this, but I'm not seeing anything that stands out that this thing's about to tighten up and we would see this progress to a tornado warning, at least as of right now. So that's good news there. We'll pan back here to the south and get us back to that tornado warning storm. Again, that is the one of greatest concern here over Mayes County, and it will likely cross over into Delaware County. There's the hook right here. Again, those of you around Salina need to be in your safe spots right now. Let's zoom in a little closer here. That hook is coming right across here, the highway between Salina and Pryor at the moment. So let's zoom in here a little closer. If I can get this right here on this circulation, and let me go ahead and remove the drawing I had of that circulation as well. So there you can see the hook with this right here. So let's pull up velocity data. And still fairly broad here. Let's look at storm relative, just kind of get a look at what we're looking at. Put the reflectivity on here. So it's going to be back in this area. I'm not really seeing much in that zone. Maybe still some broad rotation. These inbounds, that's the inflow area, kind of drawing in up here north of where the circulation would be. So that's what these greens are here. So we would be looking down here where that where the hook echo is for anything. And right now, I'm not seeing anything of major concern, but need to watch this closely. You can still see kind of a broad area. More than likely, this one here would be more associated with where perhaps that potential rotation might be with a tornado. But right now, the circulation is fairly broad, which is good news, but we still have potential for a tornado with this as it tracks off to the north and east. So it's coming right here across the highway. Let me zoom in just a little bit more with this. See if we can get a little bit closer here. So coming right across the highway here, there's State Highway 20, and there's Northeast 1st Street. So it's coming right across the highway. It looks like right now, if the circulation holds its current track, it might stay just north of Salina, but we'll watch this. Here's, again, Lake Hudson as well. So watching this just off here to your east. Let's go back over to velocity data. And again, it looks like we've got, again, that I don't think lines up with where the circulation will be. It's going to be south of where that area is up there. So it's going to be down here where our hook is if we have anything out of this as far as a tight circulation or potential tornado. But the broad area circulation is right about in here, coming right across State Highway 20 at the moment here, just a few miles, maybe 3 or 4 miles out here to the west, maybe slightly north of west of Salina. So that's going to come right across here, the north side of Lake Hudson, north of the bridge. So it's going to, again, hopefully stay just north of the bridge here and just be out over the water. That would be good there. So let's go ahead and look here. Again, there is, again, maybe some weak rotation here, but this up here is not in an area where the tornado would form. It would be down here. So this would be the area here, but we're not seeing anything extremely tight, not like we had earlier. But again, we just have to keep monitoring. We just got to stay on these storms. You just have to keep monitoring them because they have a chance to ramp back up and cycle back up. It's just going through a phase right now where that circulation is a lot weaker. It's in an environment that is very favorable for rotation. And so that is what we just have to monitor here as we watch this work off to the east and northeast. Let me zoom out just a bit here. Let's go out, just kind of get a look at what's happening in other areas. We've got additional thunderstorms. We'll have to watch these developing a little farther here to the south into McIntosh County, here into Pittsburgh County. Nothing severe with these at the moment, but just monitoring because, again, the environment is favorable. We just have to keep an eye on that. And we've got the storms producing heavy rain and the flooding potential as well here as well into parts of Tulsa County, and now moving here into Wagner County and up into Rogers County. So that's where we've got, again, lots of heavy rain here with these and the potential for some flooding with all the heavy rain that is coming down here. So again, the main concern right now is with this particular supercell tracking across Mayes County. There's your hook right there. You can see there's the supercell and there's the hook echo, but a lot of precipitation wrapped into this. So I'd call this a high precipitation supercell with the amount of precipitation that's in that wraparound or that RFD. Switching it back over to velocity data, let's go in a little closer here. And again, right now, thankfully, it's not showing any signs of a lot of tight rotation or anything like that. That is wonderful news. That's what we want to see. We want to keep it that way. But a lot of times with these supercells, you just have to be careful. Because they can cycle and they can wrap up pretty quick. That's what we saw happen with this back near Inola as this started to wrap up right near the Inola vicinity. That's right about where it occurred, was right over Inola, and then as it tracked off to the east-northeast across the county line. So here from, again, Tip to Salina, I would still be in your tornado safe spots here. I'm not looking at anything right now that has me extremely concerned that we've got a tornado that's imminent, but we've still got some broad rotation that we're watching here. Switching over to the reflectivity. Again, there's our inflow notch right there, and then the circulation just kind of wraps around that. So it's going to be right in this area here is the area of concern. And we switch it over here to velocity data. We're not seeing a whole lot here. That is a major concern. So that's storm relative velocity. This is the regular velocity. So the reds are going to be coming out away from the radar, and the greens are going to be going back toward the radar. But again, this is all inflow up here. The circulation would be down here, and right now we're not seeing anything of major concern there. Let's switch this back over to the reflectivity. So again, very broad area here currently of rotation. I'm going to zoom back out again, and then we'll go back in. I do want to take a look at just some of these storms up in Kansas that are firing along the cold front, because we're not done just yet. We've got these storms that we're dealing with this evening that have had numerous tornado warnings with them, but we still have a cold front back here to our north and west. It's going to dive south and east and still increase, or give us the potential at least of severe weather through the overnight hours and into very early on Saturday morning. We've got some views here. Again, we've had some reports of some damage around Tulsa Tech Peoria campus. You can see some of the debris there in the trees and some of the damage there on the campus there at Tulsa Tech Peoria. Again, that was where we did have a strong supercell come right across parts of the Tulsa metro with a confirmed tornado with that, and some debris that was associated with that tornado. Again, just looking here at the Peoria campus of Tulsa Tech, getting some damage reports there. So that's what you're seeing there on the right side of your screen. We still have our concern here with our storms in far northeast Oklahoma. Again, here's our supercell currently over Mayes County. Here is Delaware County. So as this supercell holds, we'll see if we continue this tornado warning on into Delaware County. Let's go in a little tighter here and go get another look at this. There's our hook echo. And again, there's no confirmed tornado with this right now, but we still have to monitor this as it might cycle up. Let's go to velocity data. And we'll zoom in here a little bit closer to get a look at this. And again, I'm not seeing anything here right now that is of major concern that this is about to produce a tornado. We do have, you can see this area here where we're getting a little bit of green. This is actually the inflow area of the storm. That is going to be north of where the circulation is. So the circulation would be down here. And right now, I'm not seeing anything that lines up currently that this thing is about ready to produce a tornado, but we need to watch it closely. And again, it's in a very favorable environment. So if there is a tornado, it's probably going to be in this area somewhere here, at least if one tries to wrap up. So this area here north of Salina, maybe just south of Tip, and that's what's coming across the north side here of Lake Hudson. And then we'll watch this as it continues to track off to the north and to the east, possibly to around Spavinaw, and then across the county line here into Delaware County. So we'll have to watch that as it continues to track off to the east and to the north and east. So that's going to continue to track off here across here Mayes County. Again, it looks like the circulation, which is very weak, is going to stay north of Salina, but you're still getting some gusty winds in here as the RFD wraps around. So what's happening here, that's your hook echo. So the RFD kind of wraps around the backside, and you'll likely get some pretty strong winds coming in the backside. If there was a circulation, it's going to be potential tornado, it's going to be more than likely up here, and that's the air that's flowing around that circulation coming right into Salina right now with some gusty winds and a lot of rain as well. And those winds, they can be damaging, so that is certainly a possibility that you get some damaging winds out of that RFD as that does come around, but it would not be tornadic. But that doesn't mean it's not going to produce damage. So that's what we have to kind of watch as well with these supercells. They've got other hazards that they could bring, along with hail and potential for damaging wind gusts. So switch us back over to velocity here. Just kind of watching this area. So far, I'm not seeing anything here that is of major concern. We still have the tornado warning ongoing at the moment, so we're not out of the woods yet regarding that. We've got additional, looks like, pictures coming in. This is near Limestone, where we have some tornado damage. That looks fairly significant there, right around the Limestone area with looks like some damage we've got here of some structures. Let me get out of the way here. And again, we're looking here at those pictures from near Limestone. So again, those are looking to be some fairly substantial damage here with some of the structures here near Limestone. So I'm trying to get an idea of exactly what we're looking at here. Okay, so house damage and an RV was clipped as well. That is what we're looking at here. Looks like some damage here to the front of a car. Looks like some debris perhaps hit the hood of that car and damaged it there. And there you can see, again, we've got the RV and the house. Quite a bit of damage there. A lot of debris lying down on the ground from that image there. And there you can see looks like the roof taken off of that structure. And maybe a garage door there. It might have been a garage where they lost the roof. But that is a bit more substantial damage compared to what we had some of the other images coming out. So again, we've had tornadoes in the area this evening, and some of those tornadoes have unfortunately produced some damage in our area as well this evening. Thankfully, with what we're seeing here currently over Mayes County, looking at back and forth here, with what we've got here with radar. Thankfully, the rotation within this storm has certainly weakened. But if you look at reflectivity, you can tell this thing is still rotating. Even the velocities, it's very weak rotation, but it is still rotating. You got the hook coming around here, but a lot of rain in this area here that's wrapping around the storm or around the hook. So what we call an HP supercell. So there's a lot of precipitation mixed in here with where that circulation would be, and likely some gusty winds wrapping around the back side of this as it continues to move off here to the east and to the north and east. We'll see. Now the rotation is pretty weak right now, but we do have a supercell that's in a favorable environment, so we'll see if we end up getting a tornado warning here farther downstream into parts of Delaware County. That storm is just about ready now to approach the Mayes and Delaware County line, but we continue to monitor these storms, Emma, and still not done yet.
No, not yet. Now, I will say the National Weather Service did cancel some of our counties in that tornado watch. Right now, areas in the tornado watch, it says 10 o'clock. I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and extend that a little bit later just due to the ongoing conditions that we are seeing right now. It is 9:14 right now. We're still seeing, especially along far to our eastern counties, National Weather Service in Norman, they canceled most of theirs. And then we've seen that being canceled for Osage County, and I'm sure they'll continue that as we go into the next couple of hours. But for now, majority of us here in Green Country, we're still in that tornado watch. We still have a lot of going on here across the area. I mean, we've got storms even to the south. Right now, those aren't we're still monitoring those, not completely zero that those won't ramp up and become severe, but those started to at least sneak into our location just to the north of McAllister along I-40. So we'll be watching those as well in our location. Now, as I zoom in a little bit, trying to give you an idea of what we're seeing, still have that flash flood warning. That does include over along Broken Arrow. Been asking folks on Facebook, how's it going where you are? Any tornado, any damage reports that you've been seeing, and So far, at least folks on my Facebook just mentioning so much rainfall, yards flooded, and I'm sure that is the case for many people here across Green Country. We've just been getting so much of that rain. So there's that flash flood warning that does include Wagner County, also Tulsa County, and that looks to continue until about 11:30. And then we have that new severe thunderstorm warning that does include Rogers County and parts of Mays County. Just behind that heavy amount of rainfall with that, they do have at least hail about almost an inch, and then winds 60 miles per hour. We have seen those strong winds continuing. I'm already seeing that they went ahead and issued yet another tornado warning, and they went ahead and extended that into Delaware County, which is what we've been talking about. It's not a big surprise. The environment is very favorable for that to occur. So from Pryor, we seem to be good to go there. Going into Salina, just to the north, going into Spavinaw. That's the area that we're going to be monitoring, but they went ahead and extended that into Delaware County now for that new tornado warning. Looks to continue until about 10:15. So currently right now, Delaware and Mays County still in that tornado warning. Remainder of our location, we're just seeing some of those severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm also starting to see some images along Inola of some damage, so we'll continue to keep you posted on that. And then as we continue to focus along that heavy rainfall, visibility is going to go down. This is not the type of storm, especially considering the time frame right now. You really don't want to be outside. You don't want to try to check this out. A lot of these are going to be rain wrapped if we do get a tornado with some of these storms. To the north there, Ottawa County still have that severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go until 9:30. As of now, with the latest updates on those county power outages, I know we were a little bit higher there. Tulsa County now looks to be about 1,500 without power. And then just to the south there as well, we're just going to little small things that keeping posted on across the area. Rainfall totals still big rainfall amounts in our locations. As mentioned, I have that on my Facebook. If you want to tune in there, let me know what you're seeing in your location. I'd love to continue to at least monitor across the area what folks are seeing at home. So far, we've seen some flooding concerns, but we're monitoring some of that damage. We've been sharing that on air. We have some of those images there online as well. So as we continue to get this more information, we'll have a general idea of what we've been seeing. So far, we do have, once again, that tornado warning that they went ahead and extended. National Weather Service is just talking about, we were seeing a little bit of some weakening, but because of this system going into still very favorable environment, felt very confident to go ahead and extend that into Delaware County. So we're going to keep that in there right now. As of now, at least looking at the velocity of this northeast at 35. So generally what we've been seeing with a lot of these systems just moving. I could still see a little bit of some of that velocity going on there, but for now, Michael, tossing it back to you.
Yeah, figured we, as you mentioned, Emma, figured we'd probably see that tornado warning extended just because the environment is so favorable that these storms are in. So even though, yes, we have seen some weakening with the rotation, we've still got a rotating supercell here, and the environment that this is moving into is certainly capable of maintaining such a storm, and if not even just continuing the cycle process of these supercells weakening and then ramping back up that you typically see with long-lived supercells. So really figured that would be the case here with this as it does track off to the east-northeast. Let's get a close look in at this. You can see, I mean, that is a supercell. It looks like maybe that RFD and the hook coming around that has perhaps picked up a little bit. So let's jump in here on this as this is coming here into Spavinaw. And again, just kind of looking here, let me zoom out just a little bit, see what we're looking at with a little clearer picture here. Now we'll zoom back in and just get a look a little closer. Let's go a little bit more. There we go. And again, looking at this is right near Spavinaw here. Let's look at any rotation that we're perhaps picking up. There's a little bit there. Looking at the reflectivity data. Again, there's our hook coming right in here. So I'd say I'd still be taking those tornado precautions here in Spavinaw as this is going to continue to track off here to the north and to the east. And it's going to cross over the county line here and then continue to track up here into Delaware County. So that's why we've seen the tornado warning extended here into Delaware County. So again, we've got Spavinaw here. We've got areas here from around Cloeta, and as you look up here farther to the north up to around Xena, these are areas that are under that tornado warning, and even Grove included in that as well as Jay and up to around Dodge. So again, right here is Spavinaw in your tornado safe spots right now in Spavinaw. Again, even though the circulation has showed some sign of weakening, you can still see that is a well-defined hook echo. And just in case those velocities try to tighten up real quick here, you want to make sure you're in your safe spot as this does come here into Spavinaw. That is certainly a possibility. That hook is very well defined. So you can see this is the inflow region here, where this storm is pulling an inflow. You can actually see that's actually an inflow band, and that would likely be visible if you were out here chasing this. I bet you could actually see that visually, but that's the inflow coming in, and then the RFD comes around the backside here. That's what creates the hook, and our circulation is going to be right around Spavinaw. So let's take a look here what we've got with the latest volume scan. Again, these bright greens, that's actually the inflow that associated with what's being pulled into the storm, and our circulation is going to be right down here. So if we put on the reflectivity, it's going to be kind of right there in that hook, and that's where we're seeing a little bit more here. That's the velocity data. Let's go to storm relative. Maybe a little bit more here of a hint of a circulation right around the Spavinaw vicinity. So I would be, again, in your tornado safe spot near Spavinaw. We're not looking at circulation that was as tight as what we had earlier, but we've got a storm in a very favorable environment that is rotating, and if this storm decided to tighten up at this very moment, there is a chance that it could produce a tornado very near Spavinaw. So that's why I'd say stay in your safe spot in Spavinaw, and that track is going to continue here to the north and the east into Delaware County. Let me go ahead and zoom out a bit here. We'll do an updated storm track since we now have got, again, a new tornado warning here that does include Delaware County, and we've got a fairly persistent northeast track. We haven't really seen that deviate a whole lot as we've gone through the evening hours. Sometimes you might see as a circulation weakens, it'll kind of tail off to the north, or if you get a strengthening supercell, sometimes it can make a right turn. So instead of going north or east-northeast, it may turn more to the east or maybe even slightly south of east. So we've just had persistent east-northeast track with the supercells that we've been tracking this evening. But let's do a quick storm track here with that speed of 35 miles per hour. And track this here. That circulation is very near Spavinaw. It's going to track here off to the north and to the east, and eventually going to cross over here into southwestern portions of Missouri. And again, we're looking at Cloeta at about 9:29, Xena 9:43. Dennis at about 9:44, potentially Shangri-La Resort at about 9:49 there on Grand Lake. Grove potentially at about 9:56, Dodge about 10:03, and Southwest City at about 10:04. So just monitoring this here as it continues to track off to the north and to the east. And again, that circulation is very close here to the Spavinaw area, and it'll continue to track off to the north and to the east here into parts of Delaware County. So let's go back in here to near Spavinaw, where we've got that circulation ongoing. Again, it's not as tight as it was earlier, but we've got a potent supercell that has a history of producing tornadoes in an environment that is very favorable to potentially sustain that storm, or maybe even continue to watch that, or continue to favor that storm to cycle to produce additional tornadoes through the evening hours. So just watching this closely. Let's get the reflectivity on here. You can see now you're just really embedded in the rain here in Spavinaw. That circulation would be right in here. And you can see that that's the inflow getting pulled in here. So your velocity data is probably going to be strongest just north up here. So that's the inflow region of the storm right here. You can even see that on the reflectivity where that band is getting pulled into the storm. So that's what is so bright here. The circulation is going to be down here a little bit. So the inflow comes in like that, and it wraps around right near to where Spavinaw is. So that's the area that we're watching here near Spavinaw, where the potential circulation is. Again, it's not very strong. It's very weak, but it's there. It is absolutely there, and so that's why we are monitoring this as we watch this track off here to the north and to the east. Again, it's about ready to cross over the county line here and potentially impact areas here around Cloeta, and then eventually will continue to move off to the north and to the east here into Delaware County. Let's go back here to reflectivity real quick. Again, on the north side of this, we're probably getting some strong winds and perhaps even some small hail. Haven't had too many hail reports out of the storms today. We've had a little bit, but nothing terribly with no major large hail or anything, so that's certainly been good news. Let me zoom out just a little bit more here, and let me pan this back a little bit more flat compared to what we had there at that angle. But that's our supercell right here, and it's, again, a very potent supercell. And that circulation is still going to be back here near Spavinal, tracking off to the north and east. It's going to come right across here, Delaware County, near Xena, and eventually up to possibly Grove or Dodge. And eventually, if it likely holds together, we'll move into southwestern portions of Missouri. Let's go zoom back out here real quick. We do have additional storms developing farther to the south. They're not severe right now, but I do want to take a look at these real quick, again, because we're not out of the woods yet. We also have severe storms here in Atoka County that could potentially cross over here into Pittsburgh County, at least southern portions of Pittsburgh County, as we go here through the evening hours and into the late night hours. Getting more pictures here. Rogers County Emergency Management sending us pictures from Inola. That's where that circulation really started to tighten up with that supercell in southern portions of Rogers County. Notice that happening as it was ongoing on Doppler, on dual Doppler. So we are getting some damage reports now coming in out of Inola, thanks to Rogers County Emergency Management. You can see some of the damage there in Inola. Currently, as we take a look at the storms, I do want to get a closer look at these storms here to the south. These are not severe, but I just want to take a look at these, and then we'll move back up to our tornado warned storm. Because these are also in an environment that is certainly favorable, that if these can take advantage of that environment, they could potentially ramp up, become severe, and hopefully not tornadic. But again, that's what we got to monitor here as we go through the evening hours. Again, some strong storms here around Eufaula. Even here around Shakota, you can see likely at least some small hail out of this here as you head back up to around Council Hill, up to around Richardsville, and then we'll pan south here. You can see the storms coming here right across Eufaula and Lake Eufaula, and then farther to the south here down near Indianola, a storm there just there near Crowder as well. Everything here kind of pushing off to the east and northeast. But as mentioned, these are not severe, but just one of those situations we need to just kind of monitor those storms here as we go through the evening hours. We've also got additional storms here near the Muskogee area. Let's get an update here. Again, our tornado warned storm now is crossing over here from Mayes County into Delaware County. So let's get a close look here again. Let's get an updated look here at some of these velocities here. Hopefully we're seeing this try to wind down here a bit. That would be great news, but that is still a very strong storm here, and you can tell it is definitely still pulling in a lot of inflow here. Looking at the velocity data, let's get in a little closer here, kind of see what this is doing as we get another update. I think some of this is inflow, but I just want to make sure here we're looking at this right. I think that is more inflow and not velocity from, let me zoom that out just a little bit more. Let me take that off of there, and we'll zoom out here again. So I'm pretty sure the bright greens here, if we line this up with reflectivity, that's going to line up here pretty much more with that inflow region, and then the circulation is going to be down a little bit more here. So let's put this back up here, trying to scan what I'm looking at here. It's not as textbook as you might see other locations. So sometimes you're trying to figure out exactly what we're looking at. Storm relative. Let's put on rotation tracker here. So I'm still seeing some stuff here as far as rotation tracker is concerned, just to the north here of Spavinal. And that would kind of line up in what would be the hook region of this storm. That's tracking here to near Cloeta as well. And then as you look up to around Xena, this could eventually track up into your direction near Xena. So zooming out again, Not seeing much tight rotation with this, but continuing with the tornado warning due to the fact that it is in a favorable environment to continue to rotate or perhaps strengthen. And that's what we've seen with this at times. The storm has cycled back and forth, which you typically see with these supercells in a favorable environment. Right now, the rotation is not very strong, but we got to watch it as it continues to track across Delaware County. Busy evening so far for us, Emma. You've got pictures here now coming from Beggs of some damage around Beggs Public School, and it's just been busy, Emma.
It really has. We've been watching. We do have so many crews out all across Green Country trying to get the latest on the damage reports. We've seen those recently over along Inola, a couple of damage over along Mays County as well. And we'll, of course, keep you posted with the latest as we get crews out and about. Here in the studio, we've just been watching radar for the past couple of hours. These storms are just nonstop going. We do have that new severe thunderstorm warning to the south, and that is going to include 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, we talked about those popping up and having to monitor them, and before we knew it, they quickly ramped up into that severe thunderstorm warning. So before I get into that, going back to this tornado warning still in Delaware County, this is going to go until 10:15. We've been talking about it for quite some time. This whole system alone has just been going on for the past couple of hours and just a very nonstop here. So to the south there, just to the north of Muskogee, we do have this new severe thunderstorm warning, as mentioned, 1-inch hail, and then talking about potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds, which on some of these we've seen almost 70-mile-per-hour winds, so we can't rule that out. All of these storms do have that chance for a tornado to develop, so we really have to be watching that closely. This is going to continue zooming in a little bit more over towards Council City as it continues to extend over into Muskogee County, and that is just going to push further towards the north. So we're watching that very closely for some of that hail indicated there in that pink. And then moving outwards there, we still have one severe thunderstorm warning. I'm sure they're going to go ahead and let this one expire at about 10 o'clock as the system is moving a little bit more north. But this other one that is including Mays County, this one does have a little bit of some hail signature on that. So just to the south of Harmony Star, mainly along Highway 20, as this continues to move further towards the northeast. If you are along Highway 20 going northeast, prior 8 area, I would be mindful of a little bit of some hail with that, involving lots of lightning and heavy amounts of rainfall. Very reduced visibility from what we've been seeing. A few of our cameras, we do have a one over in our Shangri-La camera. I'm just going to quickly try to get on that one just so we could see what is looking over towards Grand Lake, which you can see just a lightning show on our Pensacola Dam and on that Shangri-La Resort. Just heavy downpours, very reduced visibility. It's hard to see over along Grand Lake, but that is just one indicator with some of these storms, and we really urge you not to be outside. If you're having to travel, really take those precautions. And then even towards the south, there are another storm, severe thunderstorm warning trying to sneak into our location over towards Atoka, and that is another indicator of just a very long night. Michael, we are still tracking that cold front that's going to be moving in, but for now we really have to be focusing on our eastern counties.
Yeah, at the moment still, again, more storms developing. Again, these storms that are developing are in a favorable environment that they too could begin to rotate. So even though this is our tornado warning storm right now, that doesn't mean some of these others may not potentially become tornado warned either. So we've got to watch this as we go through the evening hours, and it's going to be well past midnight before that cold front clears the entire area into tomorrow morning. So this was a severe threat that will likely continue into the late hours tonight. Now the tornado threat will probably wind down at some point, but it might take until early tomorrow morning, maybe around daybreak, before this cold front finally clears our southeastern counties. Let's get back here into Delaware County here, where we've got our tornado warning storm. Again, this supercell has a history of producing tornadoes. The circulation, thankfully, has weakened some as we've watched it here move into Delaware County. But again, just something we have to monitor. Let's zoom in a little closer here now into eastern portions here, or western portions of Delaware County, and I'm not really seeing anything here velocity-wise that is really screaming at me that we've got major concerns here. Maybe here right around the Cloetta vicinity. Let's look at the reflectivity, see if that's right around. Looks like it's not really lining up too well with where that would be with the reflectivity. So again, you got to make sure everything lines up with where you're seeing the velocity and the reflectivity. All that stuff has to line up. But if it all lines up right, then you know you're looking at likely some good data. And so again, just kind of watching this track here into Delaware County. Again, looking for a rotational tracker, not seeing anything of major concern here. Correlation coefficient, not really seeing anything of major concern here that we're getting any debris lofted. But again, we still have a supercell, and you can see there's a well-defined hook with this right here as it works here into Delaware County. So we'll zoom out just a bit here. So those of you around Xena, I would go ahead and be in your tornado safe spot right now. We definitely don't have a tornado with this at the moment, but this storm is in a favorable environment to possibly produce a tornado, and it still is rotating. I mean, we've got a supercell. You can see the hook echo here. It's just that rotation is more in the mid to upper levels of the atmosphere and not so much down in the low levels of the atmosphere, at least at the moment. But at times we have seen this storm cycle and produce tornadoes. So anybody here in the path of this from Xena, eventually possibly as far north as Grove. I think right now looking at J, this should stay to your north, just the way this is tracking. To around Dodge, though, I'd be concerned about this. So just be mindful here. If you live north of J, up to Grove, I would say in that zone here along Highway 59 and anywhere in between into Delaware County, I would be taking those tornado precautions right now because we do have a strong supercell still tracking its way across Delaware County that has a history of producing tornadoes, even though as we look at the velocity data here, we're not dealing with anything as far as strong rotation at the moment, but this storm certainly could cycle at any moment. And that's what we saw as it came across southern portions of Mayes County. It was tracking very close to the radar. If you remember, there near Gregory and Inola. And then as soon as it got toward Inola, that circulation tightened up, and it does look like we had a confirmed tornado in Inola with the damage there. That is right where that circulation began to tighten up with this storm. All right, let's go ahead and switch this back over to reflectivity data. We do have some severe thunderstorm warnings west of here and also some flood concerns as well. And as Emma was pointing some of these out, look at the core here on this particular storm. Now that is a lot of high reflectivity showing up here. I'm going to click on the hail detector and see what we're getting with this. This is potentially some larger hail here near Harmony Star, right along here, the Mayes and Rogers County line. Potential here for some fairly large hail. This is the highest reflectivity that I've seen. County. And you can see this core here out to the west of Pryor. That is likely either a lot of very small hail to get a lot of reflectivity or potentially some big hail in there as well. So some larger hail, but potentially some hail here over an inch in diameter with this particular storm. Now I'm going to click on our hail detector here, and you're going to see probably some potential large hailstones out of this. Let me get that off there real quick. See if I can get that off. Let's click here on our hail detector, and it's actually only giving me the warnings here. Let me actually need to click on that first, and now we'll be able to see what we've got here. Again, potential here for some very large hail with this, as it's moving here into Mayes County. So again, we just had a tornado warning for some of these areas here in Mayes County. Now we've got potential for some large hail with this severe thunderstorm moving here very close to Pryor. Looks like the main hail core here as we switch this back over to reflectivity. And let me take some of those plots off of there. Is going to stay north of Shoto, but you can see more than likely some very large hail here. I am going to just take a look at the velocity data with this storm just because it is in that similar environment, but right now I'm not seeing anything of any concern here looking at velocity data that this particular storm is going to try to rotate and produce a tornado. So that's certainly some good news there. But that is a strong storm that we've got here over Mayes County. Let's get back up here to our tornado warning storm. I just want to take a look at the velocity data with this. Again, just continue to monitor it because it is in that favorable environment here. And so looking here, let's get reflectivity. Let's get our kind of base with what we're looking at here. Kind of an oddly shaped hook echo. I wouldn't say this is very textbook, but that is still a hook where the RFD is swinging around. It's bringing the precipitation with it. And so if there is anything in here, it's likely rain wrap, but still a potential of a tornado with this. So in Xena, I would be taking those tornado precautions right now. And also, as you're heading here to around Dodge, I would be taking those tornado precautions at the moment. You can see this is really surging forward. I'm going to go let a look here at the velocity data. Again, thankfully, I'm not seeing anything that is screaming that this thing is producing a tornado. But it's in an environment where it's certainly capable of, so we just need to continue to watch it. If we click on the rotation here, we're not seeing, again, nothing that's screaming tight rotation with this, but we've got a storm, a supercell that is in a favorable environment that has had a history of producing tornadoes, so that's why we're just a little extra overly cautious with this particular storm as it's moving through Delaware County. So again, tornado precautions here from Xena up to around Dodge. I would say anywhere here south of Grove along Highway 59 north of J, be in your tornado safe spot as this moves through. Currently, I don't think we have a tornado on the ground with this, but we do have a rotating storm capable of producing a tornado. So that's what we have to just monitor as that continues to move off here to the east and slightly north of east. There, you see, that's a well-pronounced hook, but you look at the velocity data. Thankfully, we're not seeing a lot of low-level rotation with that. That is good news. All right, let's take a look at what we've got here. Again, there's our severe thunderstorm warning here over Mayes County. We've got additional storms here with severe thunderstorms now into Muskogee County and also here into Wagner County. Let's zoom in on this one. And the main threat with these, Emma was pointing these out earlier, that we've got the main threat with these being potential for damaging wind gusts and the potential for hail. So I think our hail potential might be going up a little bit higher compared to what we've had with the earlier storms, just with some of the cores that we're looking at here. So again, right over Muskogee, back over here to around Boynton and Wainwright. These are tracking off to the east-northeast, mainly a damaging wind and hail threat. But if you were to live downstream here, Wagner, okay. Holbert, again, areas here around maybe even possibly eventually up here into southern portions of Mayes County, northeast and north and western portions. What was it again? Nickel size hail in Hayes County. So we're getting some little, some larger hailstones out of Mayes County. So thank you, Emma, for that report there. So yeah, we're definitely seeing the hail go up just a little bit from what we had with these earlier storms. So just kind of keeping an eye on that. Let's zoom out just a little bit more. These storms are developing farther south here down Highway 69 here through Shakota and Eufaula. And we now have a severe thunderstorm warning here for Pittsburgh County for these storms that are coming out of Atoka County up into Pittsburgh County. And again, the main concern with these, right now at least, is going to be damaging wind and hail potential. Pretty good core here out to the west of Kiowa. And that's going to continue to track off to the north-northeast. So that's why now we have a severe thunderstorm warning that does include Savannah and McAllister. Potential will be for hail with this and some damaging wind gusts. Hopefully we can keep the tornado threat at bay with some of these storms, but again, the environment here across eastern Oklahoma, unfortunately, is favorable for some storms to potentially rotate. Let's get back up here to our tornado warning. Again, we've got a well-pronounced supercell. Let's hope that the velocity data has not tightened up a bit, but that is, again, that's a well-pronounced hook echo. That is certainly a rotating thunderstorm that we've got here over Delaware County. And let's pan a little farther here to the east. Let's get that hook over here. That's now approaching Xena. And let's take a look at the velocity data here. Let's see if we're getting anything else out of this. Let me remove that real quick. I can do that right here. Let's see here. What do we got? I'm going to make sure this is lining up right. It looks like it might be just off a little bit. That's our inflow region. And so again, you just have to make sure you're looking at this correctly. So that's our inbounds, more than likely associated with the inflow region of the storm, not necessarily where we're getting inbounds around a tight circulation regarding a tornado. So, but we're still clearly have a rotating storm here. So I'd still be in your tornado safe spot here around Xena. And again, let me zoom out just a bit more. We've got Highway 59 here. This is going to come across Highway 59 here to the east of Xena. And again, that is a well-defined hook. Now that hook is filled with a lot of rain and precipitation, so that's why it's kind of a larger hook that you might compare to a classic looking supercell that you might see. So this is more of an HP type supercell. Your tornado would likely be somewhere right around here, right around Xena, if this did have a tornado with it. Thankfully the velocities are pretty low, but that's why I'm telling you is stay in that safe spot. But again, lots of precipitation wrapped into the RFD portion of this supercell, and so the circulation is likely surrounded by that precipitation. It just would be impossible to see a tornado with this as it's moving in. But again, this is going to continue to track its way to the east, maybe slightly north of east. It's going to come right across here, Highway 59. Here is Dodge right here. And again, also here into southwestern portions of Missouri, this may cross over here near Southwest City over to around Saratoga. So if you have any interest in far southwestern Missouri, may just want to give them a heads up here with this particular storm, because I don't think this is eventually going to cross over here the state line, probably just north of at least the most dangerous part of this storm, probably just north of the Arkansas state line. But we continue to watch these storms move through. Emma, we've got the one tornado warning that we're tracking and several other severe thunderstorm warnings.
Absolutely. We are still tracking those further towards the south as well, with that severe thunderstorm warning in place for those locations there in Muskogee. And now we are still watching some of that heavy amount of rainfall with these as well. And I know a special shout out there to Pryor, because they are getting hammered with so much hail with that hail core that we were talking about, especially to the north of town. So I know some folks to the south portions of Pryor definitely heard penny size to nickel size hail. And then just to the north, we're getting reports of a little bit bigger, probably quarter-size hail in some of these locations. And I mean, you can still see that indicated all there in that pink, just to the north of Pryor, in between Pryor and Adair. So if you are in this location, it's certainly going to be, they're mentioning very, very loud, lots of just so much hail falling in that location with that. And that's why we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. They're going to see if they're going to go ahead, what counties are going to be issued in that tornado watch, because that is set to expire at 10, which, as we can tell, that is going to pass that. So we'll see if they extend that a little bit later, and what counties are continuing to be included in that. To the south here, we still have some additional storms over towards Chakota along I-40. Those are non-severe at the time, but as we've seen to the north here on these storms, they could quickly elevate and become a little bit more severe. So right now we still have that for Muskogee County areas just to the south and west of Muskogee. We're watching this location here, that storm. A couple individual cells here, but still capable of being strong to severe. A 1-inch hail and about 60-mile-per-hour wind, but I'm sure we've seen some reports on that a little bit more in previous severe thunderstorm warnings. We've seen that exceeding over 65 miles per hour, and I know we were getting some reports with that tornado warning that was in Mays County, a little bit higher wind gust with that. And
currently in our area, 73 degrees under partly cloudy skies.
We still have that one tornado warning still for Delaware County. As we look at velocity, we're still seeing some of that, not continuing to spot that there just towards the east of Dennis, and that is eventually going to be moving across state lines. And
tonight, thunderstorms, low 61, chance of rain 90%.
Storms here just towards the east of Tulsa. So right
Saturday, morning showers, high 63, chance of rain 80%.
Storms in these areas, because
Saturday night, a few clouds, low 40, winds light and variable.
And then just towards the south, We do have another.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Warning now for Pittsburgh County. So I mentioned that some of these were trying to sneak into our location, and as you can see, they're already doing that. And with this one in particular, it does go until about 10:30, and that is going to include that 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind. So, Michael, as I get more information with that tornado watch, what time, what counties, I'll keep you posted on that.
Figured that we would see that extended beyond 10 o'clock. The initial tornado watch that we had today was for 10 o'clock, and then knowing that the severe threat was going to continue beyond that, we figured that we would likely see that time or a new watch extended. Here's our, again, tornado warned storm here over Delaware County. Again, a very pronounced hook here, likely HP high precipitation supercell. So the rotation is going to be buried in that wrap here where we've got the hook in that rain wrap. Let's look at velocity data with this real quick. And we'll zoom in just a little bit closer here. And again, looking at this, that circulation is going to pass here just south of Grove. It's coming right near Highway 59 at the moment. And again, part of this here is just the inflow region, the air that's pulled into this storm. So that's why we're seeing some of the brighter greens here to the north. That may not necessarily be the actual circulation itself. It just doesn't line up quite right. The hook is way down here. So we're looking, those strong inbounds we're seeing are up here where we have that inflow region. So the main area of concern is going to be farther south here. That's where if there is a tornado, it's going to be down here. There might be a little something there. Let's go ahead and look a little bit closer here to see what we've got. But it's just not quite as pronounced as it was earlier, which I am glad to see. Like, this circulation has been fairly weak as it's continued to move across Delaware County, and I really hope we can keep it that way as it keeps moving across the county. So looking here south of Grove, again, here is Highway 59 right here. Just to give you an idea, looking at the velocity data here, I'm not seeing anything, maybe a weak circulation perhaps in there, but boy, it's not really lined up well. But there might be a little weak circulation here right in that spot here just east of Highway 75. Again, that would line up pretty well with where our hook is. So let's go back to storm relative velocity. That actually is a little more pronounced compared to what we had earlier. That is still very weak, but at least I'm seeing something here that I can at least give you an idea of what we're looking at. So it's going to be right about there. That's about where it's at. And again, if you put the reflectivity on here, that lines up well with where that hook is. So again, that's what you need to look at. Does everything stack up when you look at all the data? Does it all stack up with where everything's lining up? And this certainly does. So that is where that potential rotation is here. Going back to storm relative velocity, it's very weak, but it is right there. That's where it's at here, just coming across here, Highway 59. Let's zoom in just a little bit closer on this. Just to get another look here. Again, very weak. I mean, this is very weak, but it is there, and just still gradually working its way here to the east, maybe slightly north of east. So that is the area that we're kind of watching here south of Grove. It's now pushing here off to the east of Highway 59. Tornado warning here still continues, and we've still got several miles here before it makes it to the state line and eventually moves on out. These storms have been moving at speeds as fast as 40 to 45 miles per hour to as slow as 20 to 25 miles per hour this evening. So continue to watch this particular storm here, continue to track off to the east and to the north and east. Again, looking at the reflectivity, it's going to be right about somewhere in this zone here. If we had anything tornado-wise, it would be right in here, but right now that circulation continues to be weak, but that's the area that we're watching. It's going to track off to the east here. Those of you around Dodge would be in your tornado safe spot as this does track in your direction. So again, each one of these squares, as you know, the way it's done is mile by mile. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 miles off, roughly off to your west to west southwest here of Dodge. So again, 5 to 6 miles away. So we're getting pretty close here of this approaching Dodge. Be in that tornado safe spot here. So if you're anywhere here south and east of Grove, I would be in your tornado safe spot as well. This will eventually cross over the state line and move over into southwest Missouri. So this is just probably maybe 5 to 10 minutes away here from moving into Dodge. We can do a quick storm track just to update you here with that movement off to the east-northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So let's do that real quick here. Just take it right from there and track that off to the east and northeast. I'm going to have to give myself a little bit more room here to do 35 miles per hour. So let me update this here. And we'll track that here right from where that hook is. And let's try that one more time. Didn't actually do it for me. There we go. So I'll track that right across here at about 35 miles per hour. There we go. So there's Dodge. We're looking at 10:02. So again, as mentioned, within that 5 to 10 minute time frame, I would go ahead and be in your tornado safe spot as this continues to track off to the east and to the north and east. And again, eventually it's going to cross over the state line here into southwestern portions of Missouri. So we got more storms back here to the west. As Emma mentioned earlier, we did have some nickel-sized hail out of these storms here in Mayes County. It looks like the core, which was quite showing a lot of high reflectivity earlier, still seeing some high reflectivity here, but it does look like the core of that storm has come down just a little bit, thankfully, from what we were seeing earlier. But we still have a severe thunderstorm warning here across much of Mayes County with the potential for hail. Again, earlier we did have a report of nickel-sized hail and the potential for gusty winds that could gust over 60 to 70 miles per hour. We've got additional storms developing here farther to the south. Severe thunderstorm warning for this particular storm here around Muskogee. You can see there's a pretty decent core on that one. It's a small storm, but it's got actually a pretty good core there. Let's take a look at the hail detector with this. And again, we're depicting potentially some hail here, possibly up to about an inch, inch and a half in diameter. So we've got, again, about a half inch, maybe inch and a half, up to 2 inches. Probably that might be a little bit large for what that storm is producing. But again, looking at the potential hail out of some of these storms, just kind of monitoring the severe threat with these as these continue to move on through. Emma, we continue to track numerous storms across the region. I know we were hoping to get an update on the tornado watch. Do you by chance have that?
I do. I know we're approaching that 10 o'clock hour, so areas that were highlighted that will be set to expire, especially here in Tulsa County. So with the latest one, they kept our eastern counties until 4 a.m. So it is definitely going to be a late night for us here as we continue to track that severe risk with those included. So that is going to involve our eastern counties. They went ahead and kept that there. That includes Adair, Mayes County, Latimer. I mean, all of our eastern counties. Tulsa, we are, as mentioned, not included in that. We still have another front that's moving in, and we're tracking that front closely because that is going to bring in yet another risk for those strong to severe storms. So that's the latest update on that. Here locally, we've thankfully been dry, but I'm already starting to see reports of some street flooding, especially along Mayes County. I'm sure we're seeing some of that in other locations as well, where that flash flood warning currently is along Tulsa and Broken Arrow. Grand Lake still seeing so much of that heavy rainfall just continuing in those locations. So pulling into our map right now, radar, you can really start to see all of this, and I'm sure we're still going to see a lot of street flooding where these storms are just slow moving to get out of the area. This is going to go from Choteau, going to go all the way into Sportsman Acres, just towards the east now, or southeast of Pryor, along Tip, just towards the east of Adair. Still seeing that hail signature, and as mentioned, you know, we were getting some reports about nickel size, maybe some isolated there quarter size hail with some of these. So that's going to be continuing to move in along string. A lot of lightning and heavy rain. I mean, my mother-in-law, she was saying it was just so loud and it was a little bit scary there. And I'm sure folks in these locations along Pensacola were dealing with some of that as well. So that's really that highlighted area where I'm seeing most of that. So going back here, you could really start to see Shangri-La. I mean, it is shaking out there. We're seeing some heavy downpours, very low visibility on that camera specifically there, Michael.
Yeah, watching these storms continue to move across the area. Let me go back to reflectivity here real quick, and we'll get back up to that tornado warned storm. And again, These storms that are developing here along Highway 69, they're severe right now, but they are in an environment that potentially could be tornadic. And as Emma was pointing out, that tornado watch has been extended to 4 o'clock in the morning, which doesn't surprise me. I figured that may be the case. So we still have our rotating storm here, potential tornado here in Delaware County. Thankfully, the rotation with this hasn't tightened up enough yet to really cause major concern, but we've got a storm in a favorable environment. Let's get a look here. Let's zoom in just a bit closer and see what we've got here as this continues to track now to the east of Grove, very near Dodge. Let's go back to reflectivity because I want to make sure everything lines up here. So here's our hook. If there is a tornado, it is going to be right here. So here's Dodge. You go 1, 2, maybe 2 miles away from me now as this is beginning to move on in. So be in your tornado safe spot here around Dodge. So again, this is going to continue to track into your region. Looking at the rotation with this. Let's see if it'll let me click on that. There it goes. Let me take the warning box off of there real quick. So again, I'm not seeing anything that's screaming here where that would be. Again, we're getting bright up here, but that doesn't line up well. That's the inbound wind. That's the inflow region of the storm up here that's depicting. So the main area is going to be down here just a little bit where we would have that tornado. And that is basically here to the, if there was a tornado with this, it's going to be down in here. And again, that is now due west of Dodge here by about a mile, mile and a half to 2 miles, and continuing to track here toward Dodge. So if you're in Dodge here, I'd be taking those tornado precautions. This eventually is going to cross over here across the state line. We're getting much closer now to this crossing the state line. And now you're seeing the leading edge here, some of the precipitation here, likely some strong winds going to be moving in here around Dodge as this continues to move here off to the east and slightly north of east. Looking back at the storm relative velocities and the potential rotation, nothing. It is extremely screaming that this thing's got a tornado with it, but you can still see that inflow notch. So again, what's happening is this storm is literally sucking in the air. That is what's happening with it. It is literally sucking in the air. That's the inflow that's being pulled into the storm. And then what happens is that inflow gets pulled up into the updraft and then vented out over here. And so over here is your downdraft, and this is where the forward flank of the storm is. You're going to have a lot of hail up here, but we're also getting a lot of precipitation in the RFD portion of the storm. So we've got an HP supercell here, completely rain-wrapped circulation. And that circulation is probably going to be right here near just off to the west or northwest of Dodge, right in this hook is where that would be. And that's going to continue to track here very near Dodge. Again, stay in your tornado safe spots. We're not seeing this showing extremely tight circulation at the moment, but it's got some broad circulation. Could certainly tighten up here, and it's about ready to cross over here again, the county, the state line into southwestern portions of Missouri. So it's getting really close here to getting out of our region. Let's zoom out just a bit more. We've got, again, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings here. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings here, as Emma was pointing out here, over Mays County into Muskogee County as well, and parts of Wagner County, and also here these storms over Pittsburgh County. So we will zoom in on those. By the way, we are now into just past 10 o'clock, so we are covering up 2 news at 10, but we will continue to track the severe weather as needed as we go here through the evening hours. So again, we've got a lot of active storms across the region. We still have that tornado watch, a new tornado watch. It's out until 4 o'clock in the morning, especially across eastern portions of the region. So here's our severe storms here in Pittsburgh County. You can see McAllister, Savannah, and Kiowa right now under these storms. Main concern with these would be the potential for some large hail, potentially some damaging wind gusts. Let's put on the hail detector here. Not seeing a lot showing up here around McAllister, maybe a little bit of hail here down around Kiowa. And let's pan to the north here. Let's get you up to this storm here over Muskogee. That had a decent hail core with it. Again, it's a fairly small storm, but did have a decent hail core with it earlier. And still seeing a little bit of a bump here with the potential for hail, maybe up to about an inch or so in diameter. And then back farther to the north here with these storms over Mays County. Earlier, we're seeing some indications of potentially some very large hail. We did have report, as Emma was pointing out, of nickel-size hail in Mayes County earlier, but still seeing the potential for hail within this storm as well. And as we switch it back over to velocity data, that's a lot of heavy rain too, so not just the wind and hail potential, but the flood threat that will come with some of these storms as well, because a lot of these areas have already seen a lot of heavy rain, and we've got more rain tracking over some of these same areas. So there's the storm here, and now north of Muskogee, tracking up to around OK. Additional storms here near Wagner, and some of these will continue to track off here to the north and to the east. And thankfully, these are not tornado warned at the moment. But again, the environment that we have here across eastern Oklahoma, we still have to watch these storms. We are not out of the woods of any of these storms potentially becoming tornadic later on tonight. So that's why we got the tornado watch that has been continued past midnight into the early morning hours on Saturday. So panning back here to the north, the green boxes that you're seeing here in the Tulsa metro, those are for potential flooding with the heavy rain that we had seen in Tulsa earlier. Let's get back up here to our tornado warned storm. We're getting closer now to this crossing over the state line into southwestern portions of Missouri. And what we'll probably do is if we drop our tornado warning, I think we can go ahead to our newscast, get some coverage on some of the damage that we have seen, and we can continue to do updates with the storms. And that's what we will do. And obviously, if we get another tornado warning, we'll just go wall to wall with it. But right now, our lone tornado warning here is with this particular area that we're watching here, right into north and eastern portions here of Delaware County, still in our area. Now, if I switch this over to reflectivity, I just want to point that out. This is the inflow region here. So some of these velocities that we're seeing here that look pretty intense are actually being depicted in the inflow region. That's not associated with a potential circulation that would be farther south here, probably here around Dodge, some of these areas here that are more kind of tucked into where we are seeing this hook. So any circulation is going to be down here somewhere in this hook region, probably just north of Dodge right now is where, if we had anything form with this, it's going to be right in that area. And it's now within about 3 miles of crossing over the state line here into southwestern portions of Missouri. So again, watching this as it continues to move here off to the east and to the north and east, again, across the state line. Let's zoom out again just a bit here and look at some of these additional storms that we've got here. Lots of heavy rain back here, back over Grand Lake. It is just coming down here. You head back over here to around Ketchum and Langley. And again, where we have some of these brighter cores showing up, you might be getting a little bit of hail out of some of this here, just to the north and to the west of Salina, back down to around Shoto. That's where we do have, again, earlier nickel-sized hail reported. The severe thunderstorm warning that we had here for Muskogee County, now that storm has crossed over out of Muskogee County, so you just literally saw it happen there. Dropped the severe thunderstorm warning there. Muskogee County still continuing here. Again, it's not a very big storm, but right over OK, just south here of Wagner, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning ongoing for that. Potential for maybe about 1-inch diameter hail. Some winds could gust up to 60 miles per hour. Non-severe storms here now as you drop south here of Muskogee and to the east of Oktaha. Maybe still a little bit of some small hail out of this. That's going to come right across here the Muskogee Turnpike and maybe even clip here the south and east side of Muskogee as that moves off to the north and northwest. Kind of break here in Eufaula. We had some storms earlier, but more storms to your south tracking up in your direction. These are basically coming right up Highway 69 here from Atoka County into parts of Pittsburgh County, and you can see probably getting a little bit of hail out of these, especially as you head back to these storms here near Kiowa. And that storm looks like it's toned down a little bit here near McAllister, but severe thunderstorm warnings continue here, basically from Crowder southward down to Highway 69 into areas here all the way down to Kiowa. So again, a large chunk here of Pittsburgh County still has that severe thunderstorm warning in effect. I zoom back out here to kind of get an overview of the entire region. We're seeing some showers and some thunderstorms developing here as you head into parts of Kay County and extending up here into parts of Kansas. I haven't looked at the surface, to be honest with you, but I'm assuming that these are the storms that are probably firing up along the cold front. They're lined up as if that's what those are, and that may fill in. That cold front's going to take all early morning before it can clear southeast Oklahoma. So again, that's why we're not quite out of the woods here as we go through the early morning hours. We're now at, again, several minutes past 10 o'clock, and we still are tracking severe storms, and I think that threat does continue into late. Let's take another look here. This storm is getting very close now to crossing over the state line. It looks like that hook might just be passing over the state line as we speak. Again, this storm, it thankfully has, the rotation hasn't tightened up enough that we have prompted anything confirmed with this, but it's just been very persistent as we've gone here through the evening. Let's switch this back over to velocity data. Again, this is very close to clearing out into southeastern portions of Kansas, or into southeastern portions or southwestern portions of Missouri. Sorry, been a long day. Southwestern portions here of Missouri, and again, that is just about ready to move out here. And again, looking at the velocity data, I'm not seeing anything here that has me majorly concerned, but you can still see this is a super hook right there in the circulation would be pretty much right across the state line here as we speak. And as soon as we get that warning to drop here for Delaware County, we will likely continue with 2 News at 10 and get some updates on some of the damage that we've had across the region. So we're very close to doing that. But that is still working here at the moment into southwestern portions here of Missouri. And again, just zooming out across the area. Tulsa, we are all quiet. We still could get some gusty storms back here with this cold front as that will push through later on tonight. But there we've got, again, the flooding concerns still around the metro with the heavy rain we saw earlier. And we still have severe thunderstorms basically lined up here, kind of dotting areas here along Highway 69, Pittsburgh County, up into Muskogee County, in Wagner County, and up here into Mays County. And again, that circulation continues to cross over the state line here into southwestern portions of Missouri with our tornado warning. So again, zooming back in here, I just want to get a look at that. If we get word that they drop the tornado warning, Emma, just pass that on to me. I think that's probably going to be pretty close here because it's looking like now that it's just about, it's pretty much crossed over here. So I think we're going to be good here in a second. But velocity data, again, still looking at this. It does look like now the main concern here is they let it go. So they went ahead and passed over here into southwestern portions of Missouri. So let me zoom out just one real quick and patiently waiting over across the way in the studio. TJ is there, and again, it has been a very busy evening, and we continue with numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, which we will update here as we go through 2 News at 10. But we're going to go to break, and then we're going to come right back with 2 News at 10, provide weather updates and more updates with some of the damage that we have seen this evening.
At 2 News Oklahoma,
we are the best start to your day.
So what does your morning commute look like?
As soon as you put your feet on the floor, we can share something with you that could change how you plan.
The traffic to get you there on time.
The forecast, so you know what to wear. And
These states seeing gas prices up 40, 50, even some metro areas up 60 and 70 cents a gallon.
In Tehran, thousands of Iranians gathered to mourn the death of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
The expectation is that the regime has elected.
Tempur-Pedic.
Get an 11% rebate at Menards. Transform your space with Mohawk Urban Forged tile. It combines a bold modern look and beautiful natural stone with slip.
What it will take to end the war, saying there will be no deal with Iran except unconditional surrender. I'm Sherelle Hubbard reporting.
Well, AAA reports the national average for a gallon of regular gas jumped nearly 27 cents since last week.
tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 74 degrees under fair skies. Tonight, thunderstorms, low 61. Chance of rain, 90%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
that a little bit here, right? It's going, storm might start to weaken a little bit, but then all that unstable air begins being fed into the storm again, and we start to see that couplet move again. So, or that couplet start to kind of just take shape again. We also have a flash flood warning here as well. Let's go ahead and turn on our severe warning fill so it's not blinking, okay? Like I said, it's a little bit easier on the eyes there. I'll circle the area of rotation. Okay, so it looks like it just may have passed northwest of Goodman, but now we're talking about crossing over Route 49. So again, if you live between Diamond, Neosho, Goodman, you need to be in your safe place, lowest part of your house. Okay, if you do not have a basement, it needs to be the centermost part of your house. Closet, bathroom, under your stairs. Centermost part of your house. All right, this storm has kept this rotation going. Let's go ahead and bring in our correlation coefficient area. Okay, so I'm not liking what I'm seeing here, okay? We look for little areas like this. This kind of almost looks like a track a little bit, doesn't it? Off to the back here. Not really liking what I'm seeing in that sense. It means that we could be seeing some debris being lofted into the air right now. That is not good news, okay? And that just moved north of Goodman. All right, so this is kind of the area that we're worried about right now. Again, a potential tornado in progress right now. Everything that we have seen on radar confirms that there's a tornado in progress. We just do not have visual confirmation at this time. Taking a look right now, we have not gotten any. So here we go, another local storm report. Reported 81 mile per hour gusts 7 miles west-southwest of Goodman. All right, kind of that area, west-southwest, kind of that area where we're seeing the track of maybe a little bit of debris in here, okay? This is our debris tracker, all right? So that's what we're looking at. There is the possibility that debris is being lofted into the air right now, and the radar is picking up by that, but it has to be lofted up several thousands of feet to be picked up here. All right, what I want to do is go back to our velocity and just make it very clear where we're seeing that area of rotation. Unfortunately, that area that I circle where there may have been debris is right where we are seeing that area of rotation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put an icon here. Okay, there's our area of rotation right there. Unmistakably, that is our rotation. I mean, that is as clear as day as it gets for us here in this department. I mean, we've seen, yes, have we seen tighter couplets and things like that? It doesn't matter. That red and green indicates that we are seeing winds moving towards and away from the radar. That is unmistakably rotation that we're watching right now. So this storm has continued to produce rotation for, let's see, it's 10:29. The last 30 minutes, this storm has continued and continued and continued to produce rotation. And actually, Donald and I went live for a cut-in earlier. So we're talking about the last hour. This storm has just continued to sustain this rotation. And there is just so much unstable air to the east of this storm that it continues moving. Again, Donald said it was moving 45 miles per hour to the northeast. All right. So 1032, McKellenny, 1035, Crowder College, 1039, Neosho, 1043, Monarch Springs, 1048, Granby. All right, I just want to change my tone of voice just a little here because this is a serious situation that we're seeing right now. We are seeing the potential debris being lofted into the air, a potential tornado currently in progress. All right, 81 mile per hour wind gusts just west-southwest of Goodman. Taking a look right now at some of these areas. I don't see any reports of any visual confirmation just yet.
It did slow down a bit. It's moving at 40 now.
It is moving at 40, okay.
Update, so it's moving at 40 now.
Thank you, Donald.
Yep.
Yes, so 40 miles per hour now. Let's go ahead and clear that off and get you a better time here, because I had that at 45, which with it going 45 just means, hey, wait, latest radar update here. Love to see this. Okay, rotation has kind of started to fade a little bit in this storm. Looks like it lost some intensity here for a moment. We're going to have to continue watching this. But here, let's bring it back. That's honestly the best thing that we can do here. Is let me zoom out a little bit and watch the track of this rotation, okay? Here we go. You see how it fades at times, it comes back in and starts to strengthen again, but right there, looks like just south of Neosho, as it's crossing 49, maybe starting to fade ever so slightly. So we're gonna have to keep a close eye on this. This is a good sign, but Crowder College, you need to be in your safe place right now. The rotation is moving over you right now. So that you need to get to your safe place. Monarch Springs, you are next. All right, this just crossed 71, crossed 49 already, moving south of Neosho. Monarch Springs needs to get in your safe place. Crowder College, you have to be there. You have to be there right now. So lowest part of your house, if you do not have a basement, most center part of your house, bathroom, hallway, underneath your stairs, if able, okay? Get to that safe place. Right now, let's pull up our storm relative velocity and make sure that we're seeing the same thing there. Donald, I know you're on max 2. Okay, so still a little bit of rotation here. Looks like it may have just moved slightly north.
That storm relative velocity?
Yes, storm relative velocity showing a little bit of a couplet here, just over Neosho. Okay, so again, you need to get to your safe place. You need to be there. All right, so Donald, let me know if you're seeing anything. Can you switch between radar sites and tell me between Kansas City and Wichita if Wichita will reach that far, if it is also picking up on that same rotation?
Yes. Look at Kansas City right now. There's still a bit of broad rotation there in the same place you were just saying from Kansas City. That's still there at this moment. And if we're looking at also, let's go to Tulsa. Tulsa is on the weaker side, but that's because it's a little farther out. So it's not picking up probably some upper level rotation. So.
All right, so we're still, and I noticed that you're still seeing some of those brighter colors on there as well, indicating strong winds. Like I said, 81 mile per hour wind gust west-southwest of Goodman. Trooper, we have a Missouri State Highway Patrol in Newton County who was reporting pea-sized hail as well. Okay? We are really concerned about the tornado aspect of this right now, but that is helpful. The storm continues to drop hail south of Highway 76 and 43 at Tiff City, pea to dime size hail. All right. Right now, again, this has not been extended just yet, but we've seen it extended before. We've seen that rotation start to fizzle out and then intensify again. So we need to stay with this storm. Still a little bit of rotation. I know it's hard to see, okay? Here is the hook right here, okay? Inflow still has an opportunity to come in. And as I mentioned, okay, this area out here, extremely unstable air, has been untouched all day, has just been primed for severe weather today, and hasn't had any weather move through to restabilize it. So we are still seeing very unstable conditions there in that area. All right, so now I know there's a lot of colors on your screen right now. All right, the purple is indicating a tornado watch that remains in effect at 1 a.m. The yellow is a severe thunderstorm warning that is also now moving into Grove. All right, let's take a little bit of a wider look here as well. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning now. Let's get a little bit of a look towards the north of this tornado warning, and you'll see that severe thunderstorm warning now continuing into portions of Dade County and into Lawrence County. So you notice there, again, it's kind of breaking apart a little bit here. That's good news. What I want to do is we're just going to pull our shear tracker up and just look at this whole thing. Okay, so look at this. Areas of potential rotation across this whole storm has had some areas too. So definitely potential, funnel cloud possibly with that severe thunderstorm warning that was moving through Jasper County and then into Dade and Lawrence County. Let's go ahead and move a little bit further south here. So here's the good news as well. We're not seeing much with the shear right now, the shear tracker. So near Neosho, Crowder College. So it looks like some of that rotation started to fizzle out just west of Goodman. It looks like it may have tried to recirculate a little bit. Just south there, we have that little dot there. But this was the last area that had some solid rotation with it, okay? So this tornado warning right now still in effect till 11 p.m., but we're seeing good signs now that maybe this storm is starting to weaken ever so slightly. So let's keep an eye on this here. We're going to stay with you with this storm. All right, now take a look at that. So what they just did is they went ahead and they took Goodman out of, thank you. So the tornado warning for McDonald County is canceled. So Goodman, you are now out of that tornado warning. But we are seeing that storm continue to move northeast. So Newton County, you are still in this tornado warning. Okay? Let's pull up our live Doppler radar. So what they're doing here is they're adjusting the polygon as the storm moves. Okay? Now this is really good to see as well. We're not really seeing that same hook echo shape that we were before. You still see it a little bit here. Still potentially there. But look at that inflow notch starting to kind of fizzle out. What's happening is we're getting kind of more of a linear storm here. Once this becomes linear, we could be seeing a QLCS. That stands for quasi-linear convective system. A quasi-linear convective system is a convective thunderstorm that is linear, right? So convective energy creates thunderstorms. So convective energy, you can think about just like fuel for the storm, right? You need that. So this convective linear becoming linear, and when that happens, all right, we're going to zoom out a little bit. When we get a linear system like this, we get those potential tornadoes that are called QLCS tornadoes, and they develop right on the outer edge of the line. Okay? So what we're going to do, if this storm continues to move northeast, we're just going to do the whole squall line here. Not including the tornado warning. Let's talk about everyone involved with this storm, even outside of this tornado warning here, as this line begins to push in. All right, so the last information we have is that it was moving 45 miles per hour. Was that still the case on that latest update?
Yes, 40.
40 miles per hour?
Yes, 40.
Okay, let's go ahead and get our squall line here. And let's time this out. So we draw this line here. It's moving northeast, 40 miles per hour, okay? Here's everyone in this storm, okay? Not just the tornado warning, because what I'm seeing right now is this storm is pushing into an atmosphere that is still primed. So at any point along this line, we could see a development of a tornado, okay? And again, these tornadoes are not your typical supercell tornadoes. They don't have the same movement that a supercell does. A supercell has the freedom to go north, south, east, west, can kind of have a mind of its own, right? With a QLCS tornado, that tornado is forced to move the same way as the motion of the storm itself, that line of storms. So, right, so that is a long line of storms. That tornado can't move too far north, can't move too far south. It has to stay going northeast with the rest of that line. It can't slow down, it's being pushed. When that happens, we typically don't see them last on the ground very long. I'm actually I was actually taken back a little bit by how long that rotation lasted. And what we can do here, I want to leave this up for another minute. So if you see your town on that screen there, Pineville 1042, Pierce City 1046, Monette 1052, Purdy 1057. If you see your name here, get to your safe place, okay? So as this storm continues to push east, what we're going to do here in a minute is we're going to go back and look at that rotation and how it progressed, okay?
So I just wanted to butt in and say that I was looking at the shear values, and there's a bit of rotation still just barely south of Stark City.
Perfect. Okay, let's take a look at that right now, because that's exactly what we were going to, was back to our velocities to take a look at the progression of that system. And this will help give us a bit of a wider look as well. So there's the area of rotation that he's seeing ever so slightly. And the other thing I'm going to do, so this is just east of Neosho, right there. All right, well, what else we're going to do? We're going to take our velocity tracker. Look at these winds. 58, 59, even south of that, again, along this line. Let's see an area. Oh, there we go. Just had another radar update. Okay, so now, again, as he mentioned, near Stark City, it's kind of where we're seeing that rotation begin to move. So looks like there's a few areas. Again, this is a line of storms, so we can have multiple areas of rotation along that line. So here's where I'm looking right now, the best area that I'm potentially seeing for rotation at the moment that gives me the best evidence at this moment. Let's go over to our storm relative velocity and see if we can diagnose this a little bit more. Okay, so you see now what we're seeing is some more broad level rotation. Again, this takes the motion out of the storm for us. And as I mentioned, green and red indicates we're seeing, especially when you get the areas coming together like you do here. Right, but this is a very large area, okay? So that is broad level rotation. That is not a tight couplet. That does not, typically when we see this type of rotation, really means that we're seeing rotation across a large portion, maybe a wall cloud. But typically with rotation like this, you're not seeing a tornado because the couplet is not as tight. It is not as pronounced. I will say we just had another radar update. If we get a little bit closer here, Stark City. We're going to go street level on this because we do see some areas. So just to be on the safe side, okay? This is moving right over Stark City right now. So Teal Drive, okay? That's where we're starting to see that move through. What do we have there? Turtle Drive, Teal Drive, Linden Drive. If you're in Stark City and you're in this area, you need to get to your safe place, okay? That needs to happen. We are still under a tornado warning until 11 o'clock. All right? I need you to get to your safe place right now. I know it's late. I know maybe you have family members that are sleeping. Wake them up. Time to get downstairs. Time to get to the centermost part of your house. Time to get to the lowest part of your house, a basement preferably. If you don't have a basement, let's get to your centermost part of your house, bathroom, hallway, under your stairs if able. Okay? Let's zoom out a little bit here. This area of red that you're seeing underneath there is what we call a severe warning fill. I can take that out. And then we have that watch fill. That's our tornado watch. We'll take that off as well. Okay? So again, some broad level rotation, but still a small area of a potential couplet right here. I know it gets messy. I know it gets hard to see. I'll put an icon on there as well, just so you can see it right now. Okay? This is the area. And now what we'll do is I'll clear off my horrendous artwork. And we will time this out moving northeast. 10:44 p.m. So another severe thunderstorm warning was just issued for Cedar, Dade, Greene, and Lawrence County. So we'll get to that here in just a second. That's that severe thunderstorm warning off to the northeast that's continuing. Let's time out this tornado warning moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Okay. Newtonia? We're going Newtonia. Berwick, 1056. Newtonia, 1046. Yonkerville, 1101. Pierce City, 1103. All right, these are the areas you need to be in your safe place right now. All right, we still have this tornado warning going until 11 o'clock. Let me zoom out a little bit here. All right, so it looks like we have a wide severe thunderstorm warning. Take a look at that guy. That thing is massive. This severe thunderstorm warning here, let me give you the information on it. The one that I'm looking at right now, I'm going to give you, it's kind of hard to miss. I mean, it takes up a quarter of your screen there. That severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cedar County, Polk County, Lawrence County, and Western Greene County, Dade County, and that goes until 11:30. We are seeing this storm move northeast at 60 miles per hour. It's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. We're also seeing wind gusts around 60 miles per hour. These are radar indicated wind gusts. Locations impacted will include Stockton, Willard, Mount Vernon, Ash Grove, Greenfield, Pierce City. Okay. Still watching this tornado warning. It's possible they may let this expire, and that may be why they went ahead with such a wide area for that severe thunderstorm warning. That's likely what will occur here, but it all depends on this rotation. Let's get back to our velocity.
I have my eye on the tornado warning, so. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. We're going to go back through our velocity here. Donald doing everything he can here to help us out. Take a look. As I mentioned now, we're dealing with more of a linear motion on this storm. Okay, and what we could actually do.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Okay. So what we can do along that line where we have that wide severe thunderstorm warning, we know that it's moving at 60 miles per hour. So we can draw this line. We can even go through the tornado warning as well. I'm seeing an area, Donald, if you can check it out for me while I'm doing this, just north of Pineville. Looks like there might be a little inflow notch there.
Yes, I see that. I'll check it out.
All right, so Mount Vernon, 1051, Monette, 1056, Aurora, 1107, Republic, 1115, Springfield, 1120, Nixa, 1131, Ozark, 1136, Rogersville, 1143. You want to get to your safe place. I'm going to leave this up here just for a minute. If you see your town name on here or you heard me say your name, it's time to get to that safe place, okay? This line of storms has a history of producing a tornado. Radar indicated, but man, we see quite a bit of evidence to suggest that there was a tornado in progress. All right, that was moving through Delaware, McDonald, and Newton County when we saw that. Donald, how's that rotation look?
So I was looking just northeast of Pineville, and as of right now, it doesn't look like there's anything to indicate any type of rotation at this moment. So it looks like we're safe for now.
Perfect. And actually, yeah, right where we went ahead and are showing you this, let me clear this off, because right as we did that, or just a minute after, now look at that severe thunderstorm warning. My goodness. So they're going with that whole line that we just timed out for you. That whole line, they're going ahead with a severe thunderstorm warning there. Let's get some information on that. Donald, go ahead and
yeah, I'll get that.
Give me some information there.
Okay. So that is...
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Is strictly 60 mile per hour wind gust, and that's radar indicated. So with this way, you know, because it's starting to turn into a line, it's going to start to turn more into that wind threat. So we're going to see 60 mile an hour winds with this very large, severe storm that's starting to move through.
And you said 50 miles per hour?
Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour, producing a hazard of 60 mile an hour wind gusts.
Okay, so again, Don't let your guard down with this system. I know it's a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a tornado possible on that or no? Okay, they're not going with a tornado possible. They went ahead. So more than likely, this tornado warning will be set to expire. So we're going to leave this up. We'll go with you here till that tornado warning, and then until that tornado warning expires, and then we'll go ahead and send you back to regular scheduled programming so long as that they don't issue another tornado warning here.
That is until 11 p.m. for the tornado warning.
Yep, so we got about another 10 minutes here that we're going to stick with you to make sure that that tornado warning does not start to regenerate or recirculate once again. So we're going to keep our eye on that. Let's clear this off your screen here. I want to move a little bit further south. Boy, this line of thunderstorms is a biggin. All right, so again, I want to start covering a little bit back to our south here for our counties. Let's clear some of, there's a lot of colors on your screen here. Let's go ahead and start clearing some of this off for you. So I want to say we have flash flood warnings here as well. That is important. I mean, this system at times has dropped anywhere from 1 inch to 1.5 inches of rain per hour, maybe even up to 2 inches.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
But I want to go ahead and get some of these off of your screen so we can just look at these severe thunderstorm warnings, and then we'll look at these rainfall amounts. So here we are. Here's our line of storms. Lots of lightning associated with these storms as well. You notice towards the edge there, yeah, it's starting to kind of hook a little bit here. I don't see too much to have me overly concerned right now. We can check our shear tracker here in just a moment. But let's get some information on these severe thunderstorm warnings off to the south, okay? So this severe thunderstorm warning moving towards Jay and Grove. Hail just over 3/4 of an inch. All right, this is radar indicated. Severe thunderstorm warning goes until 11 p.m. Let's get some more info on this one heading in towards Benton County. It's still in Oklahoma right now, but it's moving northeast towards Benton County. And I think those are going to be out of the Tulsa office, so the ones that we're looking at towards the south.
Yes.
So let's get some information. Both of these storms look like they are moving northeast 45 miles per hour, and the hazards include 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts up to quarter-sized hail. And so this is for both of these storms. Okay, so we have same hazards and same speeds on these storms.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Storms, and I'm going to go ahead and just give you a little bit of a clear off your screen here because I'm starting to make it a little messy. So you'll notice that one of these severe thunderstorm warnings, the one further off to the southeast, and I'll bring a pointer up. So this one here is going to be moving northeast into northwestern Benton County. So it'll start clipping western and then move into northwestern Benton County. All right. This one here is Delaware County, moving northeast, then into Ottawa and potentially Newton County, and then also maybe even Cherokee County in there as well. It looks like that we have that warning in there as well. So again, I'll go over these counties with you and let you know. All right, so for the counties of Cherokee, Delaware, Mays, Oklahoma, Wagner, we are seeing a special weather statement there. We'll get to that in a second. Latimer, Pittsburgh, Oklahoma, and Adair, Cherokee, and Delaware counties, severe thunderstorm warning, hail 1 inch in diameter, and these are these two severe thunderstorm warnings here. Hail 1 inch in diameter, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, okay? Again, it does not look like this tornado warning here has been extended, so that is good. Let's get a look just overall over the past, we'll go the past 6 hours here, how much rainfall we have seen with these storms. Look at that. My goodness, some of these storms have dropped quite a bit of rain, especially moving into Craig, there into Ottawa County.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
And 3 inches of rain over the past 6 hours there in Ottawa County. Heading into Craig, 2.9 inches, and then just south into Craig County there, just south of Veneta, 2 inches of rain over the past 6 hours. So not only have we been dealing with the potential for tornadoes, hail, wind, but now we also have the potential for flooding as well. We've seen a lot of rainfall in a short amount of time. Lots of drought conditions out there right now as well. Let's bring back our live Doppler radar. All right, and as I mentioned, if they're not continuing this severe this tornado warning here, this system continues to move northeast, we're likely going to let you go back to regular scheduled programming here in just a few minutes. But let's go ahead and time this out one more time for you. This large storms, where you see that large portion in yellow, is that line of storms that continues to move through. And here, I'm going to draw a line here to show you. This is kind of starting to take a bow echo shape. Okay? So I'll bring it around so you can kind of see what I'm saying. So it's starting to kind of make that bow and arrow shape. Take that bow and arrow, right? Well, to get that kind of shape, you have to have very strong winds behind that. We've seen winds reported in portions of McDonald and Newton County that were 80 miles per hour at times. So the second line is beginning to develop off to the west.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
In a second. Visibility is being reduced.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Visibility is reduced to 150 feet. So we have those severe thunderstorm warnings that continue to come in right now. Tornado warning, this was at, what time was this? 10:53. So a few minutes ago. Tornado warning continues, remains in effect for eastern Newton County until 11 o'clock. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to time this out. We had 50 mile per hour, 50. Oh, that's a little too far out. I was going off the warning there. And clear this off your screen. Sorry about that. 50 mile per hour speed. Now they're saying the threat here is 60 mile per hour wind gusts, but we have reports of 81 mile per hour wind gusts. Okay, so this is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings attached to this storm right now. Best area that could potentially still see a tornado threat. I'm going to circle that area. I mean, the further east that you go, some of these areas already saw some rainfall. So really, south central Missouri into northwest Arkansas, that's going to be the best area for, or that's going to be the most opportune area for a tornado to develop along the lines with these storms, where the atmosphere is still unstable at this time. So there is quite a bit going on and quite a bit of people being affected by this. And we take this very
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Continuing severe thunderstorm warning for Berry, Christian, Greene, Lawrence, McDonald, Newton County. They went ahead and attached a tornado possible to this one, okay? This now goes until 11:30. All right, so we're going to stay with you with that tornado possible attached to that, because we're going to take a closer look here. I'm going to take the watch boxes off. So that area in purple is a tornado watch, right? That's why we talk about the potential for tornado to still be possible here. But I want to take this off to ease up the eyes a little bit and do a little bit more tracking with this storm, okay? So here we are.
I was going to say that tornado warning has expired, but now we do have that possible tag, so we're going to keep an eye on that next. So
yeah, definitely got to keep an eye on that. We're also now seeing severe thunderstorm warning now being extended into Benton and McDonald County as well. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled for any rotation here along this system. So let's go ahead and start breaking this down once again. Let's reset, okay? Because we've got a lot of new information, right? A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. There's still a second line of storms that will push in to the east later tonight, okay? So we have to deal with the second round. We have to get through this first round first. Let's go ahead and take a closer look. All right, you'll see, look at how far this extends, okay? So we're looking at areas of Cedar County all the way down to Benton and Delaware County in Oklahoma. All right, so let's get a good look at this system. I know the reason why we're seeing it's kind of messy here too, right? We have multiple National Weather Service offices issuing warnings.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Handling some of these warnings here in Oklahoma. Then we have Missouri handling some of these, Springfield's office handling some of these here. So they can start to kind of look a little wonky in shape and size here. But that's because as they move, have gone with the tornado possible tag. Severe warnings now given. Weak rotations are showing up along this line. 70-mile-per-hour wind gust potential as well with this system. That's the newest and latest information that we have in with this system. So really what I mean, this system is so wide. I want to break it down, but I want to make sure that everyone is getting the information that they need on timing here. So let's go ahead and just get the timing out on this once again. We need to get a little bit closer than that. It has been a long night, sure has. I know the 4 states is ready to get to bed. I know it's late. All right, we're hoping, and what it's looking like is this system is going to continue to move northeast. As that happens, the system behind it, we're hoping that, you know, in the way that it's looking, that it's taken some of the intensity out of the air. All right. I'm going to give Donald a chance here. Go ahead and go over some of these communities. I'm going to take over on that computer. Okay. You go ahead and start taking over here for a few minutes, and let's get some information here.
All right, so we're going to time out this line here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
From basically almost St. Clair County all the way down to Delaware County there in Oklahoma. So it's a very long line, and giving some timings here for this. Let me draw that out again for you. All right, so right along this line here, seeing Republic 11:08 p.m., Bentonville 11:17, Bridgewater 11:20, Nixa 11:30, Ozark. So it's going to start moving out, continuing to push out to the east. Looking down there in the, let's take a look at the southern counties at this moment in time for that line at this moment. All right. One sec, just let me get that line back up here.
Now, it sounds like, you know, while we get some more information, I think this would be a great time to check in with severe storm specialist Doug Hetty. We're going to go ahead and get things squared away here. I have operations here in my ear. Guys, can you see, let me check here. We may be able to take Doug from here. It looks like he is up right now. Let's go ahead. We're going to check in with severe specialist Doug Hetty.
80-mile-per-hour winds. And so this warning in here This is what we call a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. It's winds at, 70 to 75, but because you have these little notches, we're going to go ahead and add to the severe thunderstorm warning possibly a tornado as well. We don't have anything that warrants a tornado warning, and if anything on radar would warrant a tornado warning, this severe thunderstorm warning would transition over to a tornado warning. But it is a tornado tag, and it's due to those winds. So let's look at the velocity. Let's see what's going on here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
See the brighter green? I mean, right through Monette. It's already gone through Pierce City, Mount Vernon, Aurora. You guys are on deck. So yeah, these winds are moving. Let's look at the shear, and you can see trying to pop up. So we're getting straight line winds there, and anything that would possibly rotate as of right now would be back in this sector right in here. So something to watch for sure. Okay. But again, nothing rotating right now, but still something we want to keep our eyes on. But very powerful winds, 70 to 75. That's moving. That's kind of rivaling what we had back in Lamar several hours ago, where we had semi flipped over on the interstate.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Fire due to power lines. So this is all moving off toward the northeast. Let's see here. Let's get a storm track on it. And we're going to put it on the bow. We're going to give it a little bit of breathing room here. We're going to go, it's at about 40 miles per hour. So this part's going to really drive into Springfield. So we're looking at this. Mount Vernon, pretty much soon. 11:17 Aurora, 11:22, 11:30 in Marionville. Getting into the west side of Springfield Republic, we're talking about 11:44. Brookline, 11:49. Willard, you guys, 11:53. Battlefield, 11:55. Battlefield, sorry. I can't talk anymore. My throat hurts so bad. Springfield at midnight. So these guys working in. And again, right now it's got winds 70 to 75 and quarter-size hail. At least the hail hasn't been too bad. If we look at the last hour, it's got hail. But these colors are kind of indicating, you know, the smaller hail, the half-inch hail, 3/4-inch hail. But pretty good storms. Pretty good storms. At least we're not seeing anything that is producing a tornado right now. Looking back through these, but a lot of warnings still. Lighting up. All right, so let me go back to some of your guys' comments. Everybody's asking about Joplin. Joplin is in the lull. We are going to get another line.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
I'll give you a time right now. Let me look back here. Let's see here. What is it? It's 11:08 right now. My gosh, how long have we been streaming? It's 11:08? Okay. So let's say I would say about 2.5 hours it's going to get into Joplin. These storms are going to move much faster. It's along a cold front. Let's go back. I'll show you them real quick.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
As they head toward us. Let's see here. Okay, so as this line starts to work in a little bit later on tonight, right now we're not seeing anything severe along it, but let's go ahead and we're going to look at it on the radar here. So here's the cold front. I'm going to put this in motion for you. Working into southeastern Kansas. Again, this line's going to drive in much, much quicker. You can see there are a few strong storm warnings in a sense up toward Kansas City. But as this fills in, we're going to see if it solidifies and if we can get some stronger storms. Now, here's the question mark is how much did this batch overwork the atmosphere? I think it's still decently unstable. Out of
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. watch is in effect. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. Currently in our area, 73 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, heavy thunderstorms, low 60. Winds southwest. A tornado warning has been issued miles for our area. Here's our 7-day outlook.
So tornado warning issued for Benton County. This goes until 11:45 p.m. It was issued at 11:17.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
4 miles northeast of Concord, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. All right, let's break this storm down a little bit here. This has been a long night. You saw Doug there. My goodness, he's been talking all night long as well. We are doing everything we can here to keep you guys updated. And this tornado warning had just went off right as we were actually about to go off air and say, and send you back to regular scheduled programming for a little bit. But my goodness, these storms just wanted to keep popping off, especially in that area that is east of these storms right now. A lot of that air, the atmosphere is still very unstable right now. So let's go ahead and time this out again, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So before we start breaking it down, who's in line with this storm? Ionia, 1132. My goodness, these names. 1141, Gravette, Sulphur Springs, 1147, Seba, 1151, Bella Vista, 1157, Rago, 1201, and Pea Ridge, 1208. Again, I apologize if I get some of these names wrong. You are more than welcome to message me on Facebook. I will make sure if you let me know how I'm supposed to say them, I will practice them and get them down for you, because I know that we are at the start of severe weather season, and I want to make sure that I'm communicating to you and to your communities correctly. All right, so this storm moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. All right, let's take a look at some of this rotation here. We're going to bring up our velocity tracker here. So here's our velocity tracker. We're headed, there's our rotation.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
The only green to be found, all right, right here. This is our area of rotation. Again, this is moving northeast. Let's go ahead and put an icon on it so you know exactly where it is. Right there. Okay, that is the area of rotation that is continuing to move northeast. Again, this storm now beginning to move into Benton County. It's right on the line of Delaware and Benton County. So we need to make sure that
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Zoom in a little bit closer here. So again, we looked at those towns. This storm moving northeast. There's your area of rotation. And I'm gonna take that area off so we can kind of clear up your screen there. So again, this is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So let's look at this cone and get a distance out here. here we are. Gravette, 1136, Sulphur Springs, 1141. Again, this is beginning to cross over between Delaware and Benton County. So you want to be in your safe place, all right? So if you know anyone along Route 72 and 59, you want to go ahead and let them know, hey, there's a storm headed your way. There's rotation in there. You need to pull over. Hopefully they're not out. I know it's late. It's 11:22. I know there's some Friday night festivities in here. There's our latest radar update. And what I want to show you as well, take a look at this area here. Here's the rotation, okay? But take a look right behind there. See this bright area of red? These are wind gusts as well. Let's look at that. 56 miles per hour, okay? So that's right on the border. There we go, 63. I like that one better because this one tells us that this storm is severe, okay? That's a better spot to communicate the severity of these winds. So here we are. 63 mile per hour wind gusts. So for a storm to go severe, it has to be 58 mile per hour wind gusts, a possible tornado.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Hail that is 1 inch in diameter. It has to have one of those things. Well, right now we have 2 of those things, and potentially hail as well, which we're going to check next. We have 63 mile per hour wind gusts, which exceeds that 58. We also have a possible tornado. Now, we also have the potential that this could be dropping some hail as well, so we're going to zoom out a little bit here. And what we're going to see, looks like there's a potential shelf cloud moving in over I-44 right now, and they're able to see that on the Missouri Department of Transportation cameras. That was some of the latest information that was coming in there.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area. A tornado warning has been issued for our area. A tornado warning has been issued for our area. A tornado warning has been issued for our area. A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Looking at. Okay, and Matt, so while I'm doing this, if you mind, go over to the monitor that's underneath the camera and cycle through that. I've lost the image right there. So, again, this is a live look. This is the Halltown. Matt, you said this is looking west?
Looking west.
West, and you can see the flash of lightning right there. And you can see occasionally it looks like maybe, I know earlier we were watching this very closely, you could see this very ominous looking shelf cloud that was moving from west to east. Right now, don't necessarily see that, but you can see the intense lightning. I mean, the lightning in the Mount Vernon area especially was almost nonstop when we were watching it. Kind of a signature of the intensity of this line of storms. Again, right now, going back to our radar view, looking to see if we can kind of highlight any circulations, what we see is here's a line of wind coming in from the west with that line of storms, and where you see these little pockets of blue, there's one right there, there's one right there, maybe another one right there. These are probably indicative. They're not strong circulations, but these may be the beginnings of a circulation that could become tornadic. This is a scenario where we don't have a real strong circulation that we can just ride.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
It's there right now with this line, the way it looks, we could see a tornado quickly develop. That's why the tornado warning is a little oddly shaped. It's not necessarily a cone, it's maybe more of a box that's out ahead of that line that's moving east at 50 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and track that information right there. We'll show you these storms, again, as we look at this. If you're watching from Springfield, this line of storms is going to be getting into the Springfield area in under an hour. It looks like I'd put it at maybe about 40 to 45 minutes from now, we should see that line of storms moving across the downtown Springfield area. It should be moving across the south side of Springfield. Republic, expect that line to get in your area in under 10 minutes. Billings in under 5 minutes. So right now is the time to go ahead and kind of get into your tornado safe place. That possibility is there that we could see something try to spin up quickly from that line of storms as it continues east at 50 miles per hour. I want to go back over to radar, just pure radar here, see what that thing looks like. And there's the line kind of running north to south across eastern sections of Lawrence County down into northern sections of the Berry County area, actually, northeastern sections of Berry County. So that line extends from east to Mount Vernon down through Aurora. Very heavy rainfall, tons of lightning. Haven't seen a lot of hail with these storms this evening. Don't really expect that with this line.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
At 50 miles per hour. We're going to be watching really closely to see if a circulation does try to pop up. It is going to be a scenario where you might see it in one scan and then in the next scan of radar it goes away. These tornadoes also tend to be of the weak variety, but still enough where you can get some damage from them. And they can be life-threatening. You could still get wind speeds of maybe 80 to 100 miles per hour. Looks like that line now getting into southwestern Greene County, into the panhandle area of Christian County, and into northwestern Stone County. I'm going to kind of looking at this right now. It looks like maybe that warning. We'll see here. I'm going to go to some different data, see if that warning has been lifted. I'm not seeing it right now on our radar image, so that may be an indication that the tornado warning has been lifted. That would make sense because, again, as I was talking about, it's been hard to pinpoint exactly where circulation might be. So at this stage of the game, we'll go ahead and stay with this. This line now coming into southwestern Greene County, western Christian County, northern Stone County. At the very least, even if there's not a tornado warning, that risk, there's still a low risk or limited risk there with that line as it pushes east at 50 miles per hour. Looks like it's about to get into the Republic area. It's not quite into Galena. It's still located to the northwest of Galena. I was going to, in fact, I'll go ahead and do that right now. There's sometimes when you look at radar, when you see stuff like this, see that little nub right there, that little hook right there, that might be an indication of a little circulation.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
To our velocity data once again and see if there is indeed some, in fact, looking at that, there may be a weak circulation right here to the northeast of Crane. And again, I don't think and I don't believe that the tornado warning is in effect any longer. I think maybe they lifted it because the circulations had weakened. But we're still looking at a scenario where circulations could quickly develop. And we may be looking at least a weak circulation to the northeast of Crane. That's going to be heading into the Hurley area. It's currently located just to the west of Hurley. At the very least, we're probably going to get some strong wind gusts that may approach 55, 60 miles per hour. Looks like these stronger winds are now getting into the Republic area. They've already spread through the Billings area. Should be getting into Clever here pretty soon. Looks like the stronger winds have already made their way into Crane. And this line will continue to push east at 50 miles per hour. Going back to a kind of a wider view as to what's going on, not just locally in our area. And again, it does look like that tornado warning has been lifted. I don't see any evidence of it on our radar. I did look at
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Any mention, and I'm not seeing it. I'm actually going to go to Springfield. Let's see here. Right now, trying to get the latest information here on Weather Chat. Got to scroll down. I'm not seeing anything about that. Matt, is the warning list? There is a new warning? Okay. So looks like we do have a new warning. And this is, okay, remember that circulation we were just talking about down near Crane? It looks like that is for that circulation. So we will go back over. So a new warning has just come in. This new warning is in effect through midnight tonight. that line of severe storms that is making its way now into western Greene County, western Christian County, northwestern Stone County. We're still eyeballing it real closely for the possibility of quick spin-up tornadoes. And right now, here is the circulation that we're concerned about. We'll go ahead and kind of zoom in on that. That is just northeast of...
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Let's see if I can go back to that information here. Still not seeing it. Sometimes I got to wait for this information to kind of pop up. I'll go back to a different view. And right now, just the latest on the warning is moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So that circulation moving very, very quickly to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. That is going to bring it across areas just north of Hurley up toward Possum Trot, south of the Clever area. My guess is that circulation probably won't hold together for the length of this warning. I mean, these circulations, they come and they go very quickly. So we see it in this scan. We may not see it in the next scan. But again, right now, tornado warning in effect. This does include the south side of Springfield, east over toward Rogersville. This includes Nixa and Ozark. Go ahead and get into your tornado safe space. At the very least, as this line continues east, we could see additional circulations try to develop as it pushes across all the communities around Springfield and south of Springfield. So don't let your guard down. Again, the circulation that we're focused in on right now is the one that is located just to the west of Hurley. Outside of that, I'll go back to our radar view here and what we see. And you can see that little nub. Remember earlier I was talking about when you see these little nubs like that right there, just to the northeast of Crane, that sometimes is a signature of one of these circulations trying to develop. And that is what we're tracking, very fast moving, again, moving northeast.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
On the map to show that track, but we'll go ahead and give it a shot. There it is. So this is roughly the path that particular circulation will take. Looks like it will be approaching the Nixa area in, I would say, roughly 15 minutes from now, or about 11:54. Rogersville, which is on the eastern edge of this tornado warning, that would be about 12:08 this morning, or roughly 30 minutes or so from now. Now, notice that circulation looks like it will track to the south of Springfield, and I'll clear out that information. It looks like that will track to the south of Springfield. That said, we can't rule out something trying to develop further north. Again,
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
And then we saw this little nub and circulation develop down here, so the latest warning has been for that part of the line. But we could see some limited tornado risk with this part as well as it makes its way through Republic and then eventually into the southwest side of Springfield and then across Springfield. So if you live up toward the airport, downtown Springfield, north of downtown, don't let your guard down even if it looks like the tornado warning is to your south. We could see a circulation quickly develop in this part of the line as well. This is just the most apparent portion of the line in regard to a tornado threat, and that is, again, tracking northeast at 65 miles per hour. In addition to that, kind of if you're watching from other parts of the area, what we're finding is there's still a broad severe thunderstorm warning which runs basically from northern Berry County all the way up toward Laclede County. This whole line right here producing heavy rainfall, lightning, and occasionally some strong wind gusts. And anywhere where we see the line kind of take on this fashion, you see that little S shape right there? Anywhere where we see the line take on that shape, there's going to be some potential that you have a heightened risk of not only damaging winds, but also a heightened risk of one of these brief spin-up style tornadoes. That is the concern that we have right now as it makes its way across Stone County, Christian County, and into south central and southeastern Greene County. If you're watching from near the airport, downtown Springfield, again, that tornado threat right now is focused to your south in northern Stone County.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Over the next 20 minutes as that part of the line moves across Springfield. In addition to that, and I think, Matt, we're hearing the storm sirens, aren't we?
Yeah, that's what we're hearing. Sirens going off in Springfield. Yeah. We can hear them inside the studio. It has been quiet for most of the day in Springfield, in Christian County. a lot of people have been saying, hey, where's those storm chances? And now they got sirens going off at midnight, and that's roughly the time we've been saying that's when you can expect it, as this line is starting to move in, and the atmosphere is relatively untouched in this area. Things have been calm, which is why we're having those chances of tornadoes. We had that pop-up warning in Halltown. That one had that tight circulation, then disappeared. We're able to see the shot on that. Things are also starting to move into Christian County right now. This is at the point where if you're wondering, if you're watching from Nixa, Springfield, Ozark, I would start getting ready to get into that safe place. This is something that this is definitely worth taking shelter on. We're seeing that still signs of a tornado capable of touching down into these areas.
And so I've got a loop going right here. I'll slow that down because it's already slow. The storms are moving very quickly. I mean, they've got this part of the line clocked at 65 miles per hour. But so what I wanted to show is this line coming in from the west. And that's the circulation right there that we're tracking. You can see it kind of come in, and there it is right there. It looks like it has weakened in the last scan. And that's the problem with these types of scenarios. When you get into a setup like this where you're looking at a line of thunderstorms, you'll have these embedded circulations. They're low to the ground. They typically don't last very long. So you might see a circulation in one scan, and then it's gone in the next.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Give that advance warning that we want to give when there's a possible tornado development. So that's why we've got this warning in effect kind of across a broad area, across the south side of Springfield, east of Springfield, into the Rogersville area, Ozark. That line is still to your west, and it will be moving in. And we could see additional circulations. Even though that one has faded, we could see additional circulations quickly pop up and then fade away, just like their predecessors. That's what we've seen here over the last half an hour with this line. These circulations kind of come and they go. So far, we've not gotten any reports of actual tornado touchdowns, but it's still early on. And a lot of times these circulations are very small. So it might be a very localized area that gets some wind damage as a result of a brief tornado touchdown, and then that tornado just goes away. So that's a possibility. But again, if you're watching, remain in your tornado safe space. If you live in Nixa, Highlandville, Ozark, Rogersville, south side of Springfield, as this line of severe storms continues to race toward the east at about 65 miles per hour.
It wants to ride that boundary, Jamie. I had to step out for a second. I don't know if this is what you just said, but you were highlighting this boundary when this system was just entering Missouri, and you said this is a place that tornadoes are going to try to organize, and that's what it's doing right now, is it wants to ride this boundary that's going to continue to, if this threat stays intact, it's going to move it further into the east. It's going to move it into South Springfield, into parts of Nixa, to Ozark, Fremont Hills. So that's how it's naturally going to want to progress. Eventually downstream, that would be Rogersville.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
And Matt, you know, this is something that we were talking about if you've been watching our live stream throughout this evening. These are, so you see this little S shape right in here. So these are like throughout the night tonight, this is what we're going to be watching, because I think we're kind of transitioning into a phase where this is the type of, if we're going to get tornadoes, it's going to be of this variety, these what we call mesovorts. They're brief and they're typically weak, and you know, they're not on the ground very long. I mean, you see them in one scan, they're gone the next. But when you see this sort of S shape to the radar appearance, we've got strong winds in the atmosphere kind of coming in out of the southwest. So when you get this S shape, this part of the line right here that's oriented more northwest to southeast, that's what the atmospheric winds want to grab a hold of. And it wants to cause that to surge off to the northeast. So you get a couple of things. You get a heightened risk of straight line winds, and you also get a heightened risk of these brief spin-up style tornadoes.
I do want to mention, Jamie, still along this line, if you're not seeing the tornado, you got a chance of seeing winds about 60 miles per hour. That is strong enough to knock down trees. That's strong enough to mess with your power lines. That's strong enough to cause power outages. So we are focusing heavily on the tornado warning right now. That's Christian County, that's Greene County, that's parts of Stone. But everywhere along this line of thunderstorms, winds can be up to 60 miles per hour. So that's still another threat in itself that is worth mentioning and keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and it looks like they did update that. Maybe they're kind of trimming out the back edge of that warning. So, Matt, if you would just kind of look and see if there is an update on their expectations from the Weather Service's end. As far as what I can see, we'll go back to just kind of looking at the winds. And I don't see anything just jumping out at me in terms of circulation.
There's not one place I would be like, right here is, yeah.
So this is the leading edge right here. This is the leading edge of strong winds. And it looks like that's already gotten into the Springfield area. It's moving across the south side of Springfield.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
And this leading edge of stronger winds now approaching Nixa it'll move right down Highway 14. It's going to get into Ozark here very shortly. This extends down into northeastern sections of Stone County. What I don't see, and here's our radar site, is I don't see any evidence of a circulation within that line. But as I've said, the circulations come and they go very quickly. So we're probably going to hold on to this warning for a little bit longer to see if this quieter phase of this that we're in right now, if that continues. Outside of that, I mean, we can go ahead and talk about just the overall, outlook for the rest of the evening. And we've still got, I mean, this is just the lead line of storms. You can see back toward the KC area stretching back to east of Wichita. This is the cold front right here. That's going to move through closer to sunrise or even after sunrise. This line right here will gradually make its way slowly east across our area overnight tonight. So Dent County, Howell County, Douglas County, Taney County, down into Carroll County. These are all counties that are still ahead of that line that really haven't experienced very much yet, but that could change as we work through the next couple of hours. Even further east into places like Howell County and Oregon County and Shannon County. You guys, I mean, it's been a quiet evening. Wondering when is it going to get to you? Well, it's probably going to be well after midnight, but there is going to be at least a limited severe weather threat, including a limited tornado risk as this line gets into your areas later on tonight.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Any evidence of a circulation, and I'm not seeing that. And it looks like they're going with a new severe thunderstorm warning that has a tornado possible tag. So what that tells us when we're looking at this without any additional information, and you can see this new warning that's just been issued, is the evidence of a circulation is gone. But the possibility that another one could quickly replace it is there.
Jamie, let me add to that. Hearing from the National Weather Service, they did that because they're seeing mid-level rotation rather than low-level. What does that mean? They don't think something's on the ground right now. They're still seeing rotation that this can tighten up, this can drop. They're highlighting Nixa and Highlandville. That's the area that they're saying this is the rotation. There's not a tornado right now. We're keeping the tornado warning, but if there's going to be an area, that's where they're seeming to focus in. And I tend to agree with what I'm seeing on radar. There's nothing jumping out that says tornado on the ground right now, but we've been dealing with these systems. They form up very, very quickly. They could be there one scan, gone the next. So that's why we don't want to fully kind of hop off of this.
Yeah, and I'm trying to go up. So what we can do, when you look at the radar, when the radar is sampling the atmosphere, it's not just sampling at one level. It'll sample that level, and then it'll tilt up, and it'll sample that level, and it'll tilt up, and it'll sample that level, and so on and so forth. So you get this volume scan. But typically what we show you is the lowest tilt level. So Matt was mentioning that they're looking at a circulation higher up. Looks like there is... maybe that's just an update on that tornado warning. Looks like it's the same tornado warning. So what they're looking at is maybe higher up. We're talking maybe not so much at 1,000 feet, but maybe they're trying to look maybe at 4,000 or 5,000 feet, and they're still seeing some evidence of maybe a circulation there. Now, I'm looking at this, and I'm going up to the tilt levels, and I'm getting up to 4,000 feet. I'm not really seeing much of there is maybe still evidence of a weak circulation, possibly northwest of the Highlandville area. But I'm not.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
As you go down to the surface, I'm not seeing anything that's very distinct. So hopefully that trend bears out, and we may see this tornado warning.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
About 9 more minutes, I think, on this tornado warning to go. In fact, I'll go ahead and check it. They've got the line moving east now at 55 miles per hour, and looks like, this is me trying to look through this while I'm talking. I think that warning runs through midnight tonight. But long story short, I'm not seeing a circulation right now with that warning, but you still see the line. And actually, out ahead of it, right here, this is the gust front. that little green line right there that's already now east of Nixa. So I think we've already got gusty winds impacting the Nixa area, even though it looks like the rain's still off to the west. It is. But it looks like the gusty winds have already moved in there. Looks like those gusty winds have already made their way to Rogersville. And this line will continue to track toward the east at 55 miles per hour. Again, that line extends all the way up toward the St. Louis area and then southwest back into the Rogers area in northwest Arkansas. Now, further south, we are still seeing some scattered thunderstorms. All right, let's see what we got.
Just letting you know, we got the storm tracker out. It's on the system, Jamie. Got the feed up of that. So if the storm tracker gets something good, we can jump out to that. We got crews out on top of the storm as well. And
yeah, and the storm tracker was coming back, I believe, from the Bolivar area. So they're driving through the heavy rainfall. What does Doreen got? What does she have right now? She should be coming up.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Which shot do you think there? The H1, Jamie? The storm tracker shot? Jane, if we could pull up the storm tracker shot in the H1, let's show what the conditions are outside right now.
I mean, blinding rainfall, lots of lightning. That's something that, again, look at the lightning there. We can hear some rumbles of thunder now here at the TV station. I just heard some. I'm not hearing the storm sirens any longer.
So they're on Division right now.
On Division, so they're heading, what, eastbound on Division?
Oh, they're about to head into our parking lot. But you can see the blinding rain. This is in Springfield, North Springfield.
Okay, so yeah, they were coming off of 65 then. So they were coming off of 65, heading west on Division, and now they're pointed south. And that's the TV station. That's our TV station. So they're waiting for the gate to open up. But look at the rain that's pouring down, the lightning that we've seen with these storms tonight. No hail, but just, again, blinding rain. And still, eyeballing these storms for a risk for, maybe a brief tornado, although I'm not seeing anything. As far as hail, I've not really seen a whole lot of that. It looks like, just looking at radar right now, there may be a little pocket of it. I'm going to our hail tracker product.
I want to jump in for a second. Update from the National Weather Service. They're going to let this tornado warning expire. So what we have been seeing...
Are they going to let it ride till midnight?
They're saying they're going to let it expire, so I guess that's in 6 minutes. They don't have plans to push this forward. We've been seeing the same thing of there's signs of rotation, just not at the ground. So that's a very positive thing for people in Springfield, for people in Ozark, Nixa. If you're in your shelters, stay with us for about at least 5 more minutes. But how things are progressing is we're expecting this warning to get taken away. So there is a chance we can give you a chance to get out of those shelters in just a couple minutes from now if things continue to stay how they are.
I was talking about the hail. There are still some pockets of hail that are showing up on radar. One is on the north side of Springfield. Maybe some dime-size hail right there. Also looks like maybe some small hail to the west of Nixa. So there's a little bit of hail, but that's not really the big story. The big story has been the heavy
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
For not only some damaging straight-line winds, but maybe even a brief tornado touchdown. Going back to that, just to see what the winds look like as they're still kind of cutting across the south end of Greene County and across northern Christian County. You can see that leading edge of the wind right here. It's now east of Nixa. It's getting into Ozark. So, Matt, if you want to go ahead and kind of take a look at the Ozark, we've got a couple of different cameras out of Ozark that we can look at.
Something else, Jamie, massive flash flood warning striping across just north of I-44. Just scroll back for a bit. You should be able to see that new warning that was just issued. This goes from Mount Vernon all the way to just about Rolla.
So this is the warning that Matt's talking about right there. That's a flash flood warning. And that's because what we've seen is this line of storms develop. And then because of the way the winds are oriented in the atmosphere, we're not pushing this line of storms through. The storms are developing and they're kind of training along the same corridor. And they've been dropping gobs of rainfall where they've been moving through. I know the Joplin area has picked up a couple of inches. It looks like the rains have faded in that area for the time being. Good news there. But we've probably seen anywhere from 1 to 3 inches across this flash flood warning. And that, at the very least, is going to lead to at least a quick burst of street flooding. And we may be looking at some creeks and some low water crossings that are being impacted by flooding right now. Further south, you can see that line of storms is now getting into the Springfield area. Blinding rain here at the TV station.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
I didn't see really evidence of strong winds, but man, the rain was coming down.
Especially in comparison to what we were seeing earlier. We had wind gusts of 60, 70 miles per hour. I'm not seeing that at this time. Some people, I know it's midnight, you have the sirens waking you up. You're probably watching from Springfield wondering, is it safe to call it a night? Once you get on this backside of this line, we're still expecting another wave, a wave 2. That's in Kansas. It's going to be a couple hours, so I would tell you at least get some rest, but keep your guard up. Make sure you have some way to get notifications throughout the night as it goes on, because it's still expecting more thunderstorms tonight, and that second wave of thunderstorms can carry a risk of a tornado as well. So we had that first wave. That's what's moving in right now. We still have chances of this tighten up again, but another wave coming for tonight, Jamie.
Yeah, and getting back to Matt's point, as far as severe weather concerns, this is probably where we have our greatest concerns, is with this line right here. I think the risk for severe weather is going to be a lot more limited with this line that comes in later tonight. What we're kind of watching for is to see whether or not this lead line really works over the atmosphere, and then in the wake of it, it leaves this environment that's sort of rain-cooled, so that when the squall line comes in with the cold front, it doesn't have the same amount of energy to work with. But that said, there is a gap, and we could see some higher instability air try to fill back in out of the southwest. So, you know, we can't let our guard down, especially since this storm, line of storms, is still only on I-44, and it's got to get through all of this area still. So while it is quiet in Ava, it's quiet in Mountain Home, it's quiet in West Plains, the storms are going to be moving into your area later tonight, and the risk of severe weather will come with them. Again, really the concern right now has been for this part of the line. Just taking a peek a few moments ago, I still see no evidence of new circulations developing, but it is something that, you know, we're going to continue to watch for. You know, when we're done here on television, if we are done here at midnight, when this warning is
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Online, so you can continue watching us, and as we watch this severe weather scenario unfold throughout the overnight hours, because what we're worried about is that even though this may fade, we see additional circulations try to show up later on tonight, and it is getting late in the night, and a lot of you are probably going to be wanting to go to bed, and we want to make sure that you have that coverage if indeed we get to a scenario where additional tornado warnings are issued and you've already gone to bed. You get that alert on your phone, you can hop online, and you can see that we're doing that coverage, and we'll be back on TV too if new tornado warnings are issued. Outside of the warnings that are in effect for the Springfield area up through Lebanon, there are warnings down to the southwest, down into Benton County in northwest Arkansas. We will be watching these storms as well. These are storms that are probably more favorably oriented here in the line, just because they're kind of on the southwest edge. So that higher instability air is going to be able to feed into those storms better than it can feed into storms further northeast that are impacting areas in and around Springfield. Looks like the tornado warning has indeed been cleared off the map, and there are no other tornado warnings in our area. As I said, though, if you want to continue watching our coverage, just hop back online. We're going to continue to watch this storm unfold throughout the night, and we'll be back on TV if we need to bring you tornado coverage information.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Again, we're going to be hopping onto the internet here pretty soon to give you additional coverage.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 74 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, thunderstorms, low 61. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 74 degrees under cloudy skies. thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. Low 61. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 74 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. Low 61. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 74 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. Low 60. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 74 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. Low 60. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 73 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, thunderstorms likely. A few storms may be severe. Low 60. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 73 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. Low 60. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 73 degrees with showers in the area. Overnight, thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. Low 60. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 73 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. Low 60. Here's our 7-day outlook.